Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Mrs. Vinita Hubrikar on behalf of Seth Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanic Trust, Seth Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Kalyan. I welcome you all for the one-day blended national conference on new perspective of the history of India, socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economical aspects. I would like to welcome our respected dignitaries, advisory committee members, Dr. Ajay Bhamre sir, Pro VC, University of Mumbai, Dr. Sunaina Kadle, IC Principal, Gandhi Shikshan Bhavan, Surajba College of Education, Juhu, Dr. Rupali Mokashi, HOD History Department, RKT College, Ulhasnagar, Dr. Pradna Vakpenzan, SNDT University, Professor, Department of Education, and Mrs. Shruti Vaikar, former principal of SH Mutha College, our keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami, Department of Social Sciences and Languages, Christiya Jayanti College, Autonomous, Bangalore. For plenary session, we have with us Chairperson Dr. Rupali Mokashi, our resource person, Mr. Sunil Birut. He is paper conservator at the Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Dr. Suresh Badarge, Professor and Head History Department. Mr. Arun Singh, Department of History, St. Xavier College. For technical session, we have with us Dr. Sunaina Kadle and Dr. Arvind Sontakke, Associate Professor, Head Department of History. For validatory session, our guest of honor, Dr. Maher Jyoti Sangre, HOD History, SNDT University. Our college chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, trustee, CA Anvesha Mutha ma'am, IC principal, Mrs. Anuja Brahma ma'am, IQAC coordinator, Deepshikha Jain, HOD of Arts Department, Ms. Darshana Deshmukh, all teachers, students, research scholars, and all participants. I am grateful and delighted to have you all for this conference. It's our part of culture to start any program with seeking blessing of Goddess Saraswati. So we will start our conference with Saraswati Vandana and lamp lighting.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा
Thank you, sir. Now, before starting our conference, we would like to share some glimpses of our college through a presenter would like to request technical team to share PPT. Thank you. I request our college chairman, I request our college IC principal, Mrs. Anuja Brahma, ma'am, please give a welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vinita madam. Very good morning to one and all the honorable distinguished delegates, participants, today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami, all the chairpersons and resource persons for today's conference, Honorable Chairman Shri Prakash Mutha sir, Trustee C. Anvesha Mutha madam, former Principal Shruti Vaikar madam, IQAC coordinator, all HODs, faculty members, and dear students. It's indeed privilege to welcome you all for this national conference on new perspective of history of India, socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economical aspects organized by Department of Arts of Seth Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, Seth Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce, and Science. Before moving ahead, I would like to brief you all about our esteemed institution. Since its inception in 2002, the college has been affiliated with University of Mumbai. The college has successfully completed 2 cycles of NAC. The college is providing 10 different courses at UG level and 1 at PG level in the Faculty of Arts, Commerce, and Science under one roof. The college is always looking forward to sensitizing the learners about social, ecological, economic, and political issues through various activities. And for the same, different platforms are provided by the college in the form of conferences, seminars, workshops, etc. Well, the college is endeavoring to benefit the society as a whole, positive role modeling in order to create responsible citizens, encouragement to the faculty to adopt innovative methods of teaching that will cater to the needs of learners at various levels of study, continuous efforts to impart to learners knowledge and skills that are relevant to the demands of the changing time. Through collaboration with industry, the college is looking forward to the development of synergistic alliances with world-known academic, research, and consulting institutions, creating an interface with the industry to ensure that the skills imparted to the learners are in consonance with the needs of the industry. The college takes pride in pushing the learning curve while encouraging and facilitating faculty and students to engage in cutting-edge research and innovation in teaching. And this conference is organized to fulfill this objective. The history of India goes by its own significance. The Indian civilization is as old as civilization of the Nile Valley of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Many ancient civilizations of the world are now either extinct or have failed to preserve their old traditions, right? However, the Indian civilization has achieved greatness in preserving its age-old traditions to the present day. Though India is one of the earliest civilization of the world, we are confronted with serious problem of paucity of necessary records for the reconstruction of its ancient kind of history. The main purpose of history is to throw light on the past. The study of early Indian history is important from several points of view. It tells us how, when, and where the people of India developed their earliest cultures. Ancient Indian history is interesting because India proved to be a crucible of numerous races. The pre-Aryans, the Indo-Aryans, the Greeks, the Scythians, the Hunans, and Turks, who made India their home. Each ethnic group contributes its matter to the evaluation of Indian culture. Since ancient times, India has been the land of several religions. Ancient India witnessed the birth of Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism. But all these cultures and religions are intermingled. Basically, history is the study of past events. It helps us to understand those processes that enable the early humans to successfully conquer their environment and develop the present day civilization. It is not just a study of battles and kings, as is normally understood by some people of the society. It is an analysis of society, economy, and cultural trends over a long period as reflected in available sources. A historian tries to evaluate different situations over a long period and ask questions as to why certain events happened and what was their impact on the society at large. Every new evidence or a fresh interpretation of existing evidence by different scholars helps in enriching our knowledge about the past. A historian differentiates between the fact and fictions. However, myths which are based on the oral tradition of a society ascertain the fact through cross-checking of different historical evidences. By taking into consideration all these facts, we have chosen the theme of this conference as a new perspective of history of India, socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economical aspect, which will surely throw some light on these areas, like I said before. And I'm very delighted to share that we have received a very good response from the researchers and the scholars. Well, I will not take much of your time, and I know you are eagerly waiting to listen to our eminent speakers. Thank you for being patient listen.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Saloni ma'am to introduce inaugural speaker, Mr. Prakash Mutha sir. Over to you, Saloni ma'am.
I'm truly excited to share with you the impressive background and qualifications of our chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, an active member of Congress Party since year 1976, treasurer of Kalyan Taluka Congress Committee since 1976 to 1984, treasurer of Youth Congress Committee since 1976 to 1984, General Secretary, Maharashtra Pradesh Youth Congress Committee for 5 years, District President of Youth Congress Committee of Kalyan District for 5 years since the year 1991 to 1996, organized youth rallies at Kalyan in the year 1991, Vice President of District Seva Dal of Kalyan City for 3 years, Vice President of Kalyan Shahar Jilha Congress Committee, State Delegate of Congress, and also Chairman of Seth Hirachan Mutha Educational Trust, Seth Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Chairman of Seth Hirachan Mutha School, CBSE Kalyan, and even Special Executive Magistrate since 1984 to 1990, Member of State Transport Committee for Thane District, Member of Vigilance Committee of Kalyan Taluka MSCB, Member of Police Peace Committee for Zone 3, Assistant Commissioner of Bharat Scout and Guides for Thane District, Chairman of Shiksha Mandal Kalyan Dombivli Municipal Corporation Kalyan, Telephone Advisory Committee, Government of Maharashtra, Member of Consumer Council, Government of Maharashtra, Member of Police Public Relation Committee District Thane, ex-advisor member MSCB Konkan District, President of Kalyan Jewelers Association of Kalyan City, President of Bengali Gold Association of Kalyan, President of Mahavir Welfare Society of Kalyan, President of Rajasthan Jain Sangh, President of Thane District Unaided Junior College, and other social activities of organizing health checkups, eye checkups, cataract operations, camp free of cost for the needy and the poor, organizing seminars and parisanvad on following issues such as slow economy, 370 and 35A Act of Constitution, NRC, CAA and NPR, देश की एकता और अखंडता की समस्या, भारत देश एंड आध्यात्मिक शक्ति, आयकर समस्या और निवारण, दहेज समस्या और निदान, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ लिबरल पॉलिसी, इलेक्शन एंड कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट, मेडिकल ब्लड डोनेशन एंड eye checking camps, anti-AIDS program, which even President of Mutha Paristan, which works as an NGO for poor and needy people, help people in preparation of important documents as well, attached with many organizations of social reforms. And there is so much more to say about, sir, but we are looking forward to the knowledge and insight you will bring to our audience, sir.
Hello. Okay, start. Seth Hirachan Mutha College of Art, Commerce, Science, Kalyan द्वारा आयोजित वन डे ब्लेंडेड नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन न्यू प्रोस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया। इस कार्यक्रम में, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आज के हमारे कीनोट स्पीकर कावेरी स्वामी जी, प्लेनरी सेशन चेयरपर्सन रूपाली मोकासी जी, रिसोर्स पर्सन सुनील भिरूड सर और सुरेश भदरगे सर, डॉक्टर अरुण सिंह, सुनीला कटले मैडम, सांगले मैडम, और इस कॉलेज की प्रिंसिपल अनुजा वर्मा मैडम, एक्स प्रिंसिपल स्वाति वायकर मैडम, आईक्यूसी कोऑर्डिनेटर दीपिका जैन और एचओडी देशमुख मैडम। सर्वप्रथम मैं आप सभी का इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। हमारे कॉलेज के क्या अचीवमेंट है, कॉलेज क्या है, यह हमारी प्रिंसिपल ने आपको बताया। आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अनेक प्रकार की हमारे यहाँ चर्चा होगी और हिंदुस्तान की हिस्ट्री क्या रही है प्राचीन काल में, उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताना चाहता हूँ। अगर हम हिंदू और इस्लामिक विमेन या स्त्रियों की बात करें तो सदियों से भारत के अंदर स्त्रियों को एक अच्छा दर्जा दिया गया है। अगर प्राचीन काल की हम बात करें तो पुरुषों के बराबर ही स्त्रियों को दर्जा दिया गया था। अगर हम वैदिक काल की बात करें तो स्त्रियों को मंदिर में स्थापित देवी की मूर्तियों के बराबर का दर्जा दिया गया था। और आज भी हमको ये देखने को मिलता है कि वो प्रथा कायम। अगर हम उत्तर भारत में जाएं तो स्त्रियों के नाम के आगे सुमित्रा देवी, सुखी देवी या ऐसा देवी नाम से संबोधित किया जाता है। इस बात का ये उदाहरण है कि प्राचीन काल में हमारे देश के अंदर स्त्रियों को कितनी स्वतंत्रता दी गई थी और कितनी आजादी थी और कितनी इज्जत दी गई थी। लेकिन आज हमारे सामने प्रश्न यह है कि जो प्राचीन काल के अंदर जो स्त्रियों को स्वतंत्रता और आजादी दी गई थी, क्या ये मध्य काल के अंदर ये अभी तक हमारे पास हाजिर है या ऐसा हो रहा है? इस बात पे थोड़ा सा हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। वैदिक काल की बात करें तो महिलाओं को आजादी थी, महिलाओं को अपने पसंदगी का वर चुनने का अधिकार था। शादी के पहले महिलाओं को अपने होने वाले वर के साथ रहने का अधिकार था और इसके बाद में अनेकों प्रकार के ऐसे अधिकार महिलाओं के पास था। लेकिन आज इसको अलग नजर से देखा जा रहा है। ये हमारे सामने एक मुख्य समस्या है। अगर हम इसके बाद में पहले की अगर बात करें तो प्राचीन काल के मध्यम काल तक की महिला की सत्ता संभाली थी। रानी कुमारा देवी की बात करें जो गुप्त वंशज की थी। इसके बाद में डेक्कन रूल की बात करें तो वहां की महारानी ने कितनी सत्ता संभाली थी। सत्ता ही नहीं संभाली लेकिन सेना का कमांडर होके काम किया था। अगर मध्यकाल की हम बात करें, ये सब बातें अगर हम प्राचीन काल की करें तो हम मध्यकाल की बात करने के लिए प्राचीन काल की बातों को हमको ध्यान में लेना अति आवश्यक है। आज हम मध्यम काल की बात करें तो वो परिस्थितियां टोटल बदल चुकी है। हमारे यहाँ सती प्रथा आ गई, हमारे यहाँ बाल विवाह प्रथा आ गई, विधवा विवाह प्रथा आ गई, पुनर्विवाह प्रथा पे रोक लग गया, देवदासी प्रथा आ गई और बहु विवाह ये प्रथा हमारे यहाँ आ गई, जिससे हमारे महिलाओं के अधिकारों को संकुचित कर दिया, कम कर दिया और महिलाओं की आजादी को कम कर दिया। अगर तुर्की और अफगानिस्तान की बात करें तो जब हमारे देश में आए तो महिलाओं के साथ बुर्खा आ गया और बुर्खा के अंदर उनकी आजादी दब गई, उनकी स्वतंत्रता जो थी वो उनके अंदर दब गई। और आज ये प्रथा हमारे उत्तर भारत के अगर हम देखें तो ये प्रथा हमारे उत्तर भारत के अंदर चली, जो कई अंशों में आज तक भी ये जिंदा है और ये समाज के अंदर बहुत बड़ी बुराई है। इसके बाद में हम इस प्रथा से बाहर निकले। अगर हम आज के युग की बात करें तो उसको हमको सबसे बाहर निकालने के लिए अगर किसी को क्रेडिट जाता है, अंग्रेज शासन आया, अंग्रेजों ने हमको लूटा, हमारे यहाँ शासन किया, लेकिन उनके शासन के अंदर कुछ ऐसी प्रथाओं का विरोध भी किया जैसे कि राजा मोहन राय। अगर 1829 की बात करें तो उन्होंने सबसे पहले जौहर की जो प्रथा आई थी उसका विरोध किया और उसमें से भारतीय स्त्रियों को निकालने का सबसे बड़ा काम किया। दयानंद सरस्वती की बात करें, ईश्वरानंद विद्यासागर की बात करें या ज्योतिबा फुले की बात करें, ये हमारे उस वक्त के समाज सुधारक हैं जिन्होंने स्त्री सुधार के लिए समाज के अंदर बहुत बड़ा काम किया। अगर 1947 की बात करें तो गर्ल्स एजुकेशन प्री स्कूल बनाई 1856 में बात करें तो विधवा विवाह का विरोध किया और उसके लिए कानून बनाया। इन सबके अगर इसके बावजूद भी अगर हम इसको ध्यान से देखें कि राजनीतिक में, शिक्षा में, साहित्य और धर्म के क्षेत्र में इतना सब होने के बाद भी हमारी महिलाओं ने बहुत प्रगति की, जिसकी जितनी प्रशंसा की जाए उतनी कम है। अगर रजिया सुल्तानम की बात करें तो दिल्ली में उन्होंने शासन किया। गौड़ की महारानी दुर्गा की बात करें जो 1564 के अंदर मुगल साम्राज्य के अंदर अकबर के सेनापति अफजल खान को हराया और 15 साल तक शासन किया। चांद बीबी की बात करें या जहांगीर की पत्नी नूरजहां की बात करें या मुगल साम्राज्य के अंदर कई ऐसी महिला जो कवित्री बनी और अपना विकास किया। हम शिवाजी की माँ जीजाजी की बात करें, जीजा माता की बात करें तो एक प्रशासक और एक लड़ाकू महिला थी जिन्होंने शिवाजी को सब कुछ बताया और शिवाजी को बनाया किस ढंग से होना चाहिए। और हम महिलाओं की बात करें, स्वामी भक्ति की बात करें तो उस समय में महिला हमारे स्वामी भक्ति के अंदर भी बहुत आगे थी। शायद बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम होगा कि जिस राज्य से शिवाजी महाराज के पूर्वज महाराष्ट्र में आए थे, जिसका नाम हम उदयपुर कहते हैं और मेवाड़ कहते हैं, और वो मेवाड़ से शिवाजी के वंशज महाराष्ट्र में आए थे। और उसकी अगर बात करें तो वहां महाराणा सांगा थे। महाराणा सांगा ने मुगल साम्राज्य को बुलाया था, मुगलों को बुलाया था दिल्ली के ऊपर अटैक करने के लिए। और महाराणा सांगा को जब हार गए अपने युद्ध के अंदर, तब उनकी पत्नी थी, उनकी महारानी थी कर्णावती। कर्णावती देवी के 2 पुत्र थे, एक विक्रम और उदय सिंह। उनकी चचेरे भाई ने, बनवीर ने विक्रम को मार दिया गया था और उदय सिंह पीछे रह गए थे। उदय सिंह को मारने जा रहे थे, तब पन्ना दाई, दाई का मतलब होता है नर्स, दाई का मतलब होता है कि माँ के जैसा काम करने वाली लेडी, और ये उदयपुर के घराने में थी। और उन्होंने उनके लड़के चंदन को उदय सिंह के कपड़े पहनाए और चंदन का उदय सिंह के कपड़े चंदन को पहनाए और राजमहल के अंदर अपने बेड पे उनको सुलाया। और ये बनवीर जाके उस चंदन को मार दिया, क्यों कि वो चाहता था कि मैं उदयपुर मेवाड़ पे राज करूं, और उनको उसका कत्ल कर दिया। और वो पन्ना भाई ने उदय सिंह को वहां से राजमहल से निकाल के भागी और उसको अलग से कहीं तो भी शरण ली। और उदय सिंह बाद में बड़े हुए तो मेवाड़ के महाराजा बने और उनके पुत्र महाराणा प्रताप बने। तो ये महिलाओं का हमारे भारत के इतिहास में योगदान रहा है, इसको हम भुला नहीं सकते। अगर आधुनिक काल का हम देखें तो उसके बाद में हमारे संविधान बना 1947 के बाद, तो हमारे देश के अंदर महिलाओं को बहुत सारे अधिकार मिले। और आज सरपंच से लेकर के प्रधानमंत्री, चीफ मिनिस्टर और हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजेस और राष्ट्रपति जैसे पद हमारी महिलाओं को मिला। अगर ये किसी को श्रेय जाता है तो हमारे संविधान कर्ता, खास करके मैं बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर को दूंगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने एक ऐसा संविधान बनाया जिसके अंदर हमारे महिलाओं के अधिकार सुरक्षित रहे। हमेशा महिलाओं के साथ वो टैलेंट रहा है कि वो राज के साथ साथ अपनी प्रतिभा, चाहे वो साहित्य का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे शिक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र हो, महिला हमेशा आगे रही है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। आप सभी लोग अपना समय निकाल के यहाँ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हाजिर हुए। मैं ट्रस्ट के चेयरमैन के नाते आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Thank you so much, sir, for your facts and details on social status of women, female belonging to the nobility. Now I request Mrs. Deepika ma'am to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami ma'am. Over to you, Deepika ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to one and all present. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami. Ma'am has completed MPhil in Public Administration and PhD in Political Science from Madurai Kamraj University. Ma'am has teaching experience of around 23 years. Ma'am has specialization in the area of public administration, development administration, Indian Constitution, international relation, human rights, and so on. There are a number of books published by her. Some of them are Western Political Thought, Public Administration, Indian Constitution and Human Rights, the Constitution of India, and Professional Ethics. Ma'am has presented and published n number of research papers. Ma'am has participated in various faculty development programs, national level webinar on digital innovation and technology for gender equality, research guidelines, literature review, questionnaire designing and application of statistical tools, challenges for modern teachers in higher education, international webinar on role of legislation in environmental protection, essence of religious education to conserve environment, live webinar on transdisciplinary research, principle and practices. Ma'am has been part of 10th National IQSC Conference in association with NAC on building uniqueness for enhancing institutional excellence. Ma'am has been part of international conference as well as state level conference. 2 days NAC sponsored workshop for principals of non-accredited colleges affiliated to Bangalore University. Ma'am has been invited and she has given expert talks on various topics in different institutions. Ma'am has chaired one-day national seminar on challenges and opportunities in higher education. She has been advisor for interview of combined graduate level examination conducted by Staff Selection Commission and item writer for Staff Selection Commission. Ma'am has been resource person for conducting political science contact classes for BA course of Karnataka Open University. Ma'am is also BOE member for different universities, research guide for PG, coordinator, secretary for Board of Studies. Now I request ma'am to enlighten us with her knowledge. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful brief description about me. Thank you so much. So I would just start my session with a quote that is Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So good morning to one and all present here. And once again, I thank Madam who has given a beautiful introduction about me. Thank you so much. And now I'll begin with a keynote, like where I start with, Honorable Chairperson of SHMT, Shri Prakash Mutta, Sir, respected Professor Anuja Brahma, in charge principal, illustrious dignitaries, participants, and dear students. It's my immense pleasure to be the part of one-day multidisciplinary blended national conference titled New Perspective of the History of India, Socio-Cultural, Geopolitical and History and Economic Aspects, organized by Seth Hirachand Mutta, College of Arts, Commerce and Science. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to be a keynote speaker of the conference. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire team who worked day and night to come up with a beautiful title with various sub-themes covering from the Vedic education to the impact of the extremist or moderate thoughts on today's youth. So this is one of the best topic that you have selected, though it is quite vast, but you have covered almost all the areas, which is actually the requirement of the present day. So I would like to share my screen. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so I'd like, though it has been focused already, sir, the president of the institution has already spoken about a lot about the history, about the position of the women and then the transformation of the women. And he also referred about the status of the women in the Vedic period and how women has been, encouraged, motivated in every part of life and the kind of respect that she deserved and the kind of respect that she was being given. And where sir has also mentioned about like the women had the complete right to choose her life partner, and women in the North India is being referred. I mean, many of the women are being titled as a Devi also. where sir has mentioned one name like Sumitra Devi kind of thing. So it's a great thing about sir to speak about a woman in a very dignified manner. So thank you so much about it, sir. So since the conference is focusing more on the history of India, where we talk about the socio-cultural, geopolitical and economic aspect, and as the sub-themes which are very much related with the particular title of the conference, which goes on the Indian cinema, it could be the heritage, it could be the archaeology, it could be about the role of women, it could be role about the Hindu women status and the Islamic women status, or it could be about the governance, or it could be about the role of youth and the impact of the extremists and moderates on the present youth. So these are the certain topics which are the sub-themes of this particular conference. And then how I relate with all these things, because I find that the position of women, of course, as political science, sociology, or you talk about the history, we all belong to one family, that is the family of social sciences, and we have an interconnection with each other. Right. So as we normally say in our subject, okay, political science without history has no root, and history without political science has no root. So it's an interconnection. So whatever we are teaching in political science, it becomes a history in the later days. So we say that past politics is present history and present politics is future history. So that means it's combined effect. And whatever we are doing for the sake of the society, for the welfare of everybody. So when I say welfare of everybody, then it's quite clear that it goes on with the concept of the governance. So, the governance and the government. So when we talk about the government or the governance, so government, when you say government, it's basically, we say it is a structure. It is a structure which has been organized, and the concept of the government, when we say, it's not a new concept. It was there in the society from long back, from years ago. You can see the traces of the government in the ancient history as well. We can also find the references in the Greek. We find the references in Kautilya's Arthashastra, where, you might have studied, all of you are aware about the concept that is being used by Kautilya in his Arthashastra, where he speaks about the, as the Saptanga theory. Right. So he also has spoken about the elements of the Saptanga theory, like it can be Swami, it can be Amatya, it could be Janapada, it could be Durga, Kosha, Bala, Mitra, all these 7 elements which are considered to be very, very important for the state. They have been considered like an limbs of the body. It has been considered as an organs of the government. So that means the focus was there on the government. The focus was there on the governance. So when you say governance, governance is nothing but where you say it is a channel, it is a process, which is on a continuous motion, right? So when you say Swami, that is, you have a ruler, you have Amatya, that's the ministers who are going to advise. So that means to say this was a process where Amatyas used to advise the Swami, and then the kind of the state, how the state should be, how Jana, how Pada should be, that is population and territory. So what kind of population should the state have? What kind of territory that the state should have? Kosha, when you talk about Kosha, that's you talk about the treasury, how the treasury should be filled, what time we have to impose the taxes on the people, when is the right time for us to impose the taxes on the people, when we are not supposed to impose the taxes on the people, when we should not pinch the pocket of the farmers, all those things, right? And he also spoke about the Durga, that is a fort. It's the fort, because it's a very important thing for any state, is because, you have to protect, if you have to protect yourself, your fort should be very strong enough. So where he has spoken about the different types of forts that were necessary to strengthen the state. Other than that, he also spoke about Bala, that is the strength, which is in the form of an army. Then he spoke about Mitra, ally. So all these things are very much related with the government, with the governance. So he also spoke about Danda, that is punishment. What kind of punishment has to be given in order to see that the people are being protected? Because when we talk about liberty, we basically talk about the different types of liberties that we have. We call it as a positive liberty, we call it as a negative liberty. So when you talk about the positive liberty, where we say that we are giving the freedom, okay, we are giving the freedom to the people and saying, okay, you can do anything. But then the question comes is, can you do anything, or should we impose certain restriction? Are the limitations important for us? So what happens when we say positive liberty? That means when we are giving a freedom to the people, we are giving certain restrictions. We are imposing certain limitations so that the people should not cross the boundary. So we are having the freedom to do whatever we want, but within the framework of the law. So that is what is very important. Then the freedom, when we say that if there is an absence of a liberty, that is, if there is no freedom, then what happens? Everything goes on haphazard manner. Everybody starts thinking he is supreme, because that's the nature of a human being. We always feel that I'm great, right? So this is what is the nature of a human being. So that's why, Aristotle also has spoken in our political science, who's called as father of political science. He says that man by nature is a quarrelsome animal. That is what happens, we, for anything and everything, we just get into a fight, we just get into a discussion, rather than we solve the problem with a discussion, with, a talk. So keeping all those things in our mind, where it was been realized that the government is very important. And when you talk about the government, of course, the systematic what we find today may not be there, but you can find the reference of the government, importance of the peace, importance of rules and regulations, everything we can find where the traces are there in our Indian cultures, in our, you talk about the Vedic period also. You can find the reference of all those things from our Vedic sculptures. We are getting all those information. So what happens when you talk about this? So though we always say that the Greek are the people who have introduced this concept and all, but then even in the Greek literature, when you see, you find there is a reference of Indian things. So you can find that these were the elements which have been there. Like we had a panchayat system was there, okay, where you can find even during the time of Ramayana days, the panchayat system was there, where the village headman used to sit and then they used to take a decision. So though it was probably not in a written format, but it was there in the form of oral practices, customary practices were there. So those were the days when we had a Grama panchayats, later on over the period of time when you find the Britishers entering to the India, where they brought a systematization in the form of the local bodies that we have. And then, we have the Grama Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti, Zilla Parishad. So that means over the period of time, we can find there is a change where we started bringing a systematic way of the presentation. So now, then we got a central government, then we got a state government, where we call that the country is a federal in nature, where we have a central government, we have a state government. And then when coming to the state government, again, where we say that powers are being distributed further between Grama Panchayat, Panchayat Samiti, Zilla Parishad. That's, the local self-government. We distribute into two. We call it as a rural local bodies, and then we call it as an urban local bodies. So what happens to say that governance is very, very important, because it's a process. If you want to establish peace in the country, that is possible by the government through the process of the governance. So now what happens? So when the concept of governance has come, so when you say governance, so we need to have a good governance. So how are you going to have a good governance? So we find there are certain key characteristics are there. You can also call it as, the features of the good governance. When you talk about where we say that participatory is very important, it should never be a one-way communication. It should be always a two-way communication. That is, when I talk to you, you talk to me, we come to a particular conclusion, rather than having a one-way communication, because one-way communication is something like where you're not having a clarity of the thought, or it is something like a dictating. So to have a good governance, it is always necessary that you should be having a participatory thing, where the participation becomes very much important. We also talk about the inclusivity. So when we talk about the inclusivity, so let's not be confined to one particular domain. Rather, we keep it open to everybody. Everybody should have the right to the part of the particular governance or the government. It could be men, it could be women, it could be the other gender that we have. We have to consider everything. So inclusivity becomes very important. Now, coming to the rule of law, again, rule of law is very important. Okay, so when we talk about the rule of law, I'll just talk to you about a form of a story, So the story goes on is that there's one ruler, he wants to take a throne, okay, and then he happens to get that throne, and then which the throne is being made out of, complete gold, and there were around 32 idols were there. Idols were being engraved in that. And how the thing happens is, this particular ruler, he comes to sit on the chair. So every moment he comes and sit on the chair, as I said that you are having 32, engraved things, right? So every time he tries to come and sit near the chair, an idol comes out of it. Okay, idol is made out of wood, though the chair is made out of gold, but the idol is made out of wood. So idol comes and asks the question, are you apt? Do you think that you are a suitable person to sit on the chair? Then he says no, and then he takes back. Okay, so next again he steps in, again he tries to go there, again the same question. So you are getting every time he goes near to the chair to sit, and every time a question has been asked, do you think you are an apt? Do you deserve this chair? So now what happens is, all the time, 31 times he says no, and the 32nd time also he says no, I don't deserve it. Then after that, the chair, that is the idols, they feel that they agree, they appreciate, his loyalty, right? Because he's confessing that I don't deserve this. So what happens when you say that means a rule of law, where we say that law is supreme. So we should come to the power with the objective to rule for the nation. We also not only make a rules for the nation, but we also have to follow the rules. So everybody is equal in the eyes of law. So that should be the concept when we talk about following the rule of law. So the law are applicable to everybody, whether you are a ruler, whether you are an ordinary citizen of the state. Talking about an efficiency, we expect the efficiency should be there. If the government is not efficient, then it is very difficult for the progress of the country. So efficiency becomes very important. Next is accountable. Whatever we are doing, we should be accountable for it. We should be responsible enough for it and say that, yeah, this is my responsibility, so I own it. Rather than, it is just like transferring the bucket from one person to another person and blaming the other person like he or she is accountable for me. So what happens? Accountability becomes very important to have a good governance. Vice versa, the transparency. So initial days, long back, when you talk again, go back to the ancient days or the Vedic period, you never found that there is a transparency in an administration. So over the period of time, we realize that there's a lot of loopholes are there. People are not able to judge like where exactly the loopholes are there. Where do you find the lacuna in the system? So over the period of time, it was been realized that transparency is very important in an administration. Only then you are being accountable. If there is no transparency, then how to find out who is accountable for the mistake? Right. So transparency is very important again to have a good governance. Vice versa, responsive. So responsiveness goes with an accountability. I'm responsible for the thing, what I'm doing it. Similarly, consonance oriented is again a very important thing for the good governance. So these are the certain examples that we see where the government of our country in the modern days, whereas, as I said, that there is a complete shift from the traditional pattern to the modern pattern. And traditional pattern, of course, the things were there in existence probably may not be as systematic as it is, or, the people awareness was quite comparatively less when you compare to the present scenario. It's all because of the digitalization. So we can find that, there are certain examples of the good governance. So when you talk about the good governance, as I just told you, these are the key features where responsiveness you have a transparency, you have accountability and all. So in order to ensure that you bring a good governance, so it is possible only when you reach out to the people, when people come out with their problems, whether the problems have been addressed. I agree it is not possible because India is having a huge population. We have already crossed China as well. Right. So addressing problem becomes very difficult if it is the time of a manual scenario. So as a result, when you find that there is a complete change, a transformation has taken place, okay, from non-technical to the technical grounds. So this is where you can find that technology has eased out our burden. Okay, so where the government of India has come up with a lot of schemes, a lot of projects that they have initiated. Let me talk about some examples over here. Like we have Bhumi. This is one of the important and a very successful project which has been initiated in the Karnataka government and the Bhumi, where you are having the land records, everything. So it is not easy. It is not possible in a way where earlier days, you can find that the same property was being filed or registered on so many number of the people, and then their properties goes in litigations and all. Now, because of the project of Bhumi, we have the land records. in Karnataka. Or else, if you talk about the another concept which has come now recently, which has been passed in Bihar, you call it as a Bihar RTI. Of course, RTI itself is there. The Right to Information Act is very much there in the Indian government. We are practicing since 2005. But then state-wise, you can find that the states over the period of time, they started adopting the system of Right to Information Act. So Bihar government has come up with the Bihar RTI online. It's a portal which has also been called as a Jankari portal. So Jankari is where you are getting an information through the different sources. Right. And other than that, we also see that now recent changes that has happened, the recent concepts which have come or recent projects which have been initiated by the government. You have the Parivan Seva, it could be Sarthi Parivan Seva. So, these are the certain projects. These are few examples that I've taken up, which has eased out our burden. So gone are the days where we used to go and stand in the RTO office. We go there, we for the, applying for LL, there is a procedure to go for it. Then you apply for LL, then you get a result. And then you, by any chance, if you don't qualify that, then you have to reappear for the exam. It used to take a lot of time. But then now what is happening because of this Sarthi Parivahan Seva, which has been initiated by the government of India, where we can see it is through the online portal. So you did not go to an RTO office, stand in a long queue and then, wait for your chance to come. You apply one day, then you get a date, and all those things are being completely eased out today. So what is happening through the Sarthi Parivan Yojana, you're just applying it online, you get a slot, and then you take up the online exam sitting in your home. Maybe around 10 to 15 questions, which comes in the form of an MCQs. Just take it, you get it, and then your online LL is done. So it is something like, all the facilities are at your fingertips. So this is what is possible here. Vahan. So Vahan is again another, the project which has been initiated by the government, which is again has eased out. So many times, like if I jump the signal, right? So how much fine I have to pay? Initial days, normally it's a human tendency. If the traffic police is standing over there, then the people have a tendency to wear a helmet or put a seat belt. And the moment when we see that they are not there, then we are not bothered about it. Right. But then we haven't noticed also like what are the things that is happening. So if you have ever observed in the signals and all on the roads, of course, yes, the cameras are fixed up. And other than that, the traffic police who is standing there near the signal, he has a small device which also has a mirror in that. Which also has a camera in that. So many of the people are not aware. So what happens now, whether I have jumped the signal, whether this much of amount has been imposed on me as a fine, that I can track it. Initial days, it was not possible for me to track. So what happens? I used to get the notice like, this much money I have to pay because I've jumped the signal and all those things. But now what is happening? You just, download this particular app in your phone and then you put your vehicle number and it will give you the list of signal jump you have done, or you have not worn a seat belt, or you're not worn a helmet or so. All these things are possible. And then if you see that you come under, you're supposed to pay the fine, and it's quite clear that you can pay the things through the online mode as well. So these are the certain things that are being done here. So when we talk about the next one, it's just why exactly this good governance is being done. So our main focus of the good governance is focusing on the citizens. So it's purely a citizen-centric. When you say citizen-centric, that means we are focusing on giving all the possible help from the government. Our government is trying to help the people in all the possible ways, as I keep on using the word, like easing the burden of the citizens rather than going and standing in a queue for a longer time. So it has become a citizen-centric. As we talk about the institutions, when we are working in the institution, we say it is a student-centric institution, vice versa. When we talk about the government in the present day, we say, or when we talk about the governance, we talk about it as like a citizens-centric. So these are the certain mechanisms which are there where you can find how do you call that it has become a citizen-centric. So one, we can seek information. So if I want to know something, I can seek information through the various sources, right? It is also, citizens are also giving the suggestions, like, many times, so and so new rule has been passed. So what do you think? So what do you think about this rule? So people talk about it, people express their opinions. So they're giving the suggestions, or they say this law would be right, this law would not be apt, or this should have been done, this shouldn't have been done. So all these things, citizens are demanding for the better services. Like, for example, in Karnataka, when the government has come up with this prior to the election, they came up with the freebies. Right, and lots of promises were being done, and after the government coming to the power, so they are ensuring that whatever the promises that they have done is been fulfilled. Okay, right. For example, women are traveling free in the bus. Okay, so it is like those are the certain examples. What happens when you have so much of rice is being given at the free of cost, so much of amount is been credited to the women of the house. Right. So these are the freebies which were being actually promised and which are also being given, and those promises are being fulfilled by the government of Karnataka at present. But then what happens? Whether are we just taking and keeping quiet, or whether you have certain people are demanding for some better services. So you can find that, anything that it comes, as I said, that it is good. Anything which comes will have two faces. It will be in the positive aspect, it will be in the negative aspect. So when these facilities were being given to the women and say that women can travel throughout Karnataka at the free of cost, you have to just show an Aadhaar card. The question comes is, the other people started demanding that instead of giving us a free facility to travel in the bus, why don't you give a health insurance? Why don't you make a free health service for us? So what I'm telling is, like, what they're demanding, is it right or wrong, is a separate thing. We are not going to validate about it, but then citizens have every right to demand for better services. So this is possible. The citizens are also holding the service providers like government agencies. They are accountable, and active citizens participation we can find in terms of the decision making, like, when the laws were being framed, like recently all of you are aware about the system, what we call it as the given women getting a reservation, 33% of reservation. So obviously what happens, people speak about it. Some are in favor, some are against, or they say this should have been done, that should not have been done. We talk about the Lokpal bill itself, when in our Indian parliament, the Lokpal bill was being placed in the parliaments in 1968. Later on, what happened over the period of time, there's a lot of modifications which were done, and then it has taken a shape of Jan Lokpal bill. So what I'm telling you is, people are demanding, people are expecting, people are telling this is what we want, people are telling this should be taken out. So the bill which was been pending for years together, decades together, got passed. So this is how the things happen. So now further, this particular governance, good governance, we also have the concept of e-governance. So now what is e-governance? So when we talk about the e-governance, where we say that it's the electronic governance. So today, everything is digitalized. So when we talk about everything is digitalized, so this e-governance can also be replaced with the concept of smart governance. Okay, because as I told, gone are the days when we were, searching for the things, we were doing all the manual work, like whether it could be the bank account that we used to open, we used to take all the proof and all that, go stand there. Even the bank employees used to sit and then, they used to maintain the account, the ledgers and all, they have to keep it. It was actually the system which was being followed, a manual process. Sometimes maybe due to the human error, there is a possibility where people land up into trouble. There could be a natural disaster which may lead to another problem for the documents and all those things. But then when the e-governance, when the governance has come, where I said good governance and then e-governance, which is also being referred as a smart governance, where you can talk about where it is a digitalization, where all your data is being stored. Of course, there are a lot of things which we can debate over the issues like, if you keep the data under the digital, is it safe or not? So that becomes another issue for the debate. So when we talk about the smart governance, so why do you call it as a smart? So when you talk about the smart, each and every alphabet stands for something. It has an acronym. So S stands for simple. So make the things very simple rather than making it as a complicated. Because as I told you, you can take in any example, right? You've taken any example, say for example, to make a passport around 20 years back. If you have to go for making a passport, it used to take a long process. A complete day. Sometimes you used to come and stand in a queue, maybe morning at 4:30, and then our chance comes around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So that was the thing. But now what is happening? Because of this, it has become very simple. To make a passport is not a big thing now. right? Within, on the tip of your finger, just pay the amount, block it, block your dates, and then you go, you get your timings accordingly, you go, and within maybe max to max 1 or 2 hours, you are done with your work. So that's how, where we say about the simplicity. They want to bring the work, they want to break down the work and make it very simple. M stands for moral, that is ethics. So when you talk about, the technology, it has nothing to do with human values. But then what happens? It doesn't make a differentiation. Who are you? It is, in a way, we can say that as it has been fed, like say, I come at 9 o'clock, I punch at 9 o'clock. It is 9 o'clock, no matter who am I, right? Supposing when it was, technology was not there. Let's assume when the biometrics was not there. Of course, biometric is a machine. It has nothing to do with ethics and all, but it is correct on its own way, because whatever has been fed over in the biometrics, that's what it is taking. So when we talk about the prior, before the biometrics came, and it was a manual registration, just come sign, one day you don't come, the next day you come and sign. These were the certain things which were happening, right? So when the biometrics comes, it is following a kind of ethics. Why ethics, I'm telling? Of course, it doesn't have a feeling, it doesn't have anything, but it knows like 10 o'clock, that's it. So 10 has been fed over there, then it says 10, that's it. So moral, we expect from the governance to be having the values, to have an ethics. Say A stands for an accountable. Okay, so you can talk about the government is accountable. R stands for responsive, which I've already spoken to you about the characteristics of the governance. So responsibility lies. Then we have a transparency. As I just told you, I come and punch at 10 o'clock. So it is 10 at 10. That's it. So there is no other changes which are happening. Now, when we look in terms of the history of e-governance, so how exactly the concept of e-governance came into a picture. So we say 1969 onwards, the America is the first country to introduce a concept of e-governance. And that was for the defense, which they try to connect it, on the similar way, which you call it as a local area network. 1970, you can talk about where we are having so once 1969, Americans came up with the concept of, the e-governance. So they tried for the defense. It was like, through local area network. 1970, we followed the suit, and then we said, why not we try? And then we tried from 1970 onwards. So where we went with collecting, census. Then we started putting some measures to ensure that the election process also can go according to that. So you also have, again, in 1970s, a separate electronic department was also being created in order to work on a digitalization, in order to connect, right? So 1976, these are the certain, the tagline that we are having, which says 1976, we have an IT, the Information Technology Ministry was been set up. 1977, we have National Informatics Center was set up. Then 1987, satellite-based network. 1987, you have a district information program. Then 1988, we are having NESCOM, which came into existence. And then after that, 1990, Operation Knowledge Process, 1999, Process to IT Act started. So major things that we talk here is about in the year 2006, where we have National E-Governance Plan, then 2015, Digital India, 2016, where you can find that it was being divided into two subgroups, where you have a separate IT ministry and then you have a communication ministry. So now you can find how the digitalization has brought a lot of changes in the society. So as I also told you about, I also mentioned you about, the system, how this Operation Knowledge. See, I said 1969, America introduced this concept of the governance where the electrification, though the systems were there. Then India also followed. So what happens is we have a system, like we got a computer. So when we got a computer, what are we going to do with that? Whether it is just an empty box, or should we know how to use it? So what happens later on over the period of time, the Operation Knowledge started. So Operation Knowledge started in a sense, how to use this device. I got a device. Now I know this is computer, but how to operate this computer? So technical know-how becomes very much essential. So you can find that over the period of time, the technical know-how started coming. People started focusing more on, making the people aware about. So where we say about the digital knowledge. So this particular digital knowledge, use of computer, has really helped each one of us, all the human beings during the time of the COVID period. when there was a lockdown, when everything was being shut, but then system went on. The system went on. Of course, it has affected. I'm not denying from the fact. But then when you talk about the educational institutions, when you talk about the office, no, we learned the technology. We learned how to use it. We started taking the classes on the online. When you talk about, even though the COVID is not dead, even the post-COVID time, we are using the technology in order to have a conference, because sometimes it's not possible for a person to travel all the way, whether across the country, out the country, right? So this technology is helping us. So this is possible through the operation knowledge. So all these are the certain things which have been initiated by the government. When you look in terms of the stages of e-governance, so there are different stage, different set of people giving a different opinion, where they say that there are 5 stages of e-governance, and some says there are 4 stages of the e-governance. So let's talk about what are these 5 stages of e-governance. So we say one-way communication. We talk about the two-way communication. We talk about the financial services, integration, as you have a horizontal, you have a vertical, and political participation. So when I say one-way communication, is something like, I guess what I'm doing right now is being referred as an one-way communication. So the two-way communication is where you're having an interaction, where you have a participation, like it's like an open platform where the people are discussing, having a debate and talking, all those things. So when you see the financial services, so when you talk about the e-governance has entered in the concept of the financial services, where taking care of the taxes and online filing of the taxes, right? So you have the banking system, which has been done through the online mode. Anything and everything that we are doing it, everything is happening through the online process, which we give the entire credit to the governance. Then you talk about the political participation also. So one of the example we talk about, again, referring back to the same COVID time, as I said, people were being have to close down themselves into the 4 walls of the house, but then system did not stop. It was on a process. So you can find that was a time when Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the country, he had a session. He used to have a session through online mode, where the chief ministers of all the countries used to participate in the online meetings, and then they used to talk, discuss, debate, and all those things. Not only in case of a political aspect, we also find in terms of our aspect as well. As I said, the classes that we were taking, it was like a two-way communications that were happening. When I said there's another perception about e-governance, where you are having a 4 stages, you talk about the computer, very important. The next is network. Without network, we cannot, have a conversation, we cannot talk. Then online presence is very important. So when the session is happening, whether the people are present over there, that is very important. Then the next question which comes is whether it is only a physical presence or whether it is a mental presence as well. So that can be realized where you have an interactivity, that is where you are having a two-way communication. So when we look in terms of dimensions of the e-governance, we talk about, am I running out of time?
No, madam, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So kindly please let me know if I'm running out of time.
Yeah, sure, madam. Sure.
Okay, thank you. So when we talk about the dimension of e-governance, so there are so many dimensions are there. And this is again, as I said, to reduce the burden of the people, make the life very simple, from the complex to simple. So that's the basic agenda of it. We have the concept like e-citizen. So when you say e-citizen, these are the certificates, like again, when you talk about, going for a registration, birth certificate, it could be marriage certificates, a payment of the bill. Now, all of us are paying the bill through our phone, through our mobile apps, right? We are not going anywhere else. Or else, prior to that, we have a system in Bangalore where we call it as a Bangalore One. So if I have to pay my electricity bill, or if I have to pay my water bill or something like that, I need not go all the way to BESCOM, or I need not go to DWS's office. If I just go to Bangalore One, which works 24/7, I can do that. So that is one option. The second option is I can do the payment through online mode. So this is e-citizen. You also have a e-transport, which I already told you about, the Sarathi. It could be Parivahan and all that. So you have a registration of your motor vehicle, issuing of your driving license. It could be our emission test that we have. All these things that we are doing it in a very simpler manner. And coming to the next one is about the e-medicine. See, there were a few days, years ago, that's probably 20 years back, the medicines. So what we used to do is, supposing somebody is hospitalized and they say that immediately blood is required, so and so particular blood group is required, or you require so many particular tablet, right, or particular injections. So now what we used to do is, and they say like in a hospital, they say it's emergency, please get it. So earlier days, as I said, decades ago, we used to run from one hospital to another hospital, or from one medical shop to another medical shop, in order to to ensure that whether we get that particular medicine or injection or something like that. But today, what is happening because of this e-medicine, where the data is being stored, where we, in a way where we call it as a big data and all those things. So data is being stored. So all the medicines are being enlisted. So supposing if I want a particular medicine, I don't know where exactly it is available. So what I do, I put the name of that medicine in the website, and then I check which hospital it is available or which medical store it is available, and then I can get it. So instead of me moving from one shop to another shop and wasting my time, by the time we don't know what happens with the patient. So this has reduced, and in a way we can say that these kind of e-medicine thing has also helped us a lot in saving many of the lives. So talk about like e-education we are having. So e-education, again, through the information technologies, or you talk about the e-registration. Okay, so e-registration is there, where we are having a property which are being registered. So this is also is made possible here. You also have the other projects which have come about, like you have a Gnanadoot, which is in Madhya Pradesh, or you have a Lokmani project, which is there in Uttar Pradesh, or you have a project Friends in Kerala, you have e-Mitra projects in Rajasthan, or you have admission of to the professional colleges, like, again, if you talk about the NEET, so NEET is again an exam which has been done through the combined entrance test. Or you talk about the NET examinations, all these things. Again, it is possible where you can be in any part of the country, you are eligible to take up this particular project. Coming to the next one is about government to the business. So when you talk about the government to the business, this also I've already given a reference about where we are having a e-taxation. So we are filing e-taxes, we are doing everything, a calculation, everything has been done, what do you call it as, Excel file is being, like, supposing when you talk about our institution, we get an Excel file, we put our data and automatically it has been calculated. So then it comes like whether I come under the taxation or a non-taxation, or how much amount am I supposed to pay. So, all these things are possible. So we are filing e-filing, we are doing it, e-returns, we are doing it. So these are the certain ways that is possible. The next one we talk about is government to government, that's we call it as G2G. So where we have e-secretariat, we have e-police, e-court. So let me just give one example of e-police. Again, when these kind of digitalization, when we don't have this concept of the governance, so earlier, as I said, systematic form of governance wasn't there. So again, if there were so many crimes which happened, right? So earlier days, to track out the criminal was very difficult. So today it is possible. Today, how it is possible? We are having e-police. So e-police, in a sense, they have a website and they have their own portal, and a particular person has been arrested. So all the data are being fed in the system. So if the similar kind of crime has happened, so then immediately it is easy for us to track out where the person is. So these are the certain things which has reduced the burden. Sitting here, I can find out whether this particular criminal has absconded from Bangalore and has gone to Kalyan, or from Kalyan whether he has gone to so all these things. So the data, when it has been registered, okay, that's a criminal profile has been created, then obviously it is open, it is accessible to entire police department. So it is easy for a person, for the police department to track out the criminals. So these are the certain things. Talk about e-court. Again, when we say about the e-court, that's always a concept which goes on is justice delayed is justice denied. So it is compared to the when we talk about the Indian population, as I said, we cross China as well. But then when you talk about the courts, we have very few courts. We have a Supreme Court, one single Supreme Court. We have, high courts are there. And then we have other district courts, municipal courts, and all other courts are there. Then again, for all small petty things, it is not possible for us to go to the different courts. So that's why we are having a fast track courts are also being set up. Okay, so where we can get a justice. We are also having like a PI, litigations are being filed. So these are the certain ways where we say about the contributions, where the concepts or the efforts which have been taken from the government side. We also talk about one more we have in Karnataka that's called as a Khajane. So Khajane is, again, it is related to the treasury. of where we are having a state budget and how much money has to be sanctioned, whatnot. Everything is coming through this particular portal that we have. Then we also have government to employee, that is G2E. So when we talk about the government to employee, so many times what happens, you might have seen, you might have observed, or many of us probably, when the elections were being announced, like either it could be the central election, or it could be the state election, or it could be a Vidhan Parishad election, right? So at that particular point of time, so many of the government officials, especially the teaching fraternity, or you talk about the police department, they are engaged into the election duties. So the question comes is, what about our right? That is, I'm involved in election duty. Am I in a position to cast my vote? So yes, we are in a position to cast the vote. So this again goes, the credit goes to the government of India. I'm not talking about any political parties. It's not a single party's efforts which has made the India to be the great India. It's a contribution of everybody here. So we have an e-postal, that is, we fill our vote and then we post it. So we also having now the vote by post is a system which is there. We also have HRMS, where about the payrolls. Many of us are getting the salary through HRMS. We have EMIs. We also have a VE procurement. So these are the certain projects which have come. We also have one more, we call it as NEGP, or it is also been called as a E-Kranti. So these are the certain initiatives which have been taken, and these are the 9 pillars of the E-Kranti. I guess I'm going out of time, so I would like to just finish it off at the earliest. Please don't mind for that. So these are the 9 pillars that we are having of the E-Kranti, which says Broadway Highway. You have universal access to the phones, then you have a public internet access programs. We have e-government, reforming government through the technology. We also have E-Kranti, electronic delivery of the services, information to all, electronics, manufacturing, a target we have, then we have IT for jobs, and then early harvest programs and all. So these are the many programs which have been initiated. Then we also have the citizen charter. So when we talk about the citizen charters, this also actually helps us to make an organization transparent and accountable, and it should be a citizen friendly. That's a basic objective of this particular e-citizen. So when we talk about the principles of this citizen charter, we talk about the quality, we talk about the choices, we talk about the standards, we talk about the values, accountability, and transparency. So all these things are the part of the governance, which I've given a brief gist about it. So now when we talk about, so the technology is there in our hands, right? As the theme talks about the emergence of the governance, the emergence of the governance, or the history of the governance. And coming to the next one is about what is the role of a youth. So youth plays a very important role. So our topic of the conference today, which is completely, whether it could be the cinema, it could be the archaeology that we have, it could be the heritage that we have, it could be the women that we have, or it could be anything, it could be the governance, anything and everything. When we take, we completely, directly or indirectly is connected with the present youth. So youth plays a very important role. So what is the responsibility of the youth? The youth responsibility, not necessarily that you should be a political science student, or you should be a history student, or you should be a humanities student to read the newspaper. No, it is a responsibility of each and every citizen, every youth, because today's children are tomorrow's leaders. So until and unless our youth are enlightened about the awareness about the rights. So there are many things where the people are, the students, the present generation youth. I'm not telling that it's everybody. I'm not generalizing the statement, but there are many youth who are unaware about their rights. So what happens here? The moment you are unaware about your rights, so obviously you are the one who cannot be an asset to the nation. So you can be an asset to the nation. The country lies in your hand, provided you are an enlightened citizen. So it's not that you know the technology. So try to understand the repercussions, whatever the laws are being framed, whether the laws are really, has any weightage in the present scenario, or whether it is just created, right? So you should be in a position to analyze each and every law that has been prepared. Is it right or not? Be aware about your rights, right? Help the country, help the society. So that's what we always say. So I end up with my presentation with one quote: the day in which you have not done good to others will not be recorded in your book of life. So Senchara. So thank you so much. I hope I have not crossed my time limits, but if I've crossed, I'm extremely sorry for it. And I would like to thank all the organizing team who has given me an opportunity to speak over the concept. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us.
Thank you.
Now I move to give vote of thanks of this inaugural session. Good morning, one and all the dignitaries and my dear students. I, Mrs. Vinita Hubrekar, on behalf of Seth Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanic Trust, Seth Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Kalyan, I extend my vote of thanks to our chief guest dignitaries, Dr. Ajay Bhamre, sir, Dr. Sunena Kadle ma'am, Dr. Rupali Mokashi ma'am, Dr. Pradnya Vakpainjan ma'am, Mrs. Shruti Vaikam ma'am, Dr. Kaveri Swami ma'am, Mr. Birut sir, Dr. Vadarge sir, Mr. Arun Singh, Dr. Arvind Sontakke, our guest of honor, Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangre ma'am, our college chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, trustee CA Anvesha Mutha ma'am, IC principal, Mrs. Anuja Brahma ma'am. With this, we conclude this inaugural session. I request Darshana ma'am to take charge of the plenary session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vinita madam. Honorable dignitaries, learned delegates, respected teachers and students, a very good morning to one and all. I, Ms. Darshana Deshmukh, with a great honor and pleasure, welcome you all on behalf of Seth Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science for this one-day blended national conference on new perspective of the history of India, socio-cultural, geopolitical and economical aspects. Now we are moving forward towards the plenary session of the conference. For the session, we have eminent and highly principled Dr. Rupali Mokashi Madam as our honorable chairperson, who is PhD awarded by the University of Mumbai, MPhil in History of Mumbai, Board of Studies, Department of History, Sathe College, Mumbai, Board of Studies, Department of Ancient Indian Culture and History, Sathe College, Mumbai, and many more. We are having a resource person, Mr. Sunil Biru sir, who has been the paper conservator, Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Dr. Suresh Badarage sir, BNN College, professor and head Department of History as an resource person. Mr. Arun Singh sir, St. Xavier's College, assistant professor, Department of History as an resource person. It's a great pleasure to welcome such noted personality as our guest of honor today. A warm welcome to all our honorable guests. Dr. Rupali Madam, shall I have the permission to begin with the plenary session?
Yes, madam. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam. Here, we are going to start plenary session for today's conference. Now, I would like to request Mr. Rupesh Podbhare sir to introduce our resource person, Mr. Sunil Biru sir. Rupesh sir, over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good morning to all. Mr. Sunil Biru has experience of over 30 years as a paper conservator at the Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Till date, with his team, he has conserved over 8,000 rare and antiquarian books in the possession of the society. His early training was under Dr. O.P. Agrawal, Director, Intact, Lucknow, who helps set up the conservation lab. Later in 2010, he trained at the Staatsbibliothek Zoo, Berlin, learning basic techniques and measurements of preventive storage of books and stocks. More recently, the Asiatic Society of Mumbai was felicitated by the Sakal Group of Papers for its outstanding efforts in conservation and digitization. At a heritage conservation seminar organized by Birla College, he presented a paper on paper conservation techniques and also participated in a 3-day conservation conclave at CSMVS in Mumbai and was also felicitated by Rotary Club of Bombay and Urban Heritage Committee. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, your mic is off. Sir, your mic is off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
हॅलो. नमस्कार मंडळी, मी सुनील बिरोड सर्वांचं स्वागत करतो या सेशन मध्ये. आणि सेठ हिराचंद मुथा कॉलेजचे सर्व सायन्स आर्ट या फॅकल्टीचे सर्व मेंबर्स, आणखी तिथले प्राध्यापक, प्राचार्य आणि आज जे पार्टिसिपेट झालेले आहेत विद्यार्थी मंडळी, या सर्वांचं मी स्वागत करतो. आणि ह्या विषयाला जे आज जो वन डे ब्लेंडेड नॅशनल कॉन्फरन्स आहे, न्यू पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह ऑफ द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इंडिया, सोशियो कल्चर, जिओपॉलिटिकल अँड इकॉनॉमिकल ऍस्पेक्ट्स. तर ह्या विषयी माझा टॉपिक आहे इम्पॉर्टन्स अँड नीड टू प्रिझर्व हेरिटेज ऑफ इंडिया. आपण ऐकलंच असेल की इम्पॉर्टन्स अँड नीड टू प्रिझर्व ऑफ हेरिटेज इंडिया. तर आधी मी माझ्या एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये काय काम करतोय सरांनी आताच सांगितलेलं आहे. आणि हा विषय याच्याशी निगडीत आहे की एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये जवळजवळ 3.5 लाख ते 4 लाख पुस्तकं आहेत आणि ती फार रेअर पण आहे. आपल्या सर्वांना स्क्रीन दिसते? हॅलो सर. हॅलो.
नाही सर, अजून स्क्रीन तुमची शेअर नाही झाली.
स्क्रीन नाही, स्क्रीन शेअर करतो जरा.
नेटवर्क इश्यू असेल, येत आहे.
आता दिसलं की सांगा मला जरा प्लीज. नेटवर्क इश्यू आहे का? हॅलो. नेटवर्क इश्यू
नाही.
हॅलो.
हो सर,
Hello.
आता स्क्रीन विजिबल आहे.
दिसते ना?
हो सर.
सॉरी, मी सर्वांना इथे नेटवर्क इश्यू असल्यामुळे जरासा प्रश्न आहे आपला. तर आपलं तिथे एशियाटिक सोसायटी ऑफ मुंबई इथे मी काम करतो आणि रेअर बुक्स कन्झर्वेशन अँड प्रिझर्वेशन मध्ये जे लायब्ररी कलेक्शन आहे त्यामध्ये मी काम करत असतो. आणि या सेशनचं जे टॉपिक आहे त्यानुसार हा नीड प्रिझर्व, इम्पॉर्टन्स अँड नीड प्रिझर्व हेरिटेज ऑफ इंडिया. पण एशियाटिक सोसायटी काय आहे, उपस्थित लोकांना बहुतेकांना याची कल्पना आहे की एशियाटिक सोसायटी ही एक लायब्ररी आहे, परंतु त्यामध्ये जे काही कलेक्शन आहे ते सर्वोत्तम असं वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचं पुस्तकं पण आहेत, फाईन्स आहेत, काही बुद्धकालीन आमच्याकडे ठेवा आहे, तो पण मी तुम्हाला स्क्रीनवर शेअर करणार आहे. परंतु थोडक्यात असं पुढे जर जायचं असेल तर आपण ह्या जो आज ज्या दिवसासाठी आपण ज्या गोष्टीवर आपण बोलणार आहोत, तर आपल्या भारतामध्ये म्हणा किंवा जगामध्ये खूप मोठ्या प्रकारचं आपल्याला वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी हेरिटेज बघायला मिळतं आणि त्याचं जतन करणं हे सुद्धा खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात चालू आहे. युनेस्को आहे, इस्कॉन ही सोसायटी आहे आणि गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया आहे. या वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी हेरिटेज स्पॉट्सला प्रिझर्व करत असते. तर परंतु ह्या जतन करण्याविषयी किंवा हे जतन कसं केलं जातं, तुम्ही साधारणपणे गड, किल्ले किंवा एखादं स्तूप बघितलं असेल किंवा एखाद्या म्युझियम मध्ये भेट दिली असेल तर ते सुद्धा ऑब्जेक्ट्स हे आपल्या इंडियन हेरिटेजच्या अंडर येतात. आता आपण हे याचं इम्पॉर्टन्स काय आहे, म्हणजे हे कशासाठी आपण प्रिझर्व करतो आणि हे काय आपल्याला देत आहे हे सर्वांना एक वेगळ्या प्रकारे सांगण्याची इथे आवश्यकता नाहीये, परंतु जे इतिहास आपला आहे किंवा आपला जो वारसा ठेवलेला आहे तो नेमकं काय आपल्याला सांगतो आहे आणि आपल्याला पुढे भविष्यामध्ये येणाऱ्या जनरेशनसाठी याच्यातून काय मिळणार आहे हे आपण जर समजून घेतलं तर या ठेव्याचा आपल्याला खऱ्या अर्थाने, ह्या वारशाचा खऱ्या अर्थाने आपल्याला फायदा होणार आहे. तर एशियाटिक सोसायटी ऑफ मुंबई मधल्या कलेक्शन विषयी मी तुम्हाला कल्पना देतो आणि तिथे मी कसं जतन करतो ते थोडक्यामध्ये मी तुम्हाला सांगतो. तर आता एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये रेअर बुक्स आहेत, रेअर पिरियडिकल्स आहेत, रेअर मॅगझिन्स आहेत, ओल्ड इम्पॉर्टंट गॅसेट्स आहेत, नंतर रेअर आर्टिफॅक्ट्स आहेत. तर रेअर आर्टिफॅक्ट्स मध्ये आपल्याकडे बुद्धकालीन जो नालासोपारा येथे खोदकामामध्ये सापडलेला ठेवा आहे तो ठेवलेला आहे. 1880 मध्ये भगवानलाल इंद्रजी यांनी उत्खननामध्ये सापडला नाही, त्याच्यावर त्यांनी संशोधन केलेलं आहे. आणि आपण जे आता म्हणतो की जे इंडियन हेरिटेज आहे तसं ते सर्वदूर बाहेरच मिळतं असं बघायला नाहीये, परंतु काही ग्रंथालयांमध्ये सुद्धा त्याचा ठेवा सुरक्षित केलेला आहे. आता तो सुरक्षित ठेवा जो आहे काही संशोधक वापरत असतात किंवा संशोधकांना तो बघायला मिळतो, परंतु तो विद्यार्थी मित्रांना पण बघायला मिळावा असं एशियाटिक सोसायटीचा एक प्रकल्प आहे घेतलेला आम्ही हाती, आणि त्याला जतन करावं हा सुद्धा एक प्रकारचा विषय इथे आहे. तर आपण पुढची स्लाइड. आता कन्झर्वेशन वरती, म्हणजे आपला जो विषय आहे इम्पॉर्टन्स अँड प्रिझर्व्ह हेरिटेज, त्याच्यामध्ये कन्झर्वेशन हा विषय का मी घेतोय की आपण जिथे जिथे आपण भेटी देतो, वारसा स्थळांना आपण भेट देतो, तेव्हा त्या वारसा स्थळांना पर्यटन स्थळ म्हणून डिक्लेअर केलेलं असतं किंवा ते वारसा स्थळ त्या पर्यटनाच्या क्षेत्रातून त्या माध्यमातून लोकांपर्यंत जात असतं आणि तिथे वेगवेगळे व्हिजिटर्स भेट देत असतात आणि आपल्या आपल्या परीने त्याचा समजून घेण्याचा प्रयत्न करत असतात. काही संशोधक असतात ते त्यांच्या परीने त्याला समजून घेतात, काही पर्यटक असतात ते त्यांच्या परीने त्यांना कळून समजून घेतात. पण आता वारसा स्थळ हे जतन करण्याची खूप मोठी वेगळी गोष्ट आहे. आपण साधारणपणे वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज डे जो आहे तो 18 एप्रिल रोजी साजरा करतात. आता 18 एप्रिल रोजी जो वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज जो साजरा केला जातो तो बांधकामांना सुरक्षित करण्यासाठी भर दिलेला आहे. त्या वारसा जो आहे तो बांधकाम जे आहे त्याचं त्यांना सुरक्षित कसं करता येईल त्या दिवशी त्याचा तो दिवस म्हणून तो साजरा केला जातो. आणि बांधकाम जिथे जिथे असतील किंवा जे वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज आहेत त्यांच्या तो म्हणजे 18 एप्रिल हा दिवसच त्याच्यासाठी ठेवलाय की बांधकामांना संरक्षण देणे, स्तूपांना संरक्षण देणे, हेरिटेजना संरक्षण देणे. परंतु हे एवढंच आहे का आपल्या इंडियन हेरिटेज मध्ये ही जी आपली कलेक्शन आहे किंवा हे जे दिसतं हे एवढंच आहे का, आपल्याला लिमिटेड आहे का? नाही. तर ग्रंथालयांमध्ये याचं कार्य कसं चालतं, म्हणजे आता समजा आपण उदाहरणार्थ एक अंबरनाथचं मंदिर जर घेतलं की त्याला आता सुरक्षा देत आहेत आणि त्याचं प्रिझर्वेशन करतायत, मग या मंदिराचं सुरक्षा म्हणजे मंदिराचं जे प्रिझर्वेशन आहे, कन्झर्वेशन आहे हे करण्यासाठी त्याचं जे डॉक्युमेंटेशन आहे ते कुठे आहे, तर ते साहजिकच ग्रंथालयांमध्ये आहे. मग ग्रंथालयांनी जर ते प्रिझर्व केलं तर ते बांधकाम करणारे किंवा प्रिझर्व करणारे किंवा जे आर्किटेक्ट आहेत किंवा आता जे कामगार काम करणारे बांधकाम अंबरनाथच्या टेम्पलवर त्यांना ते आम्ही उपलब्ध करून देतो. तर खऱ्या अर्थाने ह्याची आपण अशी सांगड घालतो की आपलं जे इंडियन हेरिटेज आहे त्याच्याच बरोबर ग्रंथालयातलं हेरिटेज जे पुस्तकांच्या माध्यमातून आपल्याकडे मिळत आहे ते खूप सुद्धा महत्वाचं आहे, हे मी तुम्हाला सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न करत आहे. तर आता कन्झर्वेशन आणि प्रिझर्वेशन हा विषय बहुतेकांना नवीन असतो किंवा ते नेमकं काय करत असतात, पुस्तकांचं जतन कसं केलं जातं हे मी यातून तुम्हाला सांगेन. की पेपर कन्झर्वेशन मुळातच हा एक वेगळा विषय आहे, ज्यांनी बघितलेला असेल त्यांना ते लक्षात येतं. परंतु रेअर बुक्स कन्झर्वेशन, पेपर कन्झर्वेशन हा जो विषय आहे तर पेपर मुळातच खराब का होतो की त्यामध्ये ऍसिडिक तत्व वाढतं आणि तो पिवळा पडतो किंवा डॅमेज केलेलं आपल्या टर्माइट्सने किंवा सीपेज पाणी लिकेज होतं वगैरे याच्यामुळे सुद्धा बुक्स खराब होतात. आणि त्याच्यासाठी आणखी दुसरी कारण आहेत की ह्युमिडिटी आहे, टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल आहे, पेपर हाताळणं आहे. या सर्व गोष्टीपासून आपण संरक्षित करून त्यांना ठेवलं तरच हे पुढच्या पिढीला, पुढच्या हस्तलिखित आहे हे पुढच्या पिढीला मिळावं हा त्याच्या मागचा हेतू असतो. आणि विशिष्ट पद्धतीने रासायनिक क्रिया करून किंवा विशिष्ट पद्धतीचे बॉक्सेस तयार करून ते आपण पुस्तकं त्यामध्ये ठेवतो. तर स्टोरेज सिस्टीम पण आपल्याला त्याच्यासाठी पाहिजे की जे प्रॉपर मेथड आहे स्टोरेज सिस्टीम करण्याची, त्याच्यासाठी बॉक्स ऍसिड फ्री कार्डबोर्ड बॉक्स तयार करावे लागतात आणि मुळातच हे जर ऑनलाईन असल्यामुळे काय माझ्याकडे काही अत्यंत वेगवेगळी साधनं आहेत जी मी ऑफलाईन असताना दाखवत असतो विद्यार्थ्यांना. तर ते इथूनही मी तुम्हाला थोडक्यात दाखवेन बॉक्स वगैरे. तर पहिला मी तुम्हाला दाखवेन की शेल्विंग आणि बॉक्सेस आणि त्याच्यामध्ये ठेवल्यामुळे ते लॉंग टर्म साठी चांगले राहतात. अदरवाईज ओपन शेल्स मध्ये ठेवतो तेव्हा ते डस्ट त्याच्यावरती बसते आणि ते डे टू डे स्वच्छता ठेवणं किंवा प्रत्येक महिन्यामध्ये दर 3 महिन्याने स्वच्छ करणं हे सर्वांना शक्य नसतं. तर प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन प्री रिक्वेस्ट. आता तुम्हाला स्क्रीन दिसतंय व्यवस्थित? हॅलो हॅलो सर.
हो सर, हो. तुमची
हा,
स्क्रीन
आणि
विजिबल आहे.
माझा आवाज पण येतो व्यवस्थित?
हो सर, तुमचा आवाज क्लिअर आहे.
बरोबर. नाही तर मी नुसतं बोलत राहील आणि मला इकडे कळणार.
नाही सर.
तर हा विषय म्हणजे प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन जो आहे. आता प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह आणि क्युरेटिव्ह. प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह मध्ये म्हणजे आपण एखाद्या गोष्टीला सुरक्षित ठेवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतो आणि क्युरेटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन मध्ये खराब झालेली वस्तू जी मुळातच चांगली सांभाळून सुद्धा त्याच्या एजमुळे म्हणा किंवा त्याला जास्त दिवस हाताळलं न गेल्यामुळे दुर्लक्ष झाल्यामुळे अति खराब झालं असेल तर त्याला क्युरेटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन म्हणतात. तर आपला आता जो स्क्रीनवर तुम्हाला दिसते प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह. आता प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह मध्ये समजा आता इथे माझ्यासमोर काही विद्यार्थी आहेत, सर आहेत, प्रोफेसर्स आहेत, त्यांच्या कॉलेजचं कलेक्शन असेल किंवा त्यांचं स्वतःचं कलेक्शन असेल किंवा ते इथे लायब्ररीयन सुद्धा आपल्या समोर असतील. तर त्यांना हा विषय असतो प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन. किंवा मग आता माझं पहिला हे आहे की नोईंग युअर कलेक्शन. तुमच्या कलेक्शन विषयी तुम्ही साधारणपणे सर्वात जास्त चांगली माहिती तुम्हाला स्वतःला पाहिजे की आपल्याकडे काय आहे. आणि ऑब्झर्विंग अँड अंडरस्टँडिंग द कलेक्शन. आपल्याकडे काय आहे, कसं आहे आणि नेमकं त्याची महत्व काय आहे हे आपण आधी समजून घेतलं तर त्याला आपण जतन करण्याविषयी पुढे पाऊल टाकू शकतो. तर आपलं कलेक्शन जे आहे ते आपण ऑब्झर्विंग अंडरस्टँडिंग समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. आयडेंटिफाय द डिटोरेशन फॅक्टर्स. आता मी पुढच्या स्टेपला येतो की समजा ठीक आहे आपल्याकडे आपल्या कॉलेजमध्ये पुस्तकं आहेत, काही ठिकाणी अत्यंत दुर्मिळ समजा 1000 पुस्तकं आहेत पण 10 पुस्तकं तुमच्याकडे अत्यंत दुर्मिळ आहेत किंवा एखाद्या त्या दुसऱ्या कॉलेजमध्ये नाही पण आपल्याकडे आहे. तर यांना पण आपल्याला आज जतन करायला पाहिजे की ते विद्यार्थ्यांना सतत मिळत राहील. तर या दृष्टीने आपण त्याला ठेवलं कसं पाहिजे की ते मी आता स्क्रीनवरती बॉक्स पण तुम्हाला दिसतोय. पहिल्या स्क्रीन मध्ये तुम्हाला डिजिटायझेशनचं एक मशीन आहे दिसत आहे. तर डिजिटायझेशन हे आजच्या काळातलं बहुतेकांना स्कॅनिंग किंवा डिजिटायझेशन याची कल्पना आहे ना विद्यार्थी मित्रांनो? हॅलो. हा सर.
येस सर.
हा, तर हे डिजिटायझेशनचं जे मशीन दिसत आहे तर हे सर्वांना ज्ञात आहे की स्कॅनिंग कसं केलं जातं, त्याचं डिजिटायझेशन करून कसं केलं जातं. तर एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये आज इथे 40,000 पुस्तकांच्या वर पुस्तकं आम्ही स्कॅन केलेली आहेत आणि ती वाचक वर्गाला उपलब्ध करून दिलेली आहे. त्याचप्रमाणे आमच्याकडे टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, लंडन टाइम्स, गॅझेटर्स हे अशा प्रकारचं सुद्धा स्कॅन केलेलं आहे आणि लोकांना ते उपलब्ध करून दिलेलं आहे. परंतु नुसतं डिजिटायझेशन किंवा स्कॅन करून होणार आहे का? नाही. कारण डिजिटायझेशन आणि स्कॅनिंग झालं तर फार तर तुम्ही ते लोकांना उपलब्ध करून देऊ शकता इंटरनेटद्वारे किंवा स्कॅनिंगचं याच्याद्वारे. परंतु जर ते ओरिजिनल पुस्तकांचं काय करायचं किंवा ओरिजिनल रेअर हस्तलिखित आहे, हस्तलिखिताचं स्कॅनिंग करून नुसतं आपण ते केलं तर लोकांना ते वाचायला मिळतं, परंतु ओरिजिनलला कसं प्रिझर्व करायचं. तर सर्वांजवळच कन्झर्वेशन अँड प्रिझर्वेशनची फॅसिलिटीज नाहीयेत. सर्वांजवळच असे तज्ज्ञ माणसं तिथे प्रत्येकाला नेमता येत असं नाहीये. म्हणून हा सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न आहे की दुसऱ्या स्क्रीनमध्ये आपणास एक बॉक्स दिसतोय. अशा प्रकारचे ऍसिड फ्री कार्डबोर्डचे बॉक्स उपलब्ध असतात. यामध्ये तुमचे काही फोटो म्हणा किंवा त्या साईजचे हस्तलिखित तुमच्याकडे असेल किंवा तुमच्या कॉलेजचे काही दुर्मिळ फोटोज असतील, जुने असतील किंवा तुमच्या कॉलेजचे प्रॉपर्टी डॉक्युमेंट्स असतील आणि जे त्यांना सांभाळून ठेवायचं असेल तर अशा प्रकारचे वेगवेगळ्या साईज मध्ये कार्डबोर्ड बॉक्सेस करून तयार करून पण मिळतात आणि तुम्ही त्यामध्ये ते ठेवू शकता. आता आपलं आता जे तिसरं आहे त्यामध्ये तुम्हाला एक स्क्रीनवरती वेगवेगळे ब्लॅक स्पॉट पडलेलं काहीतरी असं दिसत आहे. आता तुमच्या कलेक्शन मध्ये तुम्ही लक्षात घेतलं पाहिजे की आपलं जे कलेक्शन आहे त्याला आपण वारंवार म्हणा 3 महिन्यातून म्हणा 2 महिन्यातून ते बघितलं पाहिजे की त्याला काही स्पॉट्स दिसत आहेत का किंवा काय ते खराब होत आहे का अशा पद्धतीने जर हे काळे स्पॉट आपल्याला दिसत असतील तर ते फंगसचे स्पॉट्स आहेत किंवा हे जास्त दिवस न हाताळल्यामुळे त्याच्यावर डायरेक्ट ह्युमिडिटी वाढल्यामुळे असं मॉइश्चर ऍब्सॉर्ब केल्यामुळे आणि त्यामध्ये अगोदर डस्ट असते ते मॉइश्चर ऍब्सॉर्ब केल्यानंतर डस्ट आणि ते मॉइश्चर मिळून हे ब्लॅक स्पॉट तयार. तर अशा पद्धतीचं असेल तर आपण त्याला एक सॉफ्ट ब्रशने क्लीन करू शकतो किंवा त्याचं जर जास्त प्रमाणात काही हे असेल तर एखादं कन्झर्वेशन कन्सल्टला तुम्ही कन्सल्ट करून ते जतन करू शकता. तर हे एक साधारण तुम्हाला प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह मेथडचं हे सांगितलं. मी पुढच्या स्क्रीनसाठी यामध्ये सुद्धा तुम्हाला आता की कशा पद्धतीने जतन करण्याची साठी काय काय फॅक्टर्स आहेत. आता इथे आहे प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन इज द creation of an environment in which is the factors determined to the archival material cannot exceed the control of the proper environment. The control of the proper environment, shelving, handling practice, etc. is the basic requirements as that are need as preventive conservation measures of archival material. आता आपण म्हणतोय प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन मध्ये आपण हँडलिंग प्रॉपर केलं पाहिजे, त्याला प्रॉपर एन्व्हायरमेंट पाहिजे. तर प्रॉपर एन्व्हायरमेंट म्हणजे काय. आता आपल्या कॉलेजमध्ये समजा एक लायब्ररी आहे, तर लायब्ररीला साधारणपणे कुठे जागा असेल त्या जागेच्या मध्ये जेव्हा पुस्तकं ठेवलेली आहेत, कपाटं ठेवलेली आहेत, तर नॉर्मल गोष्टी म्हणजे किंवा तिथे लिकेजचा प्रश्न असू शकतो किंवा तिथे कपाटं खिडकीच्या जवळ ठेवलेली असू शकतात. तिथे त्या कपाटांना डायरेक्ट बाहेर खिडकीच्या पासून पाण्याच्या पावसाचं पाणी किंवा कुठल्याही वरची पाण्याच्या टाकी असतील तिथल्या पाण्याच्या फवाऱ्यामुळे ते पाणी त्या कपाटांपर्यंत पोहोचत असेल. तर अशा ज्या नॉर्मल गोष्टी आहेत, साध्या गोष्टी त्या आपण लक्षात घेतल्या पाहिजे आणि त्या गोष्टीपासून आपण पाण्यापासून म्हणा लिकेज पासून ते पुस्तकांना रक्षण केलं पाहिजे. आणि आता म्हणजे हेच रिस्क जे आहेत ते आपल्याला लक्षात येतं की आता कुठे तळमजल्यावरती जर लायब्ररी असेल तर उंदरांपासून त्याचं रक्षण केलं पाहिजे. तर हे जे डॅमेज होण्याचे जे काही रिस्क आहेत ते आपण कमी केले पाहिजे आणि सुटेबल स्टोरेज निर्माण केलं पाहिजे, सेफ हँडलिंग केलं पाहिजे, एअर व्हेंटिलेशन व्यवस्थित पाहिजे. कारण कुठली पण वस्तू खराब होणे हे निरंतर असतं, परंतु तिचं जे खराब होण्याचं स्पीड आहे किंवा आपण पर्पजली म्हणजे दुर्लक्षमुळे ते जर खराब होत असेल तर ते आपण जतन केलं पाहिजे. आपल्या कलेक्शनला आपण वारंवार लक्ष घातलं पाहिजे, तरच ते कलेक्शन आपण चांगलं ठेवू शकतो. आता मी बोललो की आपण लक्ष नाही दिलं, दुर्लक्ष झालं किंवा मग कपाटांमध्ये पुस्तकं ठेवलेली आहेत आणि बरेच दिवस ते आपण बघत नाही, तर त्यामध्ये काय होतं की आता पहिली जी स्लाइड आहे त्यामध्ये एक नकाशा आहे आणि तो नकाशा एक 5-6 फोल्ड केलेला नकाशा, पण तो वरून बघायचा हा ठीक आहे दिसतो आहे, चांगला ठेवलेला आहे, पण जेव्हा त्याला ओपन केलं तर ओपन केल्यानंतर त्याच्या मध्यभागी बघा कशा प्रकारचे वेगवेगळे फंगस स्पॉट्स ब्लॅक कलरचे झालेले आहेत. तर हे तुम्हाला एक उदाहरणार्थ दाखवलेलं आहे की आपण एखादी वस्तू ठेवली आहे तर आपण फक्त बघतो अरे वरून अरे चांगलं ठेवलेली आहे, आपल्याला मॅप्स दिसत आहेत, पुस्तकं दिसत आहेत. आणि दुसऱ्या स्लाइड मध्ये बघा कपाटात मध्ये पुस्तकं लाईनीमध्ये व्यवस्थित दिसतात, बाहेरून चांगली दिसतात आणि ती जेव्हा आपण एखादं पुस्तक काढतो तेव्हा त्याच्या जी फळी आहे खालचे जे बेस आहे त्या बेसला पावडर पडलेली आपणास दिसते. तर अशा प्रकारचं प्रिझर्वेशन, अशा प्रकारचं प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन व्ह्यू म्हणजे आपला एक काय म्हणता येईल त्याला आपण एक दृष्टी आपण ठेवली पाहिजे की आपण जी सांभाळून वस्तू ठेवतो आहे किंवा त्याला आपण कशा पद्धतीने लक्ष घातलं पाहिजे आणि हे लक्षात आणून दिलं पाहिजे. आता हे लक्षात आणून दिलं पाहिजे कोणाचं, म्हणजे लायब्ररी अटेंडंट असतील किंवा मग त्या लायब्ररी अटेंडंटने आपल्या लायब्ररीच्या लक्षात आणून दिलं पाहिजे की असं अशा पद्धतीने इथे पावडर दिसते किंवा अशा पद्धतीने पुस्तक खराब होत आहे. तर ह्या काही छोट्या गोष्टी ज्या वाटत त्या कालांतराने दुर्लक्ष झाल्यामुळे ते खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणात पुस्तकांचं नुकसान करतात आणि ते बुकवर्म्स आहेत किंवा जे काही आता ही पांढरी पावडर जी तुम्हाला दिसते आहे ही जी आहे हे बुकवर्म्स त्यामध्ये आहेत आणि ते त्या बुक्सला डॅमेज करतात. अशाच म्हणजे पेपर जे काही असेल डॉक्युमेंटेशन ते केले डॉक्युमेंट्स असतील ते ठेवलेले तर ते तुम्ही जतन केलं पाहिजे आणि तुम्ही त्याच्याकडे दुर्लक्ष करायला नाही. आता या तिसऱ्या स्लाइड मध्ये पण हा बघा एवढा भाग आहे. आता हे अत्यंत महत्वाचं रेकॉर्ड होतं एका ठिकाणी आणि पुस्तकाचं बाइंडिंग वगैरे खूप सुंदर बाहेरून सर्व व्यवस्थित दिसायचं, नेहमी समोरून त्याला साफसूफ करून घ्यायचे, पण पुस्तकाला बाहेर काढून कधी साफ केलं गेलं नाही किंवा हे जे काही रेकॉर्ड आहे याला कधी असं बाहेर काढलं आणि व्यवस्थित बाजूला टेबलवर ठेवून हे 1 by 1 साफ केलं नाही. तर त्यांच्या ते लक्षातच आलं नाही की पाठीमागून कपाटाच्या पाठीमागच्या बाजूने अशा प्रकारे ते डॅमेज केलेलं आहे. तर ही अशा काही ऍक्सिडेंटली म्हणा किंवा दुर्लक्ष झाल्यामुळे असं होऊ नये म्हणून मी तुम्हाला ही काही उदाहरणं दाखवत आहे की अशा पद्धतीचं डॅमेज म्हणजे मी सुद्धा काही ठिकाणी जातो तेव्हा आय एम व्हेरी सरप्राईज की मला पण असं आश्चर्य वाटतं, अरे समोरून इतकं सुंदर स्वच्छ पॉलिश केलेलं कपाट आहे आणि त्या पुस्तकांना जेव्हा बाहेर काढलं जातं की कारण त्या रेकॉर्डची कोणाला गरजच नाहीये, लगेच रोज लागत नाहीये, ते जेव्हा लागेल तेव्हा कधीतरी ते कोणीतरी काढतं म्हणून कोणी त्याला बघत नाही. परंतु ते रेकॉर्ड खूप महत्वाचं रेकॉर्ड आहे म्हणून त्याला कुठलंही ठेवलेलं असेल तर त्याला बाहेर काढा, जागेवरून बाजूला काढा, त्याला क्लीन करा, व्हॅक्युम क्लिनिंग करा, सॉफ्ट ब्रशने क्लीन करा, तर तुमचं ते रेकॉर्ड व्यवस्थित राहील हे मला सांगायचंय. आता मी बराच पुढे आलेलो आहे तुम्हाला जतन करण्याविषयी जे काय सांगतो आहे. तर जतन करण्याच्या आता जी श्रोते मंडळी बसलेली आहेत त्यांना बहुतेकांना कल्पना आहे की पेपर हा का खराब होतो. कारण पेपर हा मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग करतानाच त्याच्यामध्ये काही ऍसिड तत्व असतात, म्हणजे जसं तुरटी असते किंवा वॉश करताना जे काही तुरटीचं प्रमाण त्यामध्ये असतं ते त्यामध्ये राहतं आणि कालांतराने हवेशी त्याचा संपर्क येतो. हवेमध्ये ऑक्सिजन असतो आणि तुरटी, ऑक्सिजन आणि तुरटी मिळाल्यानंतर ऍसिड तत्व तयार होतं आणि ते पानं पिवळी पडतात. अशा पद्धतीने पानं पिवळी होतात. तर आता सध्या ट्रेंड असा आहे, काही पुस्तकं किंवा काही इम्पॉर्टंट जे डॉक्युमेंट्स आहेत ते ऍसिड फ्री पेपरवरती प्रिंट केलं जावं किंवा त्याचं लिखाण केलं जावं, असा सध्याचा एक नवीन हे आलेलं आहे की का नव्हे आपण चांगल्याच पेपरवर लिहिलं किंवा चांगल्याच पेपरवर जर छापलं, 1000 पुस्तकांना छापतं 100च पुस्तकं छापली आणि ती जर चांगल्या क्वालिटीची असतील तर ते ऍसिड फ्री याच्यावरती पुस्तकाच्या पानं असावी असं एक आता नवीन लायब्ररीच्या याच्यामध्ये सुरुवात झालेली आहे. तर मी तुम्हाला हे जे पुस्तक दाखवत आहे हे 1587च आहे, खूपच जुनं आहे, परंतु अजूनही ते चांगली त्याची पानं आहेत. कारण काय की हे जेव्हा हे छापलं गेलं तेव्हाच मुळामध्ये 1587ला याची पानं ऍसिड फ्री होती, हँडमेड पेपरची बनवलेली होती आणि अजूनही ती पानं मी बघा कशी बदलवतो आहे. दिसतंय ना सर्वांना सर?
हो सर, हो सर.
हा, तर अजूनही ती पानं चांगली आहेत, अजूनही ती पानं हँडलिंग करण्याजोगी आहेत. तर मला तेच सांगायचं की पेपर्सच्या क्वालिटीमध्ये ऍसिड फ्री, मी ऍसिड शब्द हा घडी का वापरतोय की ऍसिड फ्री म्हणजे जे मशीन मेड पेपर्स असतात ते लवकर खराब होतात आणि जे हँडमेड असतात किंवा ज्याच्यामध्ये तुरटीचं किंवा केमिकल्सचं प्रमाण वापरलेलं नसतं पेपर बनवताना ते ऍसिड फ्री पेपर त्यांना म्हणतात. आर्कायवल क्वालिटी सुद्धा आपण शब्द वापरतात. तर ती क्वालिटीची जर पेपर आजकाल वापरले ड्रॉइंगसाठी म्हणा, पेंटिंगसाठी म्हणा किंवा याच्यासाठी खूप जास्त काळ टिकेल आणि चांगल्या पद्धतीने आपलं कलेक्शन सुरक्षित राहील. आता हे 1916चं बुक आहे. आता हे बुक्सच्या विषयीच आहे, पण याची पानं बघा, वरच्या पुस्तकाची पानं बघा आणि याची म्हणजे 1916चं पुस्तक कुठे आणि 1587चं पुस्तक कुठे आहे. दर्शक म्हणजे बघणारे श्रोतेवृंदास लक्षात येत असेल की पाना म्हणजे जी काय ऍसिड फ्री पेपर जर वापरला तर ते 400 वर्ष पुस्तक चांगलं आहे आणि जे 1916 म्हणजे आता 100 वर्षापूर्वीचं आहे ते ऍसिड म्हणजे जी काही मशीन मेड पेपर होता त्याच्यामुळे ती लवकर खराब होत आहे म्हणून त्याला जतन लवकर करावं लागतं. आता एक स्लाइड अजून मागची, ही तिसरी स्लाइड आहे. या स्लाइड मध्ये स्क्रीनवरती जर दिसत असेल तर पेपर किती जुना आहे हे कसं ओळखावं. हे एक पेपर मध्ये वॉटरमार्क असतो, तो वॉटरमार्क वरून तुम्ही बघू शकता की त्याच्यामध्ये एक वर्ष लिहिलेलं असतं आणि तो कुठे बनवला गेला ते पण लिहिलेलं असतं. तर समजा पुस्तकामध्ये 100 पानं आहेत तर 100 पुस्तकाच्या पानामध्ये साधारणपणे 10 पानांवरती हा वॉटरमार्क तुम्हाला लक्षात येईल. आता हे जे लिहिलेलं आहे वॉटरमार्क हा इटलीचा वॉटरमार्क आहे, म्हणजे 350 वर्षापूर्वी हा मार्क तिथे वापरला जायचा असं आपल्याकडे काही काही रेकॉर्ड्स मध्ये असतं. मग त्या रेकॉर्डवरून आपण शोधतो की हे पेज ओरिजिनल आहे, हे पुस्तक ओरिजिनल आहे किंवा हे लिखाण जे त्याच्यावर केलेलं आहे ते ओरिजिनल आहे. नाहीतर रिप्लिका तयार करतात आणि हे म्हणतील हे ओरिजिनल आहे. तर असं होऊ नये म्हणून वॉटरमार्कने ते पानं ओळखता आली पाहिजे, आपल्याला ओळखले जातात. हे आमच्या कन्झर्वेशन मध्ये आपण शिकवलं जातं की वॉटरमार्क मध्ये आपण ते बघायचं की कुठे खरं ओरिजिनल आहे किंवा नाही. ठीक आहे. आता माझ्याकडे बऱ्याचदा कॉलेजमधून फोन येतात, पर्सनल कलेक्शनचे पुस्तकं असतात काहींचं. तर ते म्हणतात, अहो आमच्याकडे पुस्तकं खराब झाली, आमच्याकडे पुस्तकांना वाळवी लागली, किंवा आमच्याकडे पुस्तकांना फंगस तयार झाली, तर आम्ही काय करायचं? आता हा मोठा प्रश्न असतो की तो फोन आलेला असतो मला पनवेलहून, कुठून नाशिकहून, किंवा आपल्या मुंबईतल्या आणखी एक कुठून तरी. तर त्यांना आता मला प्रश्न पडून काय सांगायचं? म्हणजे टेक्निक सांगायचं तर टेक्निक मी लगेच सांगू शकतो, परंतु यासाठी जे स्किल लागतं, त्याच्यासाठी जे काही सामान साहित्य लागतं, ते ह्या माध्यमातून मी तुम्हाला दाखवतो की फ्युमिगेशन करा. मी आता इथून तुम्हाला सांगितलं, हो साहेब त्यांना जरा फ्युमिगेशन करावं लागेल. आता फ्युमिगेशन काय करायचंय? फ्युमिगेशन करायचं म्हणजे एक बंद कपाट असतं, आणि त्या बंद कपाटामध्ये जे आता समोर दिसत आहे आपणास एक कपाट, त्या कपाटाला फ्युमिगेशन म्हणतात. आणि फ्युमिगेशन म्हणजे हे जे इथे डिश आहे याच्यामध्ये एक पॉइझनस सबस्टन्स टाकला जातो, थायमॉल म्हणा किंवा आणखी वेगळ्या पद्धतीचं असतं काही. तर ते थायमॉल या बंद कपाटाला इथे त्याला टेम्परेचर मेल्टिंग पॉईंट त्याचा 35 डिग्री पर्यंत असतो. ते लाईट चालू झाल्यानंतर ते टेम्परेचर मेल्टिंग होतं, थायमॉल मेल्ट होतं. आणि ह्या पुस्तकामध्ये जर काही फंगस ग्रोथ असेल किंवा त्याला ब्लॅक स्पॉट आलेले असतील तर ते सर्व त्याच्यामध्ये मरतं. किंवा बुकवर्म्स प्रेझेंट असतील, काही काही वेळेस पुस्तक खूप छान दिसतं पण त्याच्या बाइंडिंगच्या पाठीमागच्या बाजूला त्याच्यामध्ये बुकवर्म्स असतात. आपण वाचायला घेतलं की खाली हाताना रॅशेस येतात, अरे बापरे याच्यामध्ये काहीतरी आहे, दिसत तर काही नाही. तर अशा पुस्तकांना एक वरचेवर जर कलेक्शन असेल काही जुना, तर त्याला वर्ष 2 वर्षानंतर लक्ष देऊन लक्षपूर्वक हे करून एकदा फ्युमिगेशन करून घ्यावं. आणि फ्युमिगेशनसाठी 3 दिवस लागतात साधारणपणे, आपण 72 तासासाठी ठेवतो त्यांना. तर अशा पद्धतीचे फ्युमिगेशन आहे. ठीक आहे. आता सरफेस क्लिनिंग. आता इथे बसलेल्या लोकांजवळ बहुतेकांच्या कलेक्शन मध्ये नकाशे हे असतीलच असं नाही, परंतु आजच्या ह्या विषयाशी निगडीत मला सर्वांना सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न आहे थोडक्यामध्ये, कमी वेळामध्ये, की सरफेस क्लिनिंग काय आहे. आता ही जे नकाशा मी काम करतो आहे आणि जे हातामध्ये माझ्या हे जो स्पॉन्ज दिसतोय, हा एक विशिष्ट प्रकारचा स्पॉन्ज आहे. हा जो स्पॉन्ज आहे, ह्या नकाशावरची डस्ट आहे किंवा जी अनव्हिजिबल डस्ट आहे, म्हणजे आता एवढी काही डस्ट नाही की ती दिसणार आहे, परंतु मी ती डस्ट त्या स्पॉन्जने क्लीन करून घेतलेली आहे. तर तो सरफेस क्लिनिंग त्याला म्हणतात. म्हणजे जे मी आता ऍक्शन केली की हे अशा पद्धतीने याला म्हणतात सरफेस क्लिनिंग. मग तुमच्याकडे हस्तलिखित असेल किंवा तुमच्याकडे फोटोग्राफ्स असतील, ब्लॅक अँड व्हाईट फोटोग्राफ्स असतील, तर ह्या टेक्निकला सरफेस क्लिनिंग म्हणतात. आणि ह्या स्पॉन्जद्वारे ते डस्ट त्याच्यामध्ये ओढून घेतले जाते. तर हे कन्झर्वेशन. ठीक आहे. आता दुसरं सरफेस क्लिनिंगचं स्लाइड तुमच्याकडे आहे, रन होते. हा, तर आपल्याकडे समोरच एक रेकॉर्डचं एक फाईल होतं, बुक होतं, बुक सेक्शन मध्ये. तर त्याला मी ओपन केलं, म्हणजे बाइंडिंग करताना बाइंडिंग केलेले बाजूला ठेवलेले बघा. तर ते सर्व डस्ट किती त्याच्या बाइंडिंगच्या पाठीमागच्या याच्यामध्ये होती. तर ती सर्व, हा जो ब्रश आहे हा एक खूपच चांगल्या क्वालिटीचा ब्रश असतो आणि तो खूप सॉफ्ट असतो. त्याच्यामुळे त्या पुस्तकाचे किंवा जे रेकॉर्ड आहे त्याच्यावरच्या सरफेसला जे काही डस्ट आहे ती त्याच्याने आपण स्वच्छ करून घेतो. हा पण एक सरफेस क्लिनिंगचा भाग आहे. आता बाइंडिंग. आता बऱ्याचदा बाइंडिंग हे आपण बघतो, आता आजकाल कोणाला बाइंडिंगची आवश्यकता पडत नाही. आपण जुनी पुस्तकं कधी वापरत नाही. शाळेमध्ये होतो तेव्हा बाइंडिंग करायचं, आपली आपली वही आपण शिवून घ्यायचो फाटलेली. तेव्हा आता ज्यांच्या समोर मी बोलतोय ते विद्यार्थी आहेत किंवा ते तर त्यांनी कधी शिवलेलंही नसेल असं आपले पुस्तक. तर आता हे बाइंडिंग केलेलं अशा प्रकारचं याला म्हणतात सेक्शन बाइंडिंग. म्हणजे जे पुस्तक आपण जतन केलेलं आहे, ज्याला प्रिझर्व केलेलं आहे, ते अशा पद्धतीने शिलाई करून घेतली जाते. नंतर आता मी आर्कायव्हल क्वालिटीचे बॉक्स आधी पण बोललो, तर ह्या पद्धतीने बॉक्स बनवले जातात की जेणेकरून पुस्तकं सेफ राहतील, डस्ट फ्री राहतील आणि समजून त्यांना आपल्याला वाचता येईल. या पद्धतीने ही सर्व रेअर बुक्स आहेत आणि अशा पद्धतीने त्याला बाइंडिंग केलेलं आहे. हे जे पुस्तक म्हणतायत, पूर्वीच्या काळी आपल्या लायब्ररीच्या होत्या किंवा चर्चमध्ये लायब्ररी असायच्या, आपल्या मोठ्या मोठ्या मंदिरांमध्ये लायब्ररी असायची. आपलं तक्षशिला आणि ह्या ज्या गोष्टी आपण जर केल्या तर तिथे तर खूपच मोठं मोठं चांगलं कलेक्शन होतं, जे आता गेलं, नष्ट केलं गेलं, काही नष्ट झालं. अशा त्याच्यातून सुद्धा काही लोकांकडे मुंबईमध्ये किंवा कुठे कुठे हे असे पुस्तक राहिले, तर त्याला ही चावी पण आहे. हे पुस्तक आहे, याला ही चावी चावी आहे. हा, हे रन होत नाहीये, ठीक आहे, पण त्याला या पुस्तकाला बंद करून ठेवता येतो. चावी तिथे त्याला लावलेली आहे. तेवढ्यासाठी मुद्दा म्हणजे एखाद्या पुस्तकाला पूर्वी कुलूप असायचं हे दाखवण्यासाठी मी मुद्दाम ती व्हिडिओ घेतलेली आहे. तर पुढच्या गोष्ट, आता सर्वांना कंटाळा नाही येते माझ्या बोलण्याचा, सांगण्याचा?
नाही
सर?
सर, नाही सर.
कोणी श्रोत्यांना नंतर विचारायचं असेल ते विचारू शकता. आता मी जरा दाखवतोय आणखी तुमची स्टेज. सर्वच श्रोते मंडळी किंवा यांना अशा पद्धतीचं कलेक्शन बघायला मिळेल असं नाहीये, परंतु असं कलेक्शन आपल्याकडे आहे, आपल्या भारतामध्ये आहे, आपल्या जगामध्ये आहे, आणि त्याला कशा प्रकारे जतन केलं जातं. तर त्यामध्ये टेक्सटाईल पण येतं. नुसता पेपर हा एक प्रकार आहे का आपल्या हेरिटेजचा? नाही, आपल्याकडे टेक्सटाईलचं सुद्धा असं कलेक्शन आहे. जगामध्ये सर्वोत्तम असं भारतामध्ये टेक्सटाईलचं कलेक्शन आहे की जे एशियाटिक सोसायटीकडे पूर्ण 20 व्हॉल्यूम मध्ये आहे. हे जे 20 व्हॉल्यूम्स आहेत ते फक्त एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये आहे. हे स्पेसिमेन अँड इन्स्ट्रक्शन्स 1864चे बुक्स आहेत, आणि जे फोर्ब्स वॅटसन यांनी अक्षरशः आपलं कलेक्शन ते खूप मेहनतीने हे बनवलं, आणि जवळजवळ 700 ते 800 सॅम्पल्स त्यांनी वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे ह्या पुस्तकांमध्ये लावलेले आहेत. म्हणजे हा ग्रंथच निव्वळ त्याच्यासाठी आहे, आणि 1864 आहे. तसे 20 व्हॉल्यूम्स मध्ये हे टेक्सटाईल त्यांनी, हे बघा, चोलीचं कलेक्शन आहे, नंतर वुमेन्स चोली क्लॉथ आहे. एक मिनिट, हा, हे वुमेन्स चोली क्लॉथ आहे. आणि आत्ताच्या काळात सुद्धा अशा प्रकारची डिझाईन एवढी बनवता येते. हे आता तर कम्प्युटराइज झालं सर्व, परंतु हे स्पेसिमेन्स आणि हे सिल्कचे आम्ही सांभाळून ठेवलेले आहे, आणि त्याची सुद्धा आम्ही वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीने आम्ही जतन करतो. तर हे एक प्रकारचे असे पुस्तक आपल्याकडे ग्रंथ एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये आहेत, जे 20 व्हॉल्यूम्स मध्ये आहे, आणि त्याचं आम्ही मध्ये मध्ये प्रदर्शन करत असतो, मांडत असतो. ते तुम्हाला पेपरच्या द्वारे, तुम्हाला पेपरमधून कधी कळालं तर नक्की बघायला या, असं मी तुम्हाला आवर्जून सांगेल. आणि पुढची, आता तुम्हाला अगोदर रेअर बुक्स दाखवले, त्याच्यानंतर मध्ये मी बॉक्सेस दाखवले, त्यानंतर तुम्हाला टेक्सटाईलचे बुक्स दाखवले, किंवा मी पुस्तकाची पानांविषयी माहिती दिली की ऍसिडिक काय असतं, त्याला कसं क्लीन करायचं, फंगस ग्रोथ काय असते. परंतु क्युरेटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन सुद्धा मी एक शब्द वापरला की प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह कन्झर्वेशन तुम्ही करू शकता. मी आता सांगितलं की पुस्तकांची निगा कशी राखायची, पुस्तकं कशी ठेवायची, आणि ते तुम्ही कुठे पण वाचून तुम्हाला कळतं की अरे आता हे आपल्याला असं झालंय, प्रश्न येतात, आपण त्या, आणि त्याची साधनं तुम्हाला उपलब्ध होऊ शकतात. बॉक्सेसच्या माध्यमातून ते उपलब्ध आहेत, आणि तुम्ही उपलब्ध झाले की ते वापरू पण शकता. परंतु आता हे जे तुमच्या समोर आहे, कन्झर्वेशन ऑफ मॅप्स अँड आर्किटेक्चरल ड्रॉइंग, बघा किती मोठे गठ्ठे आहेत, ते सर्व फोल्ड केलेले आहेत. आणि हे जवळजवळ 1903, 1914 किंवा 1860 पासूनचे हे होल्ड केलेले आहेत. फार त्यांचं जास्त काम न पडल्यामुळे एका ठिकाणी ते ठेवून दिलेले होते. तर आता हे नकाशे किंवा यांना सरळ करणं हा खूप मोठा विषय होता, कारण हे होल्ड केलेले आहेत, गोल घडी करून ते एकावर एक असे ठेवल्यामुळे काही ठिकाणी त्याला असे फोल्ड पडलेले आहेत, काही गोल आहेत. पण हे जेव्हा सरळ करायला आपण जेव्हा जातो तेव्हा ते तुकडे होतात त्याचे. तर हे तुकडे होऊ नये, त्याला तसंच्या तशा पद्धतीत सांभाळून कसं सरळ करता येईल, तर हे एक वेगळ्या प्रकारचं मशीन आहे, लो प्रेशर मशीन म्हणतात याला. या लो प्रेशर मशीन मध्ये ते ठेवून अत्यंत काळजीपूर्वक या मशीनचं ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टीम आहे. तर ह्या ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टीम मध्ये हा जो पाईप दिसतोय, याच्यामध्ये कोल्ड, म्हणजे आपण जे वाफ म्हणतो, स्टीम म्हणतो, त्या स्टीम तयार केली जाते ह्या मशीनद्वारे. इथे पाणी ठेवलेलं असतं, आणि 30 डिग्री पर्यंत, नंतरच्या 90 डिग्री पर्यंत जेव्हा त्याची टेम्परेचर जातं, किंवा एक हॉट स्टीम आणि कोल्ड स्टीम ह्या पद्धतीने इथे याच्यावरती स्टीम सोडली जाते, आणि मग तो नकाशा हळूहळू सरळ केला जातो. आपण बघताय हे फोल्ड केलेले नकाशे अशा पद्धतीने लो प्रेशर मशीन मध्ये सरळ केले जातात, आणि त्याला जतन केलं जातं. जतन करण्याची प्रक्रिया अजून पुढे आहे, पण पहिली ही स्टेप आहे की त्याला आपण शिताफीने चांगल्या पद्धतीने हाताळून त्याला सरळ केलेलं आहे. अदरवाईज हा 4 ठिकाणी इथे तुकडे झाले असतात. तर हे आपल्या वारशाचं, इतिहासाचं जतन करणं खूप मोठं कार्य आहे, जे की आपण वारसा स्थळ जी म्हणतो, युनेस्कोने डिक्लेअर केलं, किंवा खूप मोठं तिथे आपण साचीचा स्तूप बघायला गेलो किंवा हे सर्व ठीक आहे, परंतु याचं रेकॉर्ड कोणाकडे आहे तर ग्रंथालयांकडे आहे. आर्कायवल कलेक्शन जे करणारे आहेत त्यांच्या म्युझियम्स कडे सुद्धा आहे आणि आमच्या एशियाटिक सोसायटीमध्ये सुद्धा आहे. आणि त्या अनुषंगाने ही तुम्हाला मी माहिती देतोय की यांचं महत्व एवढं आहे की हे जे नकाशे आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांचं पुरं ड्रॉइंग आपल्याकडे आहे वेगवेगळ्या पद्धतीचं, म्हणून हे आपण जतन करतो. आता पुढची स्लाइड होती निरंजन बरोबर इकडे पहिली. या पहिल्या स्लाइड मध्ये
हॅलो सर.
हॅलो
सर सॉरी, पण तुम्हाला सर टाइम लिमिट आपली संपलेली आहे.
बरं ठीक
त्या
आहे.
विषयावरती सर तुमच्याकडून ऐकायला आवडलं असतं, पण सर आपली टाइम लिमिट संपल्यामुळे
हा मी ते संपवतो मग अशा पद्धतीने जतन. हो 2 मिनिटात चालेल ना. हॅलो
हा बोला सर.
2 मिनिटात संपवतो.
ओके चालेल सर. चालेल.
हे शेवटची स्लाइड आहे.
ओके सर चालेल.
सांगायला भरपूर आहे.
त्यानंतर सर आपण क्वेश्चन आन्सरचं सेशन घेऊ, त्याच्यानंतर सर आपण नेक्स्ट सेशन कडे जाऊ.
ठीक आहे, मी 2 मिनिटात. तर अशा पद्धतीने हे नकाशे जतन केले जातात, त्याचे बॅक सपोर्ट सुद्धा क्लीन केले जातात. अशा पद्धतीने ड्राय डिएसिडिफिकेशन आहे ज्याच्यातून आम्लता काढून घेतली जाते, हस्तलिखित असतात त्यांचं प्रिझर्वेशन अशा पद्धतीने. नंतर डिएसिडिफिकेशन एक शब्द वापरतो, त्यामध्ये सुद्धा वेट डिएसिडिफिकेशन असं केलं जातं. तर बऱ्याच गोष्टी आहेत. आता वेळेअभावी आपण जास्त पुढे जात नाही आहोत. तर आपण सर्वांनी हे माझं म्हणणं ऐकून घेतलं. त्या विशेष सेशनला मला मोठा कॉलेजच्या यांनी आमंत्रित केलं. पलीकर मॅडम आहेत, त्याच्यानंतर ब्रह्म मॅडम आहेत आणि प्रिन्सिपल सर आहेत. या सर्वांचा मी आभारी आहे आणि एशियाटिक सोसायटी तर्फे सर्वांचे मी आभार मानतो. आणि माझं हे जतन करण्याविषयी आणि आजच्या ज्या विषयाशी निगडीत होतं ते मी आपण 2 शब्द ऐकून घेतले, त्याबद्दल सर्वांचे आभार.
थँक्यू सर. थँक्यू. ओके.
वेळ पटकन.
Thank you so much, sir, for really get this kind of opportunity to listen to the word of great knowledgeable speaker, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now, I would like to request Miss Asmita Madam to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Suresh Bhadrage, sir. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to one and all. I, Miss Asmita Vadavle, the faculty of S.H. Mutha College, has honor to introduce Dr. Suresh Kishan Bhadrage, who is the head department of history in BN College, Bhiwandi. He is a chairman of Social Eco-Culture, History of India, History of Europe, and chairman of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his movement. He is PhD and MPhil guide of Mumbai University. He has 19 years amazing teaching experience in undergraduate and 8 years in postgraduate level. He has also published 23 research papers in peer-reviewed international journal and UGC Careless Journal. And also a 16 research papers are presented in a national and international conference. He has also chaired a session in an international seminar on recent trend in history. He has been guiding 2 students for pursuing PhD. Sir has also published 1 book on titled Ramaji Sakta. He is also associated with a co-writer for IDLE Mumbai University and editor for IDLE Mumbai University. He has also been trained in short-term courses on renewable energy and its application, refresher in social science and history, and also completed orientation program in history. So I request sir to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all. Today, this is one-day Blended National Conference, which is organized in Seth Hirachand Mutha College. The title of this conference is New Perspective of the History of India, Socio-Cultural, Geopolitical, and Economic Aspects. Now in this advisory committee, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Dr. Ajay Bhambre sir,
Hello, sir.
Dr. Rupali Mokashi madam.
Sorry, sir, but your camera is off.
My camera is off.
Off, yes, sir.
Okay. Now my camera is on, no? Okay.
Yes, sir, now you're visible.
Now this is allowed. Now can you see me? Yes, it is. Okay, so today's inaugural speaker, Dr. Prakash Mutha sir, keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami madam, then today's plenary sessions chairperson Rupali Mokashi madam, and just now they presented the importance of need pursue the heritage of India, the resource person Sunil Bhirud sir. So today I am here going to present the paper. I will talk on the one important aspects of the society, and that is the presentation of social issues in India in Indian cinema. So now my talk is on that. Now cinema is the mirror of society. We call this what cinema is. Cinema is nothing but the mirror of the society. I mean, whatever things is going on in society, it is all reflected in cinema. So now in that consult, I'll talk problem of society presentation on a screen by films. Is the so many problems we are facing in a society. These all problems were presented through the films. So now, do you think that the films media is the only entertainment? Yes, there is a part of entertainment, but I don't think that film, Indian cinema, it is not only the entertainment, but is play a vital role as a enlightenment also. Now, how far the Indian cinema is impacted on Indian society? Is there any kind of impact or not? That all things I'm going to discuss in this paper. Now, what is my objective? Is to say, to talk with this paper, that is to study the burning social issues of the society. Which are the social issues we are facing today? Now, to study the representation of the social issues through the film, through the films, these all social issues were discussed or not? If it is discussed, how the social issues were discussed and how the impact these social issues were impacted on the society. To study the presentation of the casteism in Hindi films, to study the gender inequality in a Hindi cinema. So there are so many problems were interpreted specifically in Hindi cinema and even in other languages also. But today I'll talk only with two perspectives of the Indian cinema. That is one casteism and another one is gender inequality. Now, when we're stating about the casteism and gender issues, so first of all, I will talk about the gender issues. As per the report of the Economic Survey 1718, there are 63 million missing women in India. And these missing women who were not alive due to the 40 of the infanticides. So we can say that there are so many problems with gender inequality. Now see, this gender inequality problem, the casteism problem, these all were focused or all were presented in an Indian cinema. So now, first of all, we must see that the history of Indian cinema. Now in 1913, Indian cinema was started. It was started by Dadasaheb Phalke. The first movie, it was started Raja Harishchandra in 1913 in Bombay Rockies. So now there is one contradiction is also there. Someone says that there is another person, his name of Torne, and he was claiming that 1912 it was started, but it is controversial statement, but approved that Dadasaheb Phalke was the founder of Indian cinema and it was started in 1930. So now with this, I'll start with the first problem, that is the casteism, and in that how the casteism was presented in Indian cinema. Now, when we talking about the casteism, before that, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar rightly pointed out that who are the untouchables. Now, when the Simon Commission was organized in 1929, in that Simon Commission, when Simon was asked to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, let me explain about, you are demanding about the untouchables, several demands you are demanding. So first of all, you must just explain what are the untouchables. So he explained that untouchables are those who are not permitted to enter in the temples. Those who do not have the right to get the water from the wells, and they were kept aside from the village area. These all people were called as untouchables. Now, in these conditions and this kind of pittiness, this kind of their sorrowness was presented in front of Simon Commission by Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and he rightly explained that what untouchables are and what are the problems untouchables are facing. Now in Indian cinema, when we are saying that there are the Bollywoods, in Bollywood presented the exploration of the Dalit and how these people of elite people live in a pity condition. These have been focused in Indian cinema, and in that scenario we can see that there is one movie that is title of that movie was Par. It was released in 1984, and it was star cast was Naseeruddin Shah and Shabana Azmi, and this is the Par movie. In that movie, it was shown that this couple, Shabana Azmi and one another Naseeruddin Shah was an actor. This couple were facing a problem in a village. They were forced to do the duty to the pigs to be set out from one place to another place, and that duty they had been done. So how petty life they were living. So I would like to show this their pittiness and their life, how they live. So very good way this presentation, this movie presented the condition of these untouchables. So I would like to share that one screen of that movie, that is Par. So can you share this? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you share this screen? My screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, a screen. Share, please.
Yes, sir.
So in this movie also it has been shown that how the casteism, or how the this untouchability was spread throughout the society, and even a child who do not know about the religion, about the ethics and all these things, he was just pronouncing the mantras and he punished so severely. So this kind of presentation was presented in Indian cinema. So my point is that Indian cinema is not only for the entertainment, but also it plays a very important role to enlighten the society. Now this is about, so Hindi film are playing a very important role to enlighten the society, as well as presented the sorrowness, pittiness of the societies in front of the mass people, and doing a great job. So that is that thing I would like to present here. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to giving me this opportunity to present my talk in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing deep knowledge about the conference with us. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Ms. Kiran Rangwani, madam, to introduce our next resource person, Mr. Arun Singh, sir. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Good noon, one and all present here. I, Kiran Rangwani, take this opportunity to introduce our speaker for the day, Professor Arun Singh. He is pursuing his PhD in History from University of Mumbai. He is the awardee of PhD Fellowship in History by University of Mumbai, holder of SET, MA and BA. He is the awardee of Srimati Vimal and Shah Media Studies Junior Research Fellowship by the Asiatic Society of Mumbai in 2017. He holds the membership of Asiatic Society of Mumbai, Indian History and Science Congress, Film Writer Association, board member of Studies for History at St. Xavier College, Mumbai. Also a member of BA in History Syllabus Drafting Committee at Homi Bhabha University, Mumbai. He got publication of many research papers like Swami Vivekananda, the early phase of his life, Gandhism and its influence on nationalistic literature, LGBT icons in contemporary American popular culture. He has delivered lectures on Hindi Sahitya ka Bharat ki Azadi ki Jang mein Yogdan, Preamble and Fundamental Rights, UPSC Civil Service Examination, and many more. He is associated with Institute of Distance Education, Mumbai University PG section. He was a senior under officer of 6th Maharashtra Battalion. He is the awardee of many trophies. Some of them are CSUO Upadhyaya Memorial Trophy for Best Army Cadet, Major General Harkit Trophy, Srimati Kamlabai Bhave Memorial Trophy for Best Army Cadet. Other than academic contribution, he is contributing in media as a co-writer for Purvai production TV series Masoom and assistant writer for Savdhan India. He has represented India in Youth Exchange Program in Bhutan, sponsored by Ministry of Defense Government of India 2007. There are many achievements and awards received by him. He is continuing his journey towards success as he believes in sky is the limit. Please welcome Professor Arun Singh. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please share screen on कर दीजिए. Is my screen visible? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much to the management and the principal and the faculty members of St. Mutha College for inviting me for this particular seminar. It's a great pleasure to speak on this particular topic. When I was contacted, I requested the organizers that if I could be allowed to talk on Indian history and its representation on in terms of cinema. I want to same time I'm a member of Screenwriters Association, which is the apex body of screenwriters. So and let's move forward and yeah. To shed some light on the way Indian history has been represented in the kind of generally comes across when we talk about a lot of interesting films which got released during this particular time, as well as the plus points and the negative points of looking at cinema as a sort of as a symbol of history. Marks, you might have noticed that more and more films are coming up with a historical theme, and they are mostly they are becoming seriously successful, which basically leads us to this discussion that how successful cinema is in terms of depicting history, the complexity of history, right, and where it fails, right? So we'll try to cater to both these arguments. Sort of the positive contribution made by Indian cinema, as well as the problems associated with the representation of history, culture, and other much more complicated concepts by the cinema industry. Okay. So the significance of our discussion lies in cinema's profound impact on our perception of history. In a country like India, where when we started off in 1947, very few people were educated. Even today, even though we can argue that literacy levels have risen a lot, more than 70% people can be argued are educated, but at the same time, their perception of history is extremely limited. Because one can notice that apart from the arts students who go ahead and take up history in 11th standard, 12th standard, then FYBA, SYBA, sometimes TYBA, till TYBA or beyond that, most of the Indian students stop learning history at 10th level, right? Because after that they get into science or commerce or management, or what seriously interesting problem as far as our people are concerned, that that basically means that the majority of educated population in India, the kind of perception they have of history, the kind of understanding they have of history is an extremely limited understanding, right? Because they ended up leaving study of history after 10th, right? And that is why for many of these kind of people, majority of these kind of people, cinema becomes a major reference point, right? Because again, another problem we have, so people don't necessarily read. If people read the kind of books which are popular nowadays, you will notice are pretty different, right? Most of them are popular books are in the category of self-help or romantic novel, or some sort of a fictional genre and stuff like that. When you talk to people, even the people who read, it is pretty rare to come across individuals who have no background in history, but they like to read authentic books associated with history, right? So it creates a massive vacuum of information, which is ultimately filled by mediums like cinema, right? And that's why I will argue that cinema plays a very, very important role in terms of how history is understood in India, how it is perceived in India, right? So why understanding cinema's impact, positive aspects as well as the negative aspects. Okay, so the objectives are twofold. First, we aim to provide with an insight into the historical representation in Indian cinema, spanning from earliest films to contemporary blockbusters, if time permits. Secondly, the impact of these cinematic representations on an even global perception of India's history. So if we look at early representations starting from, let's say, if we look at 1920s and 1930s, most of us might be aware that obviously cinema as a medium, as a technology was invented in Europe, right? It was brought. The first movies which came out in India were not made in India. They were not made for India. They were basically made sort of spectacle entire experience. A lot of Indians, especially affluent Indians, started going to cinema halls, right? That a little in the 1920s and 30s and 40s, when some Indian filmmakers also started experimenting with making Indian characters with Indian storylines, which basically had sort of a connect in terms of our own people, in terms of our own society, right? So yeah, they started exploring representations of historical events in manner that was often profoundly influenced by the socio-political climate of the time. And the climate of the time, 1930s and 40s, we are talking about the freedom struggle, right? So automatically, somewhere or the other, were directly or indirectly associated with themes talked about in the freedom struggle. For example, one of the major themes talked about in the Indian freedom struggle was that we should be proud of our culture, we should be proud of our history and stuff like that. And we notice a representation of those national themes in the kind of cinema which comes out. For example, 1913, Raja Harishchandra comes out, which was directed by Dada Saheb Phalke, right? 1936, Sant Tukaram, this movie comes out associated with the famous Saint Tukaram, right? Again, sort of a connect to culture, connect to the past in a positive way, right? 1941, the movie Sikandar comes out, which was directed by Shohrab Modi. And this particular film dealt with the story of Alexander the Great's not conquest in India, but basically his approach to India, right? And how he dealt with the Indian characters, and ultimately how we were able to withstand one of the most powerful conquerors in the history of the world, right? So one can notice that there is this effort, there is this sort of objective to cater to somehow the kind of ideals which were already there, which were already pretty popular in the Indian psyche during that particular period of time. And that's true not only with regards to cinema, but also with regards to literature, right? So, for example, if I have sort of limited understanding of literature because India has so many languages and stuff like that, one can't be an expert in every sort of cultural piece of literature, landmark, stuff like that. So according to my limited understanding, if you notice, if you look at Hindi literature for that matter, 1920 and 30s basically see the dominance of Munshi Premchand, right, as one of the most prominent Hindi writers, novelists, storytellers, stuff like that. And again, a lot of those themes had a resonance or were basically directly or indirectly associated with what was going on in terms of the larger polity of the state, right? The larger social discussions, political discussions with regards to freedom, with regards to problem of untouchability, with regards to problem of social justice and stuff like that, right? So one can notice that this argument that art is basically or generally sort of a mirror to the society somewhat holds, right? Not completely, but somewhat it holds that whatever major issues were being discussed, somehow or the other, artists were trying to cater to it. Either if you talk about filmmakers or you talk about people who are writing poetry or people who are writing literature like Munshi Premchand and a lot of other characters. Okay. So when you look at the style and influence of the early sort of pieces of cinema, they used elaborate sets, melodramatic acting, musical sort of pieces, right? Earlier on, people were much more into using mythological elements or mythological stories in order to further the plot, right? That changed over a period of time. In the 1950s and 60s and beyond, we notice a much sort of a progressive change with regards to it. Okay. Subsequent decades, Indian cinema continued to evolve, adopting to changes in technology, audience taste, ultimately leading to diverse array of representation of Indian history on the big screen. Right. One important mention I want to make is that of the Bombay Talkies, right? So Bombay Talkies was a production house found in 1934, but the characters associated with it, Mr. Himanshu Rai and Devika Rani, who were considered to be pioneering sort of filmmakers. They learned the craft of cinema making, production and stuff like that abroad, right? And they brought in a lot of foreign experts, a lot of foreign film directors, camera persons and other sort of technicians to India and ended up forming a proper production house, right? And this production house, though was not really successful if you look at financially, but it was seriously successful in terms of coming up with a really good cinema, right? Which even today remains sort of a landmark in terms of the history of Indian cinema, right? For example, the landmark films or notable films these days came up with Achut Kanya, Bandhan, Jeevan Nyay, and The Light of Asia. Light of Asia, which was produced even before their production house was formed in 1934. Light of Asia came in 1925. So Light of Asia was an amazing film because it was pioneering in the sense that there was international collaboration. Indians were working in it. Indians were involved in the production. The director was a foreign person, right? Franz Austin, if I'm not wrong, was a German fellow, right? And Light of Asia was basically based on the life of Siddharth Gautama. And it became one of the first Indian films which was released abroad. Its premiere was held abroad, most probably in Germany, right? And this particular film played a very important role in terms of showing Indian imagery, Indian symbology, aspects of Indian culture, Indian storyline, mythology to audiences abroad, right? So this was one of the first experiences foreigners had with regards to looking at cinema, which was majorly made through Indian efforts. So a lot of critical acclaim and international success this particular film received. Most of these films are also available on YouTube. So if you are interested in researching more about it, watching them, you can just note down the names, and because most of these films have been made accessible, they are pretty easy to go through that way. Okay. So yeah, Bombay Talkies founded in 1934. Light of Asia, 1925, it came out. Historical epics, mythological films, I already talked about. These kind of films were coming out. One of the most iconic examples, which we'll talk about later on as well, is Mughal-e-Azam by K. Asif. Love Kush in 1967, which was again a mythological film. Ramayana and Mahabharata in 1965. By the way, there have been many interpretations and adaptations of Ramayana and Mahabharata, by the way, right? Because Ramayana and Mahabharata, these epics are so iconic that most of the North Indian people, when they talk about Ramayana and Mahabharata, their understanding is generally limited to Ramanand Sagar, right? Or B.R. Chopra and stuff like that. But these stories have been adapted multiple times, especially in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and almost every sort of a major state where there was a thriving cinematic culture. Okay. Yeah, so Mahabharata 1965, Mughal-e-Azam 1960, Love Kush, which came up in 1971, right? So these historical epics, mythological films held cultural significance. Obviously, they connected with the deep-rooted traditions and values of Indian people, often featured renowned actors, directors. Many of the actors and directors ended up creating sort of a massive cultural legacy for themselves. For example, in South, N.T. Ramarao, over a period of time, or NTR basically became a big politician. Before becoming a politician, he used to play Ram in multiple adaptations of Ramayana, right? So that helped him a lot in terms of moving into the political realm as such and becoming really successful. Okay. So nationalism and social cohesion also we can see particular have often been used as tools of evoke a sense of national pride and unity, harken back to India's rich history, showcasing moments of valor and heroism, and such films played a crucial role in reinforcing idea of a united, at the same time culturally diverse country. Right? There are a lot of contemporary reinterpretations of the same epics, which you guys might be aware of. For example, the latest one was Adipurush, which was again a reinterpretation of the Ramayana epic. Okay, so challenges we will talk about later on. Let's move on to the period of 1950s and 1960s, right? So post-independence spirit marked Indian cinema 1950s and 60s. Filmmakers aim to celebrate the newly achieved freedom and define a modern united India, right? So nationalism was a very important factor in terms of the kind of themes which were coming out, the kind of stories which were coming out. Notable filmmakers like Raj Kapoor, Bimal Roy, Mehboob Khan, many of them contributed significantly to this genre. So for example, Do Bigha Zameen came out during this time, directed by Bimal Roy, which is looked upon as a classic sort of an Indian film with elements of positivity, at the same time negativity, and the sense of struggle which people were going through at that particular period of time. Mother India, which came up in 1957, symbolized the spirit of resilience and of virtuous rural women. And Mother India became seriously successful, even recognized abroad in United States, in UK, which is pretty evident in terms of the kind of awards it was nominated to, or ultimately ended up winning, right? Shri 420 by Raj Kapoor also captured the optimism, aspirations of the common man in post-independence India. So yeah, Mother India, Do Bigha Zameen, and Shri 420, right? Some of these movies are looked upon as resource sort of material for a lot of film schools, not only in India but also abroad. Right, so themes revolved around rural life, social justice, national building. Films often portrayed the challenges of post-independence reconstruction. Films resonated with the audience and contributed to a sense of social responsibility and national pride, right? You might have heard of the song Mere Desh Ki Dharti Sona Ugle Ugle Heere Moti, right? So even that song, even that entire sort of a narrative basically was connected with the larger argument that Indian people needed to move positively ahead. They needed to move towards reconstruction of the country, which was devastated after the Britishers left us, and the kind of communal violence we had gone through before 1947 and after it, right? So that kind of positivity, that kind of sense of resilience was depicted in many of those films. They were also significantly culturally relevant, right? And they tried to balance entertainment and a larger sort of a message. Okay. Yeah, I'll skip some of the slides because I have too many things to talk about and I want to move ahead before I'm cut off because of lack of time, right? So yeah, the golden age of historical films can be considered as between 1950s and 70s. Their grandiose scale, but most of them were also known for the kind of authenticity directors who are working towards, either in terms of let's say set design, in terms of clothing, right? The kind of fashion they were trying to get right. Okay, so and a lot of interesting movies came out during this era. Pakistan 1970. If anybody wants to understand the chaos associated with the revolt of 1857, Junoon was based on a story written by Ruskin Bond, The Flight of Pigeons, and it was directed by Shyam Benegal. And it's a seriously interesting contribution to the larger cinematic representation of the revolt of 1857. Then you have Shatranj Ke Khiladi, which can be considered as the only Hindi movie by Satyajit Ray, right? Again, this movie was based on a story of a similar title written by Munshi Premchand, Shatranj Ke Khiladi, right? This particular movie is based on the sort of arrest of Nawab Wajid Ali Shah, the ruler of Awadh, and the situations which prevailed at that time, right? many of these movies were globally recognized. They were known for their complex storytelling, historical accuracy. As I argued, Shyam Benegal, if you look at even today, recently one of his movies, Bangladeshi movie on Muzaffar Rahman is coming out, and Shyam Benegal as a director is looked upon as a seriously important director in the realm of movies and TV serials from a historical, connected with a historical theme, right? So even the series Bharat Ek Khoj, which was directed by Shyam Benegal, available on YouTube, is a seriously important contribution to chronicling Indian ancient medieval history in a cinematic format, right? And I will recommend it to all the participants. So historical accuracy, legacy was seriously culturally relevant. There were obviously challenges and controversies there. Regional cinema's contribution cannot be sort of forgotten. One of the most interesting and important contribution associated with regional cinema is the idea that regional cinema dealt with regional history. It dealt with regional sort of cultural aspects. Okay. And one of the many times nowadays when we talk about the success of Southern films and the failure of Bollywood films, one of the aspects you will notice which contributes to the success of Southern films, most of the Southern films are basically seeped in their own regional culture, their own regional history, right? And in terms of the films coming from Mumbai, somewhere that crisis can be seen, that regional touch is going, that Hindi touch is basically going away from Hindi cinema as well. Movies are becoming too cosmopolitan, they are becoming too, they are being made for international audience, and that creates a crisis where it fails to resonate with people who speak Hindi, right? So that crisis you will not notice in Southern films to a great extent because they generally cater to their own reality. Yeah, so they also celebrated a lot of regional historical heroes, right from ancient times to medieval times to modern times, which was an important contribution made by them. Marathi cinema, Bengali cinema, Tamil and Malayalam cinema, right? Parallel cinema ka period from 1960s and 70s is also considered as very important in terms of representation of history. So, for example, films like Garam Hawa is considered to be a landmark film in terms of understanding the partition, 1947, right? So, as a history teacher, when a student asks me, sir, in terms of 1947, kaun sa film dekhna chahiye? So, I don't recommend them Gadar, right? Gadar is a massive film. It's not a film which has that nuance, that historical nuance. So, Garam Hawa has that historical nuance, right? Bhumika, Manthan, a lot of these films, if not directly associated with history, somewhere either they were biographical or they, for example, Manthan dealt with the larger white revolution, right? And people associated with it, right? So if we look at, let's move on. How much time I have? Can I get a sense of it? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
How much time I have? 5 minutes or what?
5 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, right. So these were the positive aspects I talked about, right? The kind of cultural representation, historical representation Indian cinema was associated with, right? But at the same time, there are some negative aspects associated with the representation of history in cinema. Okay. First of all, history is too complex, right? History is a multifaceted, let's say, genre. Okay. Cinema is not. Cinema is basically, when you look at cinema, basically it's a story of a hero and a villain, right? History is not like that. History is multifaceted. There are multiple sides to the same narrative, the same story. And that sort of multi-dimensionality is mostly lost when it comes to making a movie, right? So these are the kind of issues I'll try to pinpoint, right? One of the primary criticisms revolving around historical representation is historical inaccuracies, right? Almost every movie which comes out nowadays, you will notice there is sort of a protest which follows, where people talk about historical inaccuracy, cultural inaccuracies, and stuff like that, right? Which you guys are aware of, right? There is also a larger debate with regards to the kind of ethical responsibility filmmakers supposed to understand when they make a film on historical characters or historical events, because they are not making films on random fictional characters, right? If you are making a film on a historical character, you need to have a sense of ethical responsibility, right? And you need to do your due diligence before you start your process. There has to be cultural sensitivity, because India is a complex country, and cultural sensitivity differs from people to people, from gender to gender, from region to region, from language to language, from age to age, right? And that's why sometimes taking care of everything in a 3-hour film becomes extremely difficult, right? Responsibility of audience is also there. As I was trying to explain it earlier, that most of the people who look at cinema, many times they look at cinema as if it's a historical film, people are like, हाँ ऐसा ही हुआ होगा या ऐसा ही हुआ था. No, people should have a critical mindset while looking at cinema. They should be able to discern from fact and fiction, because most of the time the cinema makers are not trying to make a documentary, right? अगर उनको सच में ट्रूथ दिखाना होता तो वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाते हैं, बट उनको उसमें कुछ प्रॉफिट भी कमाना है, तो ऑटोमेटिकली देयर इज ड्रामा इन्वॉल्व्ड, देयर इज मोर कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी इन्वॉल्व्ड, राइट? Fictionalized elements which are involved. Historical revisionism can be seen in many of the films which are coming out nowadays. Which is an issue, right? Selective storytelling. Obviously, filmmakers must often condense complex historical events into 2 or 3-hour format, which is seriously difficult. It becomes a problem, right? And that's why many times when we see a film on a complex historical movement, like let's say Indian national movement, if a film is based on one particular character, it feels like कि उसी character ने ही सब कुछ किया था और बाकी लोग तो छोटे-छोटे रोल प्ले कर रहे थे, जबकि रियलिटी उससे ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स है, राइट? रियलिटी इज नॉट दैट सिंपल. Historical reality is much more complex than that. A lot of artistic licenses are taken, freedom is taken by filmmakers. Entertainment is prioritized. This is what I meant. Nowadays, the kind of cinema, so-called historical cinema, which is coming out, a lot of prioritization is being given to entertainment. And that's why many of these films might be seriously successful on the box office, but they cannot be looked upon as good sources of historical representation, right? Most of the ideas are oversimplified because, again, you are talking about a 2-hour, 3-hour film. Stereotyping is there, stereotyping minorities, stereotyping people coming from depressed section of society, stereotyping females, stereotyping old people, stereotyping LGBTQ elements of the society. It's a problem. Commercial interests are involved, so most of the time people want to make more money out of it. It's not a people are not running an NGO, right? They want to earn money out of it. So automatically, because of the commercial interest, they end up compromising a lot of things. So that understanding needs to be there. Even though a movie might be based on a historical theme, but they are not trying to really tell history. They are trying to tell an interesting story with which they want to earn money at the end of it. Okay. Lack of depth is already there. The kind of understanding you can have by reading a 500-page book, you can't have the same understanding by going through a 2-hour movie. That is just not possible, right? Subjective interpretation ka problem hai, loss of context hai. Many times we have filmmakers from elite background living in Bandra or Juhu, and directors and writers living in seriously posh neighborhoods, writing about or making cinema on areas of the country or people of the country who they have no idea about altogether. So there is this loss of context, cultural, economic, political, religious, and stuff like that, right? There is limited scope. It only explores limited number of historical events and figures. Historical changes cannot be captured by cinema properly. For example, if a writer comes up with a book or came up with a book in 1950 about a topic, and then there are more discoveries with regards to that particular historical object, he can come up with another imprint in another sort of a variant of the same book with another added chapter or a deleted chapter in 1960. He can do the same thing in 1970. New chapters can be added, old chapters can be removed. Same thing can't happen with films. A film once made is done, right? You can't keep changing it and adding and revising things. So these are some evolving discussions which I wanted to pinpoint with regards to the positive and the negative role played by cinema in terms of Indian history, culture, and the larger sort of public or popular culture to a great extent, right? Discussions are vital for raising awareness about film's impact on historical understanding and national identity. In summary, while cinema can be a powerful medium for bringing history to life and engaging audiences, it should be approached with the understanding that it is not always to the best or most accurate source for a comprehensive understanding of historical events. Viewers interested in historical accuracy should complement their cinematic experience with books, academic sources, critical analysis to gain a more well-rounded historical perspective or understanding, right? So that is it from my side. I'm extremely thankful to the organizers for inviting me and for the people who are participating for patiently listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insights on our conference theme. Once again, thank you, sir. Now,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
okay, thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our most eminent Dr. Rupali Mokashi, madam, as chairperson of our today's plenary session. Dr. Rupali Mokashi has been working with R.K. Talreja College, Ulhasnagar as an associate professor, Department of History since 25 years. Holds a PhD awarded by the University of Mumbai in Ancient Indian Culture. MPhil in History from the University of Mumbai. Recipient of Justice K.T. Telanga Research Fellowship by the Asiatic Society of Mumbai on rekindling the history of the Silaharas of North Konkan as glid through the recent epigraphical revelation as a research project. Also participant of more than 43 various national and international conferences. She is the author of book of title Shri Sanache Shilahar, Shilaharas of Thane, Alaukika. And madam was a member of the Board of Studies from 2017 to 2022 in the History Department of the University of Mumbai. Board of Studies, Department of History, Sathe College. Board of Studies, Department of Ancient Indian Culture and History. Dr. P.V. Kane, Postgraduate and Research Institute of the Asiatic Society of Mumbai in this. Even published articles and journals on different topics. Bhartiya Purabhilekha Vidyecha Vikas, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangralaya, Rock Inscription, Someshwara, Brahmi inscriptions from Kondhane Caves, Hathi Gufa Shilale, and many more. This list is not ending here. There is a lot to say about madam. I feel honored that I was given the opportunity welcoming Dr. Rupali madam express valuable views. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
At the outset, let me congratulate Sri Hirachan Mutha College and the entire team for organizing this wonderful seminar, one-day national seminar on new perspectives of history of India, social, cultural, geopolitical, and economic aspects. I'm very glad to share this session because all the three presentations were extremely well researched and well presented. Before reviewing the session, I would like to thank Dr. Anuja Brahma, IC Principal of the college, and Chairman Prakash Mukherjee, and my dear Vinita, for involving me in the advisory committee and for allowing me, giving me an honor of chairing this session. Sunil sir's presentation was extremely close to my heart for two reasons, because I'm an alumni myself of Asiatic Society of Mumbai, which was established on 26 November 1804. And what more can I talk about my alma mater? That the Queen's Proclamation was read on the stairs of Asiatic Society of Mumbai. It's a delight to be with the institution, to grow myself, see myself grow as a young student to a research scholar and still studying at Asiatic Society. And Dr. Sunil Bihu presented an extremely important topic, well-researched topic of importance and need to preserve the heritage of India. He spoke about various antiquities, books that are stored in this storehouse like, of Asiatic Society of Books. And he dealt the topic with such beautiful ease. And I really agree with the comments that were made that time was just not enough for in half an hour to listen to his presentation. One day we must organize a longer presentation, Dr. Sunil sir. We all would like to hear more about you. My own library at IIT College is very old. We have some gems of books in our library, and we would like to know more about it from you, sir. We learned a lot about how to preserve and conserve various books, manuscripts, maps, various methods to do that. Papers have survived in ancient civilizations like Egypt, like Wadi al-Jaffa dates back 2000 years old, like as old as our Harappan culture, mature Harappan phase. But we are not so fortunate in Indian subcontinent. So these are the methods of conservation and preservation that he explained to us in a very easy manner. And I really congratulate you for this presentation. Is sir still alive? So I had a question for him. Is sir still there? Okay. Anyway, then the next presentation was Suresh by
Sorry, ma'am, but you are not audible.
Madam, your voice is very low.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Okay, so moving on to the second presentation by Dr. Suresh Badarge sir. Suresh Badarge sir has a very long-standing association with RKT College, and this topic was extremely important. We just cannot look at the Indian cinema as a mode of entertainment. It is, but the issue that he picked up, that specific films that he picked up, specific scenes that he picked up, just touched our heart. And it was presented beautifully. Thank you, sir, for this presentation. Representation of the social issues and like casteism, pros and cons of this issue. They were presented beautifully by Dr. Suresh Badarge sir. So congratulations to him. And the last presentation by Arun Singh ji. Congratulations again to you on your presentation of Indian history in cinema from 1930 to 1970. So I can see very clearly like pre-partition and post-partition significant changes, representation in Indian cinema. And it was very exceptionally selected topic and very well researched. Especially we see that influence of socialism in movies like Satyakam, movies like the early movies have freedom struggle that is represented in the form of mythological films also to fight against the British. And how slowly we are moving over in the phases, decades of Indian history and coming now to the NRI culture, which are all presented by the Karan Johar, the movies. So it was very interesting. Students should look up to this topic as their future research topics. So basically, congratulations to the team and congratulations to all the presenters. Great presentations, Arun sir. Are there any questions to the speakers? Any questions? Anyone else? Arun sir, I think he's the only person around. Vinita?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, I think we are done with this session because I don't think there are any questions coming up. So once again, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank all the three presenters. I thank Anuja Madam, Vinita, for giving me this opportunity. And congratulations once again to Arun sir, Suresh Badarge sir, and Sunil sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for chairing the session.
Thank you so much, madam, for your word is wisdom. It will be a great pleasure for us to listen to you again in our future event. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. Next session will be a technical session. Before starting the technical session, I take the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for the plenary session. It has been such an honor to be a part of the wonderful conference. On behalf of the St. Hirachand Budha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed attendees of plenary session. I would like to thank all the honorable dignitaries who bless us with their presence. I would like to thank our plenary session chairperson, Dr. Rupali Mukashi Madam, who spread time from the busiest schedule to grace the conference and share the valuable knowledge with us. Thank you, Madam. I would extend my sincere thanks to our resource person of the session, Mr. Sunil Biru sir, Dr. Suresh Badrake sir, and Mr. Arun Singh sir for their presence and for sharing our profound knowledge with us. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is the definitely encouraging us in our future events. Thanks to all the speakers for enduring the occasion and sharing their opinions today. Here we conclude the plenary session. The next session will be the technical session. And for the technical session, I would like to call Ms. Jagruti Shelar, Madam. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. On behalf of St. Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, St. Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I, Ms. Jagruti Shelar, welcome you all in the technical session of today's national conference, entitled as New Perspective of the History of India, Socio-Cultural, Geopolitical and Economical Aspects. For this technical session, we have an eminent personalities, Dr. Sunaina Kadle and Dr. Arvind Sontakke with us. So I request these eminent personalities for chairing today's technical session. Let's proceed with presentations. Before starting the technical session, I would like to give some instructions to our paper presenters. That every presenter will be given 5 minutes for presenting plus 2 minutes for Q&A session. That is totally 7 minutes. It's a humble request not to exceed the time allotted to you. Attendees can ask questions to individual presenters within 2 minutes. Now, with the permission of our today's technical session chairpersons, Dr. Sunaina Kadle Madam and Dr. Arvind Sontakke Sir, I would like to call our first paper presenter, Dr. J. Suresh Kumar and Mrs. D. Shobna, and their topic is Resilience and Reinvention, Northeast States in Sustainable Tourism Industry Transition. Please, sir, over to you. Dr. J. Suresh Kumar and Mrs. D. Shobna. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Dr. J. Suresh Kumar and Mrs. D. Shobna. Sir or madam, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, 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 yes.
I think we should move towards next participant.
Okay, madam. I think the person is not available, so let's proceed ahead. Our next paper presenter is Mr. Atman Mishra, and his topic is Emotionally Yours Dadar, a Cultural Odyssey. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Kindly give permission to share my screen, please.
So, sir, you can share your screen.
Sure. Thank you so much. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Pudhil Station, Dadar. Next station, Dadar. Agla station, Dadar. While this very announcement in the train goes like, next station, Dadar, a series of thoughts starts in the minds of a Mumbaiker. Now, will I be able to get down? What if I am not able to get down because of the crowd? But yet all he can do is gather himself and try and give his best attempt in getting down from the overcrowded coach of the local. Only if this wasn't enough, he also has to make way through the barely walkable Pool Market outside Dadar station. While most of the people in city know Dadar as this busy place, very few know about the origins of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Emotionally Yours Dadar, a cultural odyssey, depicts the spread of what I define today as the Dadar culture. My work is a compilation of various aspects of Dadar, specifically focusing on the culture, local and emotional aspects of a Dadarkar. While the corporate mornings start at 8 a.m. in the morning, it is Dadar's midday already, as it is an important source of livelihood for the vegetable and fruit sellers who start their day at 3 a.m. in the morning. The Fool Market or the Flower Market is an ideal place to stand if one wants to sum up Dadar in one frame. Moving on to the importance, I'll move on to the main part of my work so that I don't waste a lot of time. These are the objectives of my study, the conceptual framework for my study, the research methodology, which includes the study of primary sources, my research approach, the study of secondary sources, and of course, in the end, the analysis of the material. This is my literature review, starting with Prakash Kamat's Bahurangi Bahurangi Dadar, which I found at Dadar Sarvajanik Vachnalaya. Next is Shanta Gokhle's Shivaji Park. Then I have Vineet Date's Recognizing and Preserving Historic Identity of Dadar, published in University of Georgia in 2015. And of course, M.D. David's Mumbai, the City of Dreams by Himalaya publication. The first section in my work is labeled as From the Very Beginning. Now, to reach any point in area in Dadar, one had to climb and get down many ladders. Because of the existence of so many ladders in this area, it developed to be popularly known as Dadar. This is one of the theory. The plague outbreak in the city in 1896 created as much as havoc that the corporation now began to fear as to more such horrible consequences could happen in the future. Thus, the city began its actual expansion across the suburbs, starting with the introduction of the first affordable housing scheme in 1900s, known as the Mahim Matunga Vadala Science Scheme, which came to be known and with a view of housing the millions that would come and live in the city's future. The next part will be about Shivaji Park. The chapter specifically talks about Shivaji Park, which is at the heart of Dadar, which plays an important role in the daily life of a Mumbaiker. This will specially emphasize on the connection of the people that have developed over these years with the park and how it is now a very important part of their daily life. In the words of Shrikant Joshi Kaka, who's a regular evening walker at Shivaji Park, he says, आयुष्य हे शिवाजी पार्कासारखं पाहिजे, हसत खेळत आणि नेहमी फुलत. Many of such examples also include locals talking like, अरे आपण पार्कात भेटलोय का? To add this is a social extent to where two people who used to be regular evening and morning walkers at Shivaji Park went on to become one family where one's daughter married the other's son. This depicts how Shivaji Park has affected the lives of people, not only in an external way, but to the smallest level of the society. I feel the Katta at Shivaji Park is not just a boundary, but it is a very important point of connection for the people. The next part is food, which is titled as Kuch Khana Ho Jaye. Now, this gets us to the next thing where we talk about perfect evenings in Dadar. Any Mumbaikar needs three main things to have a good day, which includes a place to hang out, probably near the sea, getting in the train smoothly in rush hour, and lastly, good food. In the words of Dr. Kurush Dalal, every food item has a history of how and why it came into existence. To this, we'll see the entry of the affordable vada and more of such indigenous food, which are very popular in the modern times as well. The next part is emotionally yours. Now, I feel emotions form the very bedrock of our connection with Dadar. For many, it's not just a place, it's an emotion. Dadar is certainly hailed as a place where it has answered to all the questions, leading to which it has created this image of being complete in all aspects. Many of the views about Dadar include, Dadar mein nahi milega na, to kahin nahi milega. And also like, kya bolta hai? Mumbai mein kahin nahi mila. Chalo Dadar mein try karte hain, wahan pakka mil jayega. Which directly depicts how people are dependent on this place for self-sufficiency as well. The next part is old age in New Dadar. One of the most fascinating aspects of digital transformation is how the elders of Dadar are responding to this new wave of technology. The elders provide us with context and historical depth to the visual narratives, adding a layer of authenticity that only they can provide. Now, one interesting thing is, I have heard things like e-gappa tappa, where Ajis and Ajobas in Dadar come across on a Zoom meeting with the background of Parka Chakatta and have a chat when they cannot have it in person. These Aji Ajobas have become storytellers, sharing anecdotes of the past, offering insights into Dadar's evolution and imparting wisdom to our younger generation. This intergenerational dialogue is fostering a deeper appreciation for Dadar's heritage and tradition. The very last part in my work talks about finding the Dadarkar in you. Now, as I've explored Dadar, I've discovered that there's a little bit of Dadar in each of us. We all have our own stories, our own experiences, and our own ways of connecting with this incredible place. Today, I invite you to reflect on your own connection to Dadar, for in that reflection, we find a piece of our own history. One of the examples that I've included in the section is the Vada Pav connoisseur. Now, if you start comparing every Vada Pav you encounter in Mumbai to the legendary Vada Pav at Shivaji Park, ladies and gentlemen, you've officially earned your Dadarkar badge. Vada Pav is not just a snack, it's a symbol of Dadar's culinary supremacy. Concluding my work, I would like to talk about the connection of Dadar with people is like that of a human and society. Both really cannot function without each other. The connect which draws people towards it, and the connect which makes them feel the sense of belonging. Majority of the people who live here in the park are the ones who've stayed back through generations and generations. The sense of living and the sense of emotional connect is certainly a conclusion to how this place has been going forward only and only with the support of people. Lastly, I would like to say generations and generations will come, people will come and go, trends will rise and decline. But one thing that has always stayed back and will always stay back in the hearts of people is, ladies and gentlemen, emotionally yours, Dadar. Thank you so much.
We are thankful to have you with us. Thank you very much. Let's have a question answer session on this. Any questions, please? Is there any question? Since we don't have any questions, so let's proceed with another presentation.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is D. Damodar Reddy, and his topic is Research on Tourism Promotions in the State of Telangana, a study. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, madam. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thanks for giving the opportunity. Yes, sir. I'm going to share. Sir, this PPT is visible, sir?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, entire screen or only one screen, sir?
So we are sharing the screen.
Okay.
Okay. You can give us instruction regarding the next slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. Dear sirs and madam, myself, Dr. Damodar Reddy from Mallardi College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. Okay, I'm interested in this social science also. That is why I'm giving the presentation. Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving the opportunity. Yes, next, go to next slide. This is my abstract, what I'm made on the tourism promotions in the state of Telangana state. Yes. Yeah, coming to introduction. First of all, the tourism sector is the world's largest economic sector. Directly and indirect employment is there depending on the tourism. Direct employment and also indirect employment is there, sir. This, first of all, this tourism involves economic, cultural, infrastructure development of any country, which provides employment, direct and indirect employment. This sector is empowering the youth, women, and uneducated populating of the society. This sector also a combination of various industries like transport. Yes, tourism is related to transport, hotels. Whenever any pilgrim is coming to the tourist spot, all are benefited directly. That may be either directly or indirectly. Transport department, that also like transport corporations and private travels, they will also get benefited by the tourism. If tourism is developed in the state, then hotels, whenever they want to stay in that nearer to the tourist place, hotels also will get benefited. Beverages, hotels. Then in Telangana state, first of all, coming to Telangana state. Yes, sir. Yeah. Tourism sector. Okay. Yes, please stay here, sir. After completion, I will tell you, sir. Yeah. No, sir. Go to next slide. Next slide, sir. Yeah. In Telangana state, what are the main attractions available for tourists, which concern natural? Natural means like waterfalls, then forts, pilgrimage, handicrafts, festivals, wildlife. These are the natural. Then the temples, which also comes under the natural attractions. And festivals, especially the Sri Ramanavami temple, will be celebrated very well in Telangana state. Tribal festivals like Bonalu. Tomorrow, that means on Saturday also we have the festival, that is Batkama, and we are getting holiday tomorrow in the state of Telangana. Okay, sir. This yeah, this is the location. What is the geographical area which contains the Telangana state and population according to 2011 census. Then state capital obviously is Hyderabad. It is having 31 districts. Then literacy ratio 66.4%. These are the existing scenario. Then climate conditions. Yes, climate condition is also very good, especially in Telangana, Hyderabad. Hyderabad climate is very well for comfort temperature and RH also, relative humidity and temperature also. Yes, sir. Go to next slide, sir. Yeah, this is the geographical map of Telangana, which contains 31 districts. There are many tourist attractions in the state of Telangana. Yes, sir. Next. Yeah. Then what are the developments made by the TSTDC, Telangana State Tourism Development Corporation? And first of all, coming to that, what are the structure of the structure of the TSTDC, which consists by the supreme body is secretary and then commissioners, directors, director for language, director for heritage, managing director for TSTDC. Yes, sir. Go to this slide. Yeah, this is the pyramid diagram of Telangana tourism menu. In this, waterfalls, handicrafts, ancient civilization, especially the Satavahana dynasty is there. Wildlife sanctuary is also there. These are the brief view of tourism diversity. Yes, sir. You can go for next slide, sir. Yeah, opportunities in tourism sector. What are the opportunities we have? Economic development, especially economic development of India. Wherever rivers are there at the time, at that places, you can go for boat ridings. That both benefited by the both tourist person and also the vendor also. Okay, then every 1 crore investment in tourism creates 475 jobs as against 126 jobs from manufacturing sector. When compared to manufacturing sector like industries, direct industries, manufacturing industries, but they are providing only 126 jobs. But coming to the tourism sector, which provides 475 jobs, sir. That is a benefit of this, main benefit of this tourism sector. Then which is handed over. Yes, sir. Okay, go to next slide, sir. Yeah, what are the amount spent by the public? Trade, hotels, railways, transport, communications, banking and insurance, public administration and other services. 2014, this is the scenario. Contribution of service sector in amount in crores spending. Yes, sir. Yes, coming to the research methodology, coming to this research is coming restricted to myself to Telangana state. First of all, what are the who are the arrivals for this Telangana state? Foreign and domestic arrivals, not only from Telangana and also from other states of India and other countries also. We are this Telangana state is getting the income. Then the annual reports, magazines, research articles, I got the data, secondary data. The descriptive research then present in this study. Okay, sir. Next. This is the statistical data and analysis for 14 years. So, sir, 2014 to and this 2018 work. Okay, sir. Yes. Next, sir. This is already. Okay. Go, sir. Go to next slide, sir. Yeah. Yes. Telangana, it is the gateway to India and Asia. Hyderabad, especially Hyderabad. Largest contributor students to US universities and engineers to Silicon Valley from the Indian city. Now, India's premier research labs and universities are there. Central location, India home by US technology companies, world's supplier of pharmaceutical, yes, pharmaceutical and vaccines. Coming to employment, this Telangana state is providing vast employment, especially in the pharmaceutical industries. Robust infrastructure is there, tourist friendly and safe state, especially the safe state is the Telangana state. Yes, and it is newly formed. Okay, sir. Yes, road, coming to the road, it is connected by 23 national highways with a total length of 3,862 kilometers, especially on national highways. Overall road length is 27,197 kilometers. Airports is there, yes, especially the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport is the main international airport, international and a very big international airport. Yes, railways covers 5,328 kilometers. Yes, sir. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Recently, that is in the year of 2021, India gets its 39th World Heritage Site. 39th World Heritage Site. That is Ramappa Temple, alias or it is also called Rudreshwara Temple at Palampet near Warangal. That got UNESCO's World Heritage Site. And then another landmark India's nomination of Rudra is that Rudraeshwara temple. It is also called Ramappa temple. Yes. Yes, sir. This is the Ramappa temple, which is located nearer to Warangal. Yes, sir. Go to next slide. Yeah. Role of promotional activities taken by the TSTDC, that is Telangana State Tourism Development Corporation. What are the facilities they are providing to the tourists coming to the pilgrims? Pilgrims or whatever those are coming from picnic spot or pilgrims. The mission promote tourist places in the state of Telangana. First of all, their motto is to promote. Then different which include organizations or activities are there in Telangana, especially the Telangana Samskritika Saradi is introduced by the government of Telangana only. Okay, the scheme will provide information, different government policies, schemes to the various visitors to this state. Yes, sir. Telangana Kala Bharati or Kaloji Kala Mandiram. In each and every district, there are Telangana Kala Bharati centers are there. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Many temples were renovated by the Telangana state. Telangana government has taken very initiative to develop the tourism. Renovation of Yadagiri Gutta, especially Yadagiri Gutta. This is by the TTD. That means Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams with the support of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams with 100 crore rupees by the investment of government of Telangana and also from the private persons. This temple is made renovated. Okay. In this temple we have Ved Patashala, parks, marriage halls, cottages. Next, coming to tribal culture, especially the tribal culture, Kumram Bhim Memorial and the Tribal Museum at Jodeghat village in Adilabad district. Especially this Adilabad district is famous for the tribal cultural district. Coming to Niti Ayog, NIT, Niti Ayog, which spent already 33 crores for the development of infrastructure at Kinnarasani Nagarjuna Sagar Dam, Ramappa, also Gajbel. Yes, sir. Go to next slide, sir. Yes, this is the a recent renovation done by the Telangana government. That is Yadagiri Gutta temple, or this is also called Yadadri temple, just like the Tirumala temple. Just like the Tirumala temple we got. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Coming to the conclusion, Hyderabad. This is Hyderabad is located in the state capital of Telangana. The comfort temperatures and relative humidity for climate, better climate we can find, and there are many attractions and growth of number of tourists are increasing every year when compared to 2005 to 2018. TSTDC also taking very initiative steps to develop the tourism of Telangana. Yes, organization is playing important role in promoting various tourist destinations in the Telangana state. Yes, sir. And reference next slide, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, madam.
Sorry to disturb you, sir.
Yeah, madam.
Please note, sir, we have time constraint.
Yeah, madam.
Stick to time allotted to you, sir.
No, madam. Concluded, madam. This is references and I am going to conclude. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Next slide. Yes. Go to next slide, sir. Yes, sir. If any queries are there, you can ask them.
Yes, sir. Is there any questions? Please. I think there is no question. So let's proceed ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Anuja Brahma, madam, and Jagruti Sheelar, madam. You also responded whenever I asked doubts. You responded immediately. Thank you, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. तर आपण आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटर कडे वळूयात आणि आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटर आहेत प्राध्यापिका सुवर्ण किल्लारे मॅडम. आणि प्राध्यापिका विमल ठाणगे मॅडम. आणि त्यांचा विषय असणार आहे प्राचीन भारतातील नालंदा व तक्षशिला विद्यापीठांचा परदेशी विद्यापीठांवर पडलेला प्रभाव, एक ऐतिहासिक अभ्यास. प्लीज मॅडम. प्रोफेसर सुवर्णा किल्लारे मॅडम. मॅडम कृपया जॉईन असाल तर कृपया प्रतिसाद द्या मॅडम.
विमल मॅम, तुमचा आवाज कमी येत आहे.
माझा आवाज येतोय सर?
हा येतोय, काय अडचण नाही.
विमल मॅम, तुमचा जो हेडफोनचा माईक आहे तो तुम्ही तोंडाजवळ घेतला पाहिजे, तर तुमचा आवाज नाही येणार.
सर नेटवर्कचा काय आपल्याकडे इश्यू असेल, आमच्याकडे आवाज येतोय मॅडमचा.
विमल मॅडमचं चालू आहे का प्रेझेंटेशन?
हो मॅम.
मी सुवर्णा खिल्लारे बनकर. आम्ही दोघे एकत्रित पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन करत आहोत.
ओके मॅम.
येतोय का विमल मॅडमचा आवाज?
सुवर्णा किल्लारे नाव येत आहे समोर. तुम्हीच प्रेझेंट करत आहात ना मॅडम?
आम्ही दोघी करणार आहोत. ती जॉईन झालेली आहे ऑलरेडी. मला थोडा उशीर झाला त्याबद्दल सॉरी.
मॅम, विमल मॅमचा आवाज येत नाहीये, तुमचा आवाज क्लिअर आहे.
ओके. सुरुवात करून देते. मॅडम अर्ध प्रेझेंटेशन करणार होते.
ओके मॅडम, तुम्ही कंटिन्यू करू शकता मॅडम.
ओके. मी सुवर्णा खिल्लारे बनकर, SJRS कॉलेज कळवा ठाणे या ठिकाणी जे आहे इतिहास विभागामध्ये सहाय्यक प्राध्यापक म्हणून तिथे रुजू झालेली आहे. आणि हा जो विषय आम्ही निवडलेला आहे तो विषय आहे प्राचीन भारतातील नालंदा व तक्षशिला या विद्यापीठांचा परदेशी विद्यापीठ व विद्यार्थ्यांवर पडलेला प्रभाव, एक ऐतिहासिक अभ्यास. ऍक्च्युअल मध्ये हा जो आम्ही विषय निवडलेला होता तो शैक्षणिक धोरणालाच अनुसरून निवडलेला होता. आणि या विषयाकडे आकर्षित होण्याचं कारण असं की सध्या म्हणजे आपण सर्वजणांना माहीतच आहे की संपूर्ण देशामध्ये न्यू एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीची चर्चा होत आहे. त्याची इम्प्लिमेंटेशन सुद्धा चालू आहे. आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सुद्धा महाराष्ट्र शासनाने ही जी नवीन एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी आहे ती स्वीकारलेली आहे. आणि सर्व शाळा महाविद्यालयांमध्ये याच्या अंमलबजावणीची प्रक्रिया देखील सुरू आहे. त्यामध्ये इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टीमच्या या अनुषंगाने प्राचीन भारतातील जी प्रमुख विद्यापीठे होती, जसं की त्यामध्ये नालंदा, तक्षशिला, विक्रमशिला, वल्लभी, की ज्या विद्यापीठाचा नावलौकिक केवळ भारतामध्येच नाही तर संपूर्ण जगामध्ये होता. आणि म्हणून आम्हाला असं वाटलं की हा विषय घेऊन आपण या विषयामध्ये थोडासा डीप स्टडी करावा. आणि आम्ही हा संशोधन शोध निबंध म्हणून हा विषय निवडलेला आहे. आणि या विषयासंदर्भात जी माहिती आम्ही कलेक्ट केलेली आहे, जी माहिती आम्ही मिळवलेली आहे ती SJRS महाविद्यालयाचे ग्रंथालय, तसेच GP पाटील या महाविद्यालयाचे ग्रंथालय आणि तसंच डिजिटल रिसोर्सेसचा आधार घेऊन हा पेपर आम्ही तयार केलेला आहे. या पेपरमध्ये आम्ही प्रामुख्याने 3 भागामध्ये डिवाइड केलेले आहेत. त्यामध्ये जो पहिला भाग आहे त्या पहिल्या भागामध्ये प्राचीन भारतातील ही जी प्रमुख विद्यापीठे होती जशी नालंदा, तक्षशिला, या विद्यापीठाची स्थापना कोणी केलेली आहे आणि कधी केलेली आहे या भागाचं माहिती जी आहे ते पहिल्या भागामध्ये टाकलेली आहे. तसंच दुसरा जो भाग आहे, दुसऱ्या भागामध्ये या विद्यापीठांचे वैशिष्ट्य काय आहे, फीचर्स काय आहे, आणि तिसरा जो भाग आहे त्या तिसऱ्या भागामध्ये विद्यार्थी जे आहे ते शिक्षण घेण्यासाठी आलेले होते. आणि त्या विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये सुद्धा अनेक परदेशी विद्यार्थी होते. आणि या परदेशी विद्यार्थ्यांनी या ठिकाणी येऊन अध्ययन अध्यापनाचे काम केलेले होते आणि केवळ फक्तच अध्ययन व अध्यापनाचे काम न करता या विद्यार्थ्यांनी भारतातील संस्कृतीचा, इथल्या अभ्यासक्रमाचा आणि येथील जे शैक्षणिक वातावरण होतं ते सगळं आत्मसात करून या भारतातील संस्कृतीचा आणि येथील शिक्षणाचा प्रचार आणि प्रसार आपापल्या देशामध्ये केलेला दिसून येतो. आणि याबद्दलची संक्षिप्त माहिती माझी सहकारी ठाणगे मॅडम देणार होते. जर मॅडम जॉईन झाल्या असतील, माझा आवाज येत असेल तर कृपया पुढील जे माहिती आहे ती ठाणगे मॅडम यांना मी विनंती करते की त्यांनी या परिषदेमध्ये मांडावी.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. माझा आवाज येतोय?
हो, येतोय.
धन्यवाद मॅम. माझ्या सहकारी मैत्रीण आणि माझ्या
ठाणगे
सहकारी
मॅडम, आपला आवाज खूप बारीक येतोय.
येतोय का आता आवाज?
कमी येतोय मॅडम आवाज.
कमी येतोय का?
थोडा वाढवा, कारण तो ऐकू येत नाही नीट.
वाढवलेला आहे. येतोय का आता? मी जोरात बोलते. ज्या आमच्या सहकारी मॅडम यांनी पूर्णपणे विषयाची प्रास्ताविक केलेला आहे. मॅम, आवाज येतोय ना माझा पूर्ण?
मॅम, आवाज येतोय पण खूप कमी आवाज येतोय तुमचा.
अच्छा. तरी मी जोरात बोलण्याचा प्रयत्न करते मॅम. जसं तुम्हाला ऐकू
हेडफोन
येईल.
घातला असेल तर त्याच्यामुळे पण प्रॉब्लेम होतो.
आता आवाज येतो?
हो, आता क्लिअर येतो. इयरफोन काढून टाक.
ओके ओके.
हा, आता एकदम
ओके ओके ओके, चालेल चालेल. सॉरी मॅडम, मध्ये व्यत्यय आल्याबद्दल मी दिलगिरी व्यक्त करते. आताच माझ्या सहकारी मैत्रीण आणि यांनी प्रास्ताविक सांगितलेलं आहे. आमचा विषय प्राचीन भारतातील नालंदा व तक्षशिला विद्यापीठाचा परदेशी विद्यापीठांवर पडलेला प्रभाव, एक ऐतिहासिक अभ्यास. त्यांनी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे 3 विषयामध्ये आपण 3 भागामध्ये त्याचं वर्णन केलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये पहिला भाग ते विस्तारित स्वरूपाने मी सांगण्याचा प्रयत्न करते. प्राचीन प्रमुख विद्यापीठांची स्थापना. खरं तर आपल्या भारतामध्ये शिक्षणाची गौरवशाली परंपरा लाभली आहे. संस्कृती व सभ्यतेच्या प्रचारासाठी आणि विकासासाठी, तसेच वैयक्तिक, सामाजिक व राष्ट्रीय प्रगतीसाठी शिक्षण आवश्यक आहे. या उद्दिष्टानेच आपण आपल्या प्राचीन भारताच्या इतिहासाचा अभ्यास करताना आपल्या डोळ्यासमोर प्रथमतः तक्षशिला, नालंदा, काशी यासारख्या महत्वाच्या, विक्रमशिला यासारख्या महत्वाच्या विद्यापीठांचा आपण उल्लेख करतो. आणि ही प्राचीन संस्कृती आपल्या सर्वांगाने सर्व शिक्षणाच्या माध्यमातून महत्वाचं कार्य पार पाडते. अशाच तक्षशिला विद्यापीठाची स्थापना प्राचीन कालखंडामध्ये झाली. इसवी सनाच्या 5व्या शतकात नालंदा विद्यापीठाचे उदय होण्यापूर्वी तक्षशिला हे विद्यापीठ अत्यंत महत्वाचे शैक्षणिक केंद्र प्रसिद्धीस आलेले होते. त्या ठिकाणी गांधार राजाची राजधानी होती तक्षशिला. हे शहर सीमेवर असल्या कारणाने शक, कुषाण, हुण व ग्रीक, पहलव या परकीय आक्रमणांची झळ सतत या विद्यापीठांना पोहोचली. तरी सुद्धा अनेक संकट दूर करून विद्यापीठाने आपलं सक्षम असं पूर्णपणे अध्ययन हे चालू ठेवलेले होते. या ठिकाणी विद्यापीठामध्ये मौखिक पद्धतीची अध्ययन पद्धती होती. यामध्ये राज्यशास्त्र, युद्धशास्त्र, धनुर्वेद, व्याकरण, तत्वज्ञ, ज्योतिषशास्त्र असे अनेक विषय शिकवले जात होते. तसेच या विद्यापीठामध्ये प्रसिद्ध अशा वैकरणी, पाणिनी, चिकित्सक, विशारद, अजीविका, अर्थशास्त्रकार, कौटिल्य व मौर्य घराण्याचा संस्थापक असलेले चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य यांनी सुद्धा हे तक्षशिला विद्यापीठामध्ये शिक्षण घेतलेलं आहे. शिवाय या विद्यापीठाचा प्राचीन इतिहास सांगताना आणि तो अभ्यासताना बरेच परकीय प्रवाशांनी यामध्ये आपल्या इतिवृत्तामध्ये सुरेख असं वर्णन केलेलं आहे. शिवाय नालंदा विद्यापीठ, गुप्तांच्या कालखंडामध्ये नालंदा विद्यापीठाची इसवी सन 5व्या शतकामध्ये स्थापना झाली. खरं तर नालंदा विद्यापीठामध्ये हे बौद्ध विद्यापीठ म्हणूनच प्रसिद्ध आले, कारण ह्या ठिकाणी बौद्ध धर्माचा आणि बौद्ध साराचा अत्यंत महत्वाचा अभ्यास केला गेला. या ठिकाणी या विद्यापीठाच्या बौद्ध साहित्याचा अभ्यास करणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांची संख्या 10,000पेक्षाही जास्त होती. तसेच या ठिकाणी सुद्धा अनेक विषय शिकवले जात होते. वेद अध्ययन, आयुर्वेद, व्याकरण, वेदशास्त्र, संख्या, तत्वज्ञान यासारखे अनेक विषय. शिवाय धर्मपाठ, चंद्रपाल, आयुर्वेद, अंग, प्रभारुमित्र, शीलभद्र, शांतरक्षित, ज्ञानचंद्र विद्वान अध्यापनाचे कार्य करत होते. या सगळ्या अध्यापनाचं काम करत असतानाच आपल्या विद्यापीठामध्ये परकीय जे हुआनसंग, चीनी प्रवासी हुआनसंग, इत्सिंग
यांनी आपल्या भारतामध्ये येऊन बौद्ध धर्माचा गाढा अभ्यास केला आणि त्या अभ्यासातून आपल्या प्राचीन भारतीय संस्कृती आणि सभ्यतेचं मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आपल्या देशामध्ये आणि इतर देशामध्ये त्यांनी प्रसार आणि प्रचार केला. आपल्या प्रवास वर्णनात आपल्या इतिवृत्तात सुद्धा त्यांनी आपल्या भारतीय विद्यापीठांचा अत्यंत उच्च शिक्षण पद्धतीचा सखोल असा अभ्यास करून वर्णन केलेले आहे. हे झाले विद्यापीठांची माहिती. दुसरं म्हणजे वैशिष्ट्ये. विद्यापीठाचं प्रमुख वैशिष्ट्य म्हणजे विद्यापीठामध्ये गुरुकुल पद्धती होते. विद्यार्थी गुरुगृही जाऊन अध्ययन करत होते. मौखिक पद्धतीने हे अध्यापन चालत होते. अभ्यासक्रमाच्या विषयामध्ये पुराणे, व्याकरण, अंकगणित, वायू इत्यादी विषय असायचे. शिवाय वेद पुराण, 18 पुराणे, शिवाय धनुर्विद्या, गणित, सर्पविद्या, जादू, कृषी, व्यापार, पशुपालन, शिवाय राज्यशास्त्र, अर्थशास्त्र, स्मृती, संस्कृती, तांत्रिक शिक्षण, काव्य, खगोलशास्त्र असे अनेक आणि इतर अनेक बरेचसे विषय शिकवले जात होते. या विषयाचा वेद अध्ययनाचा पूर्णपणे अभ्यास इथे घेतला जात होता. हे मौखिक पद्धती होती. अध्ययन अध्यापन पद्धतीमध्ये प्रश्न उत्तर पद्धती, स्पष्टीकरण पद्धती, आत्मचिंतनात्मक पद्धती, श्रवण पद्धती, अभ्यास व पाठांतर आणि योग्य साधना, प्रवचन, वादविवाद पद्धती ह्या पद्धतीने अध्ययन प्रकार हे होत होते आणि त्यानुसार शिष्य आपल्या गुरुगृही या सर्व अध्ययनाचे पठण करीत होते. महत्वाचे उद्देश म्हणजे विद्यार्थ्याला दिले गेलेले महत्वाचे ज्ञान गुरुकडून शिष्याकडे दिले गेलेले महत्वाचा उद्देशच खरे ज्ञान आत्मज्ञान प्राप्त करण्यासाठी गुरुनी केलेली शिष्याला मदत.
बद्दल क्षमा असावी मॅडम.
बोला मॅडम.
मॅडम व्यत्यय आणल्याबद्दल क्षमा करा. पण
बोला बोला.
दिलेली वेळ मॅडम संपून गेली आहे, तर शेवटच्या 1-2 मिनिटात तुम्ही
बर बर चालेल चालेल.
ओके.
अशा प्रकारच्या तिसरा भाग जो आहे म्हणजे शेवटचा भाग आपल्याला आहे की या विद्यापीठामध्ये परकीय प्रवासी हुएनसांग, इत्सिंग, चिनी, ग्रीक, पर्शियन सर्व प्रवासी भारतामध्ये आले. त्यांनी आपले इतिवृत्त लिहिले. आपल्या इतिवृत्तामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात आपला प्राचीन भारताचा इतिहास तसंच शिक्षण पद्धतीचा इतिहास इथे नमूद केलेला आहे. आजच्या आधुनिक शिक्षण पद्धतीमध्ये सुद्धा उच्च शिक्षण पद्धती अत्यंत महत्वाची आहे आणि 21व्या शतकात सुद्धा आपल्या नालंदा, तक्षशिला ह्या विद्यापीठांचा पूर्णपणे अनुकरण केलं जाते. इथली ग्रंथसंपदा ह्या ठिकाणी नालंदा विश्वविद्यालय बख्तियार खिलजी यांनी उद्ध्वस्त केले. त्यांनी आग लावली. जवळजवळ 3 महिने ही आग पूर्णपणे चालू होती. हे पूर्ण ग्रंथालय जाळलेलं होतं. याच्यामध्ये आपले अमाप अशी पौराणिक ग्रंथ आणि त्यांची संपदा नष्ट झाली असली तरी आपली प्राचीन संस्कृती आणि ह्या परकीय प्रवाशांनी आणि इतर परकीय विद्यार्थ्यांनी आपल्या भारतामध्ये येऊन आपल्या प्राचीन संस्कृतीचा प्रचार प्रसार केला आणि आपली भारतीय संस्कृतीची जी विद्यापीठांमध्ये परकीय ऑक्सफोर्ड युनिव्हर्सिटी असेल किंवा परकीय विद्यालयामध्ये आपले विषय, आपली भाषा, आपलं तत्वज्ञान हे शिकवलं जातं. ऑक्सफोर्ड युनिव्हर्सिटी, केम्ब्रिज, हार्वर्ड यासारख्या विद्यापीठांमध्ये सुद्धा महत्वाच्या आपल्या अध्ययन पद्धतीचा अभ्यास केला जातो आणि अशाच पद्धतीचा ह्या संशोधन पद्धतीनुसार आम्हाला दोघींनाही या ठिकाणी प्राचीन भारतातील नालंदा आणि तक्षशिला विद्यापीठांचा परदेशी विद्यापीठांनी मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये आकर्षण दाखवलं. आपली संस्कृती बाहेर प्रचारात प्रसारात आणली आणि त्या आपल्या अध्ययन पद्धती त्यांनी आपल्या देशामध्ये हे चालू केली. म्हणूनच आपल्या भारताचा प्राचीन इतिहास संस्कृती अत्यंत महत्वाची आणि सुरेख आहे. धन्यवाद मॅडम. धन्यवाद मॅडम. आवाज येतोय?
हो येतोय मॅडम. धन्यवाद मॅडम. So our next paper presenter is Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari and Ms. Shivasankari Ganeshan, and their topic is a look into the future of travel which trends to heritage and tourism. Please ma'am, over to you.
Yes ma'am. A very good afternoon. Good afternoon ma'am. Can you hear me ma'am?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all gathered over here. Myself, Shivasankari, from 3rd BCom, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Tiruchirappalli campus, Tamil Nadu. I'm here presenting my research paper on the topic, a look into the future of travel, which trends to the heritage and tourism in India perpetually, with my guide, Dr. P. Uma Maheshwari ma'am. And now I'm moving on to the session. Heritage and culture in India is all about a land of rich heritage, and diverse culture, exploring the magnificent Taj Mahal and experiencing the vibrant traditions of the Indian dances. My research paper is fully regarding over that. The Indian culture will be moreover in my research paper. Meaning of the Indian heritage and the culture. The heritage refers to the cultural and the historical legacy passed down from the previous generation. Culture encompasses the custom, beliefs, and values shared by a society. The Indian heritage and culture are characterized by their depth, complexity, and spiritual excellence. They are influenced by various religions, languages, and artists. Moving on to its importance, Indian heritage and culture play a crucial role in shaping the identity and pride of its people. They provide a sense of belonging, promote unity, and preserve the nation's unique heritage. Historical significance of Indian heritage is all about to hold immense historical significance with ancient civilizations, dynasties, and empires leaving their marks, which explores the majestic historical sites like the Red Fort and learn about its Indian glorious past. The diversity in Indian culture is a melting pot of diverse culture, language, and tradition. From the colorful festivals of Holi, Diwali to the distinct cuisines of each region, Indian culture celebrates its unity in diversity. Some of the traditional arts and crafts in India are handblock printings, Kathak dance, Madhubani painting, wood carving. I've detailedly explained about these crafts and arts in my research paper. Some of the festivals and rituals in Indian culture, Holi, Diwali, and Ganesh Chaturthi, which is celebrated all over India. Some of the preservations and promotions of the Indian heritages, efforts are being made to preserve, promote Indian heritage through the cultural institutions, museums, education programs, and UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So now I conclude here that Indian heritage and culture are the true treasure reflecting the country's extraordinary history and unmatched diversity. Let's celebrate and preserve this invaluable legacy from generations to outcome. Thank you.
We are also thankful, ma'am. Yes, our next presenter is Sakshi Mehta, and her topic is Kathakuni architectural style, a few examples of Pabbar Valley.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes, you are very audible.
I'm Sakshi Mehta, an assistant professor of history in GC College, Naina Devi Ji, Himachal Pradesh. My topic for the presentation is Kathakuni architecture style, a few examples of Pabbar Valley. The exquisite Kathakuni or Kothi Banal architecture style is an indigenous construction technique in the Western Himalayas, especially in the Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand region. These Kathakuni houses are especially found in the middle Himalayan belts such as Chamba, Manali, Kullu, Shimla, and some parts of Uttarakhand. Kathakuni houses have interlocked wooden beams made of devdars that steadily the stone-supported structure, earthquake resistant, providing insulation through double-layered walls. This paper highlighted some of the Pabbar Valley's outstanding Kathakuni examples. Pabbar Valley is located in Shimla district in Himachal Pradesh. Kathakuni is an indigenous architectural style that is adhered to by local people. However, fashion is going advanced these days. Temples are also built in this style. However, when the temple committee renovates a temple, the historical significance of the temple is lost. We also lose the historical heritage of our forefathers. The objective of this paper is heritage preservation and heritage awareness. There are 3 sections in the paper. The author provides background information on the region and a general overview of Katkuni style in the first section. In this second section, author discusses examples of Katkuni styles in Pabbar Valley. The third section addresses potential challenges for the architectural style. Introduction. Himachal Pradesh, known as the abode of God, situated in the western Himalayas, which preserves great tradition and heritage of wood carvings, indigenous construction techniques through their vernacular houses. Vernacular houses are those related to a particular region and culture. The focus of this research paper is Pabbar Valley in district Shimla of Himachal Pradesh. The area is drained by Pabbar River and its tributary are known as Pabbar Valley. The valley is situated close to Himachal Pradesh-Uttarakhand border on the southern slope of Dhauladhar mountain. It is shaded by majestic northwestern Himalayan mountains. The word Katkuni is a combination of 2 local dialect words, Kat plus Kuni. Kat is derived from the Sanskrit word Kasht, which means wood, and Kuni is also carved out from Sanskrit word Kona, that is corner. In the local dialect variation of Sanskrit, this is referred to as Katkuni. When we talk about Katkuni houses, they are primarily constructed with woods and stones. In the beginning, dwellers built their houses with cheed wood, which is a long-leaf Indian pine. But when they began engraving designs on them, they switched to just using Devdar trees because they could not engrave any motifs on cheed woods. These type of houses were often exclusively built by the upper social classes, especially Thakurs, Ranas, Rajput, and Brahmin. Those in lower classes were unable to do so. Although there were no constraints on building engraved houses, economically they were not able to construct these houses because these houses were expensive and time consuming. When a house was built, the Badi class received remuneration in kind, similar to the Jajmani system. This economic system was prominently practiced in the remote areas of the Indian subcontinent, where lower strata of society performed various tasks for higher strata in exchange for receiving numerous goods or grain from them. Examples of the Katkuni style in Pabbar Valley. These houses are located in Dali village. Dali is a remote and picturesque village situated in the mountain lap of Shimla district. The dwellers have preserved their heritage through their old houses. In this house, autochthonous built their new Pakka house. On the other hand, they did not demolish their ancestors' home. This wall is constructed by stone and wood, and firstly they dig pits in the ground, then build stone wall and use Devdar tree wood to make the house beams with the help of wood and interlocked wood in with each other. The ground floor of the Katkuni houses were known as khud, where residents housed their livestock. This is separated into 2 halves. On one side, cows and buffaloes are maintained. Goats, sheep, and lamb and other animals are kept. The area is referred as Breda in local dialect. According to local people, khud has a momentous role because newborn babies and they are not affected by jaundice because of the urine of cow, which is and the other example of the Katkuni buildings are situated in the Dodra and Lado. Dodra is an interior village in Shimla district. The indigenous practices of vernacular architecture styles and cultural values of the village have been preserved by people in this village. Almost all apartments are made in Katkuni architectural style. in the first floor of the house known as pond, which has a large room in terms of breadth but a small space in terms of height. The sole window in the entire chamber is a little one called shuri, otherwise there is no ventilation. The wall of the house is built from a combination of wood and stone, and then it is plastered with mud and cow dung. People benefited from the plaster layers in the summer when the temperature is at its highest. The main room on the second level of the house is referred to as Baur. The exterior of the corridor is renowned for its elaborate and detailed decorative motifs. A distinguished feature of wooden carving is the extensive use of flora and fauna motifs, including numerous types of flowers, leaves, and vines. Their use is particularly noticeable in Mehrab at the corridor and the main gate of the house, which is called Kholi. The pillars of Mehrab are also constructed in the same manner on traditional Indian architecture. These motifs and architectural components have to help to create a unique and environment-friendly designs. The attic part of the house is known as Chand, where local people worship their Kul Devta and keep firewood. The roof of the house is constructed by slate, which is abundantly found locally and is used to build Katkuni rooftops. It is a long-lasting material that, when put properly, can survive for many decades, harmonizing with sustainability over the long term. This slate roofing in the architectural style exemplifies how local tradition and natural materials can be combined to build sustainable buildings that can resist the harsh condition of mountainous countryside. Our next slide is granary. Granaries in Babbar Valley are known as kuthar. This building is also erected with a combination of stone and wood. Wood provides natural and efficient measures to safeguard the interior from pests and adverse weather condition. In Babbar Valley, grain warehouse are quite often built as slightly elevated structure to shield from moisture and insects. These granaries are typically made in traditional Himachali vernacular building style. Mud fills the granary attics because it observes the sun direct heat, keeping the storage area cool in the summer and providing protection from rain and snow in the winter. Lastly, it has a slate roof analogous to as house roof. Challenges and conclusion. Cheap material of Pakka houses and without spending much time to manufacture is a significant cause of rapid change in the vernacular style. Social media and other platforms are spreading global ideas of architectural style and are rapidly changing scenarios of the vernacular landscape. In the vernacular landscape, not only did architectural style vanish as well as our ancestors' idea, but a legacy is also getting advanced. This is a big challenge to autochthonous to maintain equilibrium between preserving tradition, adapting to modern exigencies, and protecting the culture and environmental uniqueness of the area. Thank you.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice, extensive study she has done. Very interesting. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Thank you, ma'am.
Dear participant, please, anyone having any questions? I think there is no question, so we'll proceed ahead. Our next presenter is Mr. Bholanath Samanta, and his topic is climate change and civilization collapse.
फोन केला का त्याला?
Lessons past for the present.
घेतोय का तो?
Please, sir.
कधी घेऊन येशील?
Mr.
अरे
Bholanath.
नाही करत ते आपण उभं राहून आज मग परत अटकलचं काय आहे त्याच्यात?
No, ma'am, your mic is on.
Yes, Mr. Bholanath Samanta. I think the person is not available. So we'll proceed ahead. Our next presenter is Dr. Grishma Khobragade, and his topic is Analytical Study of Case Cultural Hegemony of Religion and Worship in India, New Perspective. Dr. Grishma Khobragade, sir. डॉक्टर ग्रीष्म खोब्रागडे सर, कृपया जॉईन असाल तर जॉईन व्हा सेशन साठी. डॉक्टर ग्रीष्म खोब्रागडे, आर यू देयर सर? I think sir is not available. So we'll proceed ahead. Our next presenter is Miss Siddhi Mayekar, and her topic is Threads of History and Exploration of India's Embroidered Textile. Over to you, ma'am. Miss Siddhi Mayekar. Please, madam.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Can I present my own presentation, please?
Yes, madam. You
Sorry,
may.
I will share the screen. To a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here and other paper presenters as well. My subtopic, my sub-theme for the paper presentation is Cultural and Artisan History. And my title for the presentation is Threads of History and Exploration of India's Embroidered Textile. To begin with the introduction, we can see embroidered textile helps to trace cultural and artisan history. With this, we can try to figure out the emotions behind that embroidery, and it can be also seen as a way of expression of religious, cultural, and social practices back then. It also represents regional customs and practices. As we know, India subcontinent has various and diverse regional customs. And thirdly, it preserves rich heritage and leaves behind a legacy of techniques of embroideries. Our first embroidery is Chamba embroidery. The origin of Chamba embroidery can be found in Chamba region of Himachal Pradesh. It is said to be patronized by Chamba royal kings. It is also inspired from famous Pahari Kangra school of painting. In 2008, it is recognized as World Heritage by UNESCO. This played a vital role in raising awareness and understanding the need to preserve this historical form. It is a technique called do rukha taka is used to form this embroidery textile. Malmal or a khaddar in white or cream color with embroidery of silk thread is used to give that bright and glossy look to it. Next, we'll see the typical features of Chamba Rumal and the representation of culture through it. It depicts folklore, epics, and cultural religious beliefs. It was used for various type of cultures and ceremonies. We can see a floral motif border, which is always there in all kind of Chamba Rumals. We can also observe some human figures in the photo on the screen, and also the depicts of local flora and fauna. The next embroidery is Kanta embroidery. So the roots of Kanta embroidery are from Bengal region. Kanta embroidery means patch cloth. is it is an overlapping of worn out clothes to create something new. This activity highlights historical use of recycling and reusing. This embroidery was practiced by ruler women of Bengal, and we can try to understand this embroidery in two ways. Firstly, it becomes a narrative and memories and reflection of that person who has stitched it. And secondly, it becomes a symbol of completeness and unity. Next, we'll see the typical and traditional features of Kanta embroidery and the cultural presentation through it. So we'll always observe a geometrical border around every Kanta embroidery, and auspicious flower in the middle, which is lotus, and it is considered as an auspicious flower, and it is always kept in the middle of any object. Secondly, we can see figures of animals, birds over here, and use of deep blue, black, and red color is used to showcase nature elements like sky, space, and earth. Next is the Kasuti embroidery. Kasuti embroidery we can find the roots of Kasuri embroidery in Chalukya dynasty of Karnataka. It was initially practiced and worn by only royal courts, but it later spread to common people as well. It was widely practiced in cities like Bijapur, Dharwad, Belgaum, Miraj, Sangli, and Jamkhandi. It was used to give accent to pallus and plain borders of the saris. Murgi, Menti, Negi, and Gavanti were some of the stitches used in this embroidery. As we can, those designs which are made on this, which are used for this embroidery are symmetrical and repetitive. It has also this embroidery also has religious significance, such as this type of embroidery was customary for brides with black or blue irkal sari with a kasodi embroidery on it, as it was considered as Shubh Shagun. Next, we'll see the features of Kasuti embroidery. So the embroidery is identical on both the sides, front as well as back, and we can trace various motifs such as star-shaped motifs, gopurams, birds on the sari, and various types of other motifs are used, such as star shapes, chariots, tulsi pots, such motifs are used for this embroidery design. Next, we'll see the Zardozi design. The Zardozi design, subsequently enhanced by the Mughals in India. It is a blend of two words, Zar and Dozi. Zar meaning gold and Zodi meaning embroidery. It is adorned on wide range of apparel such as lehengas, blouse, turban, coats, dupattas, and saris. This imperial style of design was promoted in Lucknow, which became a primary location for this embroidery. Next, we'll see the features of Zardozi embroidery, such as Salma, which is a twisted circular metal wire to create a flower-like design. Next is the Gizai. It's a thin metal wire used as a stem to give the look of it. And thirdly, it is always embroidered on a thick or a strong fabric, which can take the load of the heavy embroidery. To conclude the presentation, I would say even the motives in all four embroideries are universal, yet the perspectives and the mediums are different in each of the embroidery, and it serves as a tangible links to the past, preserving stories, beliefs, and custom of the respective regions and communities. And thirdly, I will conclude with textiles are not merely garment but a vibrant repository of history, culture, and identity, which are seamlessly weaving the threads of the past into the fabric of the future and present. Thank you.
थँक्यू मॅम. कोणाला काही प्रश्न आहेत? इज देअर एनी क्वेश्चन्स प्लीज? ओके, थँक्यू मॅम. आपण आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटेशन कडे वळूयात आणि आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटर आहेत निकिता नरवाडे आणि त्यांचा टॉपिक आहे महात्मा गांधी आणि भगतसिंग यांचा आजच्या युवकांवरील प्रभाव.
आम्ही सर्व सरांच्या लॅपटॉप वरून जॉईन होत आहोत.
बाबासाहेब कांबळे तर फक्त बाबासाहेब कांबळेला ऍक्सेस द्या ना प्रेझेंटेशन करायला.
ओके सर.
तर तुम्ही शेअर करू शकता. दिसतंय?
दिसते.
हा, start.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikita Narwade and I'm from TYBA, student Satish Patanya Sadhana College. My topic is the impact of Mahatma Gandhi and Bhagat Singh's thoughts on today's youth. So let's start.
Hey.
महात्मा गांधींबद्दल जितके बोलावं तितके कमीच आहे, तरी थोडक्यात मी मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न केलाय. महात्मा गांधी हे एक भारतीय प्रेरणादायी नेते, शांतताप्रिय कार्यकर्ते आणि महान मानवतावादी म्हणून ओळखले जातात. भारतीय वकील, वसाहत विरोधी राष्ट्रवादी आणि राजकीय नीती तज्ञ होते. त्यांनी ब्रिटिश राजवटीपासून भारताच्या स्वातंत्र्याच्या यशस्वी मोहिमेचे नेतृत्व करण्यासाठी अहिंसक प्रतिकार केला. म्हणजे विदाऊट हिंसा पण त्यांनी त्या काळामध्ये प्रतिकार केलेला दिसतो आपल्याला. गांधींनी आयुष्यभर सत्य आणि अहिंसा या तत्वांचा पुरस्कार केला. स्वतः देखील या तत्वानुसार जगले आणि इतरांनीही तसे करावे असे सुचवले. त्यांनी खेड्यांना खऱ्या भारताचे मूळ म्हणून पाहिले आणि स्वयंपूर्णतेचा पुरस्कार केला. गांधी सविनय सत्याग्रहाच्या कल्पनेचे जनक होते. तसेच त्यांनी खेडा सत्याग्रह, मिठाचा सत्याग्रह, चंपारण्य सत्याग्रह, असहकार चळवळ, भारत छोडो आंदोलन आणि अशा अनेक कामगिरींनी त्यांनी महत्वाची भूमिका बजावलेली दिसते. भगतसिंग बद्दल जाणून घ्यायचे म्हटले तर ते एक भारतीय क्रांतिकारक होते. हिंदुस्थानातील ब्रिटिश साम्राज्याविरुद्धच्या लढ्यात त्यांनी केलेल्या 2 शौर्य कार्यांमुळे वयाच्या 23व्या वर्षी त्यांना फाशीची शिक्षा देण्यात आली. भगतसिंगांचा जन्म 1907 साली तत्कालीन पंजाब प्रांतातील लालपूर जिल्ह्यातील बंगा गावात झाला. त्यांच्या वयाच्या इतर शीख मुलांसारखे ते लाहोरच्या खालसा हायस्कूल येथे गेले नाहीत. त्यांच्या आजोबांना त्या शाळेतील जी ब्रिटिश सरकारप्रती असलेली निष्ठा होती ती मंजूर नव्हती. कदाचित हेच कारण असावे की भगतसिंग ते शाळेमध्ये गेले नसावे. साम्यवादी समाजरचना व शोषणमुक्त सक्षम समाज घडवण्यासाठी त्यांनी लेनिन, मार्क्स, टॉल्स्टॉय, गॉर्गी, बाकुनिन यांचे साहित्य अभ्यासले होते. यावरून समजते की भगतसिंग किती वाचनप्रेमी आणि अभ्यासक होते. मी भगतसिंग आणि महात्मा गांधींचा तुलनात्मक अभ्यास करण्यासाठी युवकांचा प्रतिसाद मिळावा या हेतून एक छोटासा सर्वे केला. त्यातून मला समजलं ते मी पुढे मांडले तुमच्या पुढे. तर आपण बघू शकता या सर्वेमध्ये मला अपेक्षित नव्हतं खरं तर, पण भरपूर जणांनी मला रिस्पॉन्स केलाय. तर 63.8% फिमेल्सनी रिस्पॉन्स दिला आणि 34.8% मेल्स लोकांनी रिस्पॉन्स दिलेला दिसतोय. एजचा क्रायटेरिया पुढे दिलाय बघा. तर मी जेमतेम प्रश्न असे विचारले होते, इथे मी 4 घेतले आहेत. तर महात्मा गांधी यांचा जन्म 88.6% विद्यार्थ्यांना माहिती आहे. भगतसिंगांचा जन्म हा देखील बऱ्याच विद्यार्थ्यांना माहिती असल्याचं दिसतं. मी विचारलं होतं की खालीलपैकी कोणते पुस्तक भगतसिंग यांनी लिहिले आहे. तर 72.9% विद्यार्थ्यांना याचं करेक्ट आन्सर माहिती असल्याचं दिसते. यावरून समजते की विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये वाचनाची आवड, त्यांची स्वारस्यता यातून स्पष्ट उमगून दिसते. भगतसिंग यांच्या क्रांतीचा अर्थ आपण कसे घेता असे विचारल्यास 71% विद्यार्थ्यांनी अन्यायाविरुद्ध आवाज उठवला असे सांगितले आहे. महात्मा गांधी यांच्या अहिंसा या तत्वाशी आपण किती सहमत आहात असे विचारल्यास 42.6% विद्यार्थ्यांनी पूर्ण सहमती दर्शवली आहे. तर 44.1% विद्यार्थ्यांनी थोडी सहमती दर्शवली आहे. महात्मा गांधी यांचे विचार आजच्या काळात उपयुक्त आहेत का असे विचारल्यास 59.4% विद्यार्थ्यांनी होय असं उत्तर दिले. आणि तेच भगतसिंग यांचे विचार आजच्या काळात उपयुक्त आहेत का असे विचारल्यास 79.7% विद्यार्थ्यांनी होकारार्थी उत्तर दिलेलं दिसते. यातून मला असं सांगायचे की विद्यार्थी भरपूर जागरूक आहेत आणि खरं तर मला अपेक्षा नव्हती, परंतु तरी त्यांनी भरपूर प्रतिसाद नोंदवला. त्यात त्यांची वाचनाची आवड आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी विचारात घेता की जागरूकता आहे विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये, ते निष्काळजीत नाहीयेत हे पण दिसून येते. तर आजचे युवक आणि तरुण वर्ग यांनी जो अहिंसा आणि क्रांती यामधलं गांभीर्य जाणून घेतलेलं आहे ते पण आपल्याला दिसून येते. शिवाय युवकांच्या वाचनातील स्वारस्याने जागरूकता दिसून येते. महात्मा गांधी आणि भगतसिंग यांच्या विचारांना मिळणारा जो प्रतिसाद आहे त्यावरून आपण हा सगळं अर्थ काढू शकतो. भगतसिंगच्या मते जो सेक्युलरिझम आहे त्याला त्यांनी फ्रेंच रिव्हॉल्युशन थ्रू घेतलेला आहे. त्यांचं म्हणणं असं होतं की धर्म आणि जे सरकार आहेत त्यांच्यामध्ये कायमची दुरी बनवली पाहिजे. ते एक साथ म्हणजे भेदभावास ते कारणीभूत ठरतं. त्यामुळे ते त्यांच्यामध्ये साम्यता न दिसून येण्यासाठी सरकार आणि धर्मामध्ये दुरीच बनवली पाहिजे. ऍक्च्युली हीच एक सेक्युलरिझमची करेक्ट व्याख्या आहे. जेव्हा की गांधीजींच्या मते त्यांनी असं सांगितलेलं आहे की सरकार आणि ह्याच्यामध्ये सरकार तर प्रमोट करणारच आहे धर्माला, शिवाय धर्म हा धर्मनिरपेक्षता दाखवली पाहिजे, जेणेकरून सर्वधर्म समभाव अशी एक कल्पना जनजागृतीमध्ये निर्माण होईल. तर गांधीजींचा आणि भगतसिंगचा हा विचार होता. आणि मला सांगायचं झालं तर सध्याच्या काळामध्ये आपण बघतोय तर महात्मा गांधीजींच्याच विचारांना, शांततेच्या विचारांना जास्त महत्व द्यायला हवे. गांधीजींची जी विचारशैली आहे ती विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये सर्वात जास्त अशी उमजून यायला पाहिजे. त्यांचं वाचन अधिक व्हायला हवं. आणि त्याचबरोबर असं म्हणायचं की वेळ सापेक्ष जे आहे ती गांधीजींच्या तत्वांचं क्रियाशैली आपण सर्वांनी आत्मसात केली पाहिजे. थँक्यू सो मच.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. अतिशय सुंदर पद्धतीने तुम्ही सादर केले मॅडम.
थँक्यू.
कुणाला काही क्वेश्चन्स विचारायचे असतील तर त्यांनी विचारू शकता.
बदलणार आहे म्हणजे
Oh, can I ask? Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
madam. Yes. You may
Yeah,
know.
so since you are a teacher, so through this research, okay, what you have concluded that त्यांच्या ते वाचतात वगैरे, तर प्रॅक्टिकल ऍप्लिकेशन्स तुम्हाला काय वाटतात? मुलं करतात का? खरंच सहमत आहेत का? कारण देयर इज सो मच व्हायलन्स अँड अदर थिंग्स आउटसाइड.
Yeah, ma'am.
फक्त
Actually, I'm a student, ma'am.
Okay.
And this is my first time, actually. आणि ज्या पद्धतीने तुम्ही विचारलं तर मला असं वाटते की म्हणजे प्रॅक्टिकली बोलतायत ना वाचनातून, त्यांचा मला प्रश्न
हा.
कळला तुमचा.
नाही, मी म्हणते की ते वाचून त्यांना समजलंय, पण मग डिड यू सी की ते अंमलबजावणी म्हणजे ते प्रॅक्टिकली अप्लाय करतात का लाईफ मध्ये वगैरे? द टीचिंग्स ऑफ गांधी.
नाही मॅम, तो सर्वे नाही केलाय मी, पण ऍक्च्युअल मध्ये ते
अच्छा,
अप्लाय
you
व्हायला
just
हवं असं म्हणते.
फक्त वाचतात की नाही तेवढंच फाइंड आउट केलं तुम्ही.
हा.
सो यू हॅव स्कोप टू डू सम फर्दर रिसर्च.
येस मॅम.
ओके.
ओके मॅडम, धन्यवाद. आपण आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटेशन कडे वळूया. आणि पुढील प्रेझेंटर आहेत प्रवीण एन आणि त्यांचा टॉपिक आहे डेलिब्रेटेड स्टडी ऑन डिपॉझिटरी फायनान्शियल इन्स्टिट्यूशन क्रॉनिकल टू ऑनगोइंग ट्रान्झिशन डेपिक्ट्स हिस्ट्री ऑफ इकॉनॉमिकल ग्राफ्स. मिस्टर एन प्रवीण. Mr. N. Praveen, sir. If you are there, sir, please join the session. I think the sir is not available. तर आपण आपल्या पुढील प्रेझेंटेशन कडे वळूयात. पुढील प्रेझेंटर आहेत तेजस सरदार आणि त्यांचा टॉपिक आहे 2 बिघा जमीन आणि समाजवाद.
गुड आफ्टरनून मॅम. माझं नाव तेजस सरदार. मी TYBA हिस्ट्री ज्ञानसाधना कॉलेजचा विद्यार्थी आहे आणि सध्या मी आमचे प्राध्यापक बाबासाहेब कांबळे यांच्या अकाउंटवरून लॉग इन केलं आहे, तर त्यावर मी प्रेझेंट करतोय.
ओके सर, कंटिन्यू करा.
हो. तर आजचा माझा टॉपिक आहे 2 बिघा जमीन आणि समाजवाद, जो की आजच्या कॉन्फरन्स मधला एक थीम आहे, कल्चर अँड सोशलिझम. याच्यावर मी प्रेझेंट करणार आहे. तर भारतीय चित्रपटांचा इतिहास आपण बघायला गेला तर 1913 भारतीय चित्रपटाची सुरुवात झाली, परंतु तो सुरुवातीला एक मुखपट होता. त्याच्यानंतर 10 वर्षांनी पहिला बोलपट तयार करण्यात आला. परंतु चित्रपट येण्याआधी 1872 थिएटरची सुरुवात झाली होती. म्हणजे जेणेकरून तेव्हाच्या रिव्होल्युशनरीजनी नेशन बिल्डिंगसाठी चित्रपट आणि थिएटर हे दोन्हींचा वापर केला होता. सुरुवातीला भारतीय चित्रपटांचा कल हा एक सामाजिक आणि धार्मिक प्रवृत्तीचा होता. 1920 ते 1930 चा काळ हा भारतीय सिनेमांसाठी परिवर्तनाचा काळ ठरला. दो बिघा जमीन या चित्रपटाची आपण पूर्ण रूपरेषा बघायला गेलात तर याच्यामध्ये मुख्यतः जमीनदाराचा अन्याय कसा होतो शेतकऱ्यावर, तसेच जमीन वाचवण्यासाठी शेतकऱ्याचे काबाड कष्ट दिसतात आपल्याला. ग्रामीण व शहरी जीवन यांच्यातील फरक दिसून येतो. कामगारांचे हाल केले जातात, स्त्रियांची अवस्था, आणि मेन म्हणजे चित्रपटामध्ये आपल्याला जसा शेवट अपेक्षित असतो तसा होत नाही. त्यामध्ये शेतकऱ्याची जमीन जाते, त्याची जो शेतीची माती उचलला जातो, त्यासाठी त्याला हकलून दिलं जातं. तेव्हाच्या काळातील शेतकऱ्यांची अवस्था अशी होती की शिक्षण नव्हतं त्यांच्याकडे, त्यामुळे त्यांना व्यवहार जमत नसत. म्हणजे जेणेकरून त्यांचे कॅल्क्युलेशन्स वगैरे होत नसत, ते व्याज वगैरे घेत असत, कर्ज घेत असत, त्याच्यावर व्याज किती आहे वगैरे ते त्यांना कळत नसे. जर ते पुढे कोर्टामध्ये वगैरे गेलं तर त्यासाठी त्यांना लिगल ऍक्शन्स वगैरे कशा घ्यायच्या हे सुद्धा माहिती नव्हतं. त्यामुळे त्यांची जमीनदार त्यांची फसवणूक करत असत. त्याचबरोबर निळीची शेती, अफूची शेती वगैरे अशा शेती केल्यामुळे त्यांचा जमिनीचा कस जात असे आणि पुढच्या वर्षी त्यांचे उत्पादन कमी होत असे. त्याचबरोबर अवकाळी पाऊस आणि दुष्काळ हेही शेतकऱ्यांना घातक असत. त्यामुळे शेतकऱ्यांच्या आत्महत्याचे प्रकरण वाढत होते. याच्यामध्ये चित्रपटामध्ये शहरी आणि ग्रामीण जीवनाचा बऱ्यापैकी आपल्याला फरक दिसून येतो. स्वातंत्र्यपूर्व काळात इंग्रजांनी शहरांचा विकास वगैरे जसा केलेला आहे तो आपल्याला दिसून येतो. यामध्ये मानवता तिथे दिसून येत नाही शहरामध्ये गावापेक्षा. ग्रामीण भागातून आलेल्या लोकांना शहर म्हणजे एक वेगळाच अनुभव वाटायचा. माणुसकीची वागणूक शहरात मिळत नाही हे सुद्धा चित्रपटातून आपल्याला दिसून येते. आणि भांडवलशाही आणि समाजवाद हा ही चित्रपटामध्ये आपल्याला एक वेगळा पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह दिसून येतो. मॅम, समाजवाद हा भांडवलशाही आणि साम्यवादाचा एक मध्यम वर्ग मानला जातो. आधी शेतकऱ्यांच्या जमिनी घेऊन तिथे मिल उभ्या केल्या जायच्या आणि त्यामुळे शेतकरी हा भूमिहीन बनला. त्यानंतर ते मिल विकून परत कामगार रस्त्यावर आला आणि त्यानंतर भांडवलवाद आणि औद्योगिकरणामुळे सुपीक शेती नापीक झाले. यामुळे आपल्या शेतकऱ्यांची अवस्था अजून बेजार झालेली आहे. स्वातंत्र्यानंतर भारत सरकारची जी काही समाजवादी धोरणे होती ती आपण जर बघायला गेलं तर स्वातंत्र्यानंतर लगेच आपले तत्कालीन पंतप्रधान पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू यांनी पहिलीच घटना दुरुस्ती करून मालमत्तेचा अधिकार असणारा कलम 31 वर अतिक्रमण केले आणि ज्याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी आर्टिकल 31A, आर्टिकल 31B, आर्टिकल 31C हे ऍड केले. त्याचबरोबर त्यांनी अजून काही ज्या भूसुधारणा केल्या त्या त्यांनी एक नवीन परिशिष्ट ऍड करून त्यांना ज्युडिशियल रिव्ह्यू पासून संरक्षित केले. त्यानंतर 1955 जे काँग्रेसचं अधिवेशन झालं आवडी येथे, त्यांनी तिथे घोषित केलं की आपण पूर्णपणे समाजवादी धोरण स्वीकारले आहे आणि तसंच त्यांनी अर्थव्यवस्था सुद्धा समाजवादी धोरण घेऊन पुढे चालवली आहे. मॅम, या प्रेझेंटेशन मधून मला कन्क्लुजन हे सांगायचं होतं की चित्रपटाला रिलीज होऊन आज 70 वर्ष झालेली आहेत. त्या चित्रपटामध्ये जी शेतकऱ्याची हालत दाखवलेली आहे, जे अन्याय अत्याचार शेतकऱ्यावर झालेले दिसत आहेत ते आजही होत आहेत. त्यांना 70 वर्षानंतर सुद्धा शेतकऱ्यांची अशी हालत का होते, अजूनही शेतकरी अजून का मागासलेला आहे, हा प्रश्न मला या प्रेझेंटेशन मधून मांडायचा आहे. त्याचबरोबर त्यांची वाढणारे आत्महत्या वगैरे हे प्रकरण सुद्धा वाढत आहेत. हा चार्ट मी दिलेला आहे इथं मॅडम. तो एवढंच मला सांगायचं आहे. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद सर. कुणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे असतील तर कृपया आपण विचारू शकता. Yes, any questions please? सेशन कडे आता जाऊयात. आपले पुढील प्रेझेंटर आहेत मोहिनी खंडेराव आणि त्यांचा टॉपिक आहे सत्यशोधक समाज आणि शेतकरी व कामगार चळवळ. यस मॅडम.
मॅम, माझं नाव मोहिनी खंडेराव. मी TYBA सतीश प्रधान ज्ञानसाधना कॉलेजची विद्यार्थिनी आहे. माझ्या टॉपिकचं नाव आहे सत्यशोधक समाज व शेतकरी व कामगार चळवळ. सत्यशोधक समाजाची स्थापना 24 सप्टेंबर 1873 रोजी सत्यशोधक समाज या संस्थेची पुण्यात महात्मा फुलेंनी स्थापना केली. महात्मा फुलेंनी बाबा पद्मनजी यांच्याकडून सत्यशोधक हा शब्द स्वीकारला. त्यावेळी त्यांच्यासोबत ज्ञानगिरी बुवा, धोंडीराम कुंभार, ज्ञानोबा झकडे, रामचंद्र भालेकर आणि तुकाराम पिंचन हे सहकारी त्यावेळी उपस्थित होते. सत्यशोधक समाज हा मानवता, बुद्धी, प्रामाण्यवाद व व्यक्ती स्वातंत्र्य या प्रमुख तत्वांवर आधारित आहे. सत्यशोधक समाजाची उद्दिष्टे. सत्यशोधक चळवळ ही एक विशिष्ट समाजाचे नेतृत्व करणारी चळवळ नसून तर ती सर्वसामान्य अस्पृश्य समाजाची कार्यप्रवण चळवळ आहे. प्रामुख्याने भट, जोशी, ब्राह्मण यांच्या दास्यातून शूद्रांची मुक्तता करणे हे त्याचे उद्दिष्ट आहे. धर्माच्या आधारे शूद्रांची होत असलेली लूट थांबवणे, शूद्रांमध्ये शिक्षणाचा प्रसार करून सामाजिक विषमता नष्ट करणे, बहुजन समाजाला एक व्यासपीठ असावे आणि त्या व्यासपीठावरून सत्याचा आग्रह धरून समाजात जागृती करणे ही सत्यशोधक समाजाची उद्दिष्टे. त्यानंतर सत्यशोधक समाजाने शेतकऱ्यांसाठी 1883 साली महात्मा फुलेंनी शेतकऱ्यांचा आसूड हा ग्रंथ लिहिला. त्यात त्यांनी शेतकऱ्यांची होणारी पिळवणूक, सावकारांकडून होणारी फसवणूक याबद्दल आणि अशिक्षित दुबळ्या वर्गांवरील प्रश्नांवर वाचा फोडली. दीनबंधू वृत्तपत्रातून देखील शेतकऱ्यांच्या होणाऱ्या अन्यायावर प्रकाश टाकण्यात आला. 28 जानेवारी 1894 मध्ये दीनबंधू वृत्तपत्रात शेतकरी लोकांस खतांसंबंधी उपयुक्त माहिती असा लेख लिहिण्यात आला. 1888 मध्ये पुण्यात ड्यूक कॅनॉट आला होता. तर त्यावेळी त्या समारंभामध्ये महात्मा फुले हे शेतकऱ्यांच्या वेशात उपस्थित होते. सत्यशोधक समाज आणि ठाणे संबंध. दीनबंधू वृत्तपत्रानुसार 8 जानेवारी 1893 मध्ये तेथील सत्यशोधक सभेच्या 6व्या वार्षिक उत्सवाच्या प्रसंगी प्रसिद्ध केलेला निबंध. लेखक रा. भीमराव बापूजी सुर्वे.
मॅडम ओके मॅम,
काय मॅम?
चालू करू शकता मॅम. मगाशी नेटवर्क इश्यू वाटत होता, कंटिन्यू करा.
मॅम, कुठून झालं होतं एकदा सांगता का?
सॉरी मॅडम.
कुठे स्टॉप झाला होता?
2-5 ओळी सर आधी घ्या फक्त. सत्यशोधक समाजाची उद्दिष्ट.
हा, तर मॅम, सत्यशोधक समाजाची उद्दिष्टे. सत्यशोधक चळवळ ही एक विशिष्ट समाजाचे नेतृत्व करणारी चळवळ नसून ती एक सर्वसामान्य अस्पृश्य समाजाची कार्यप्रवण चळवळ होती म्हणजे आहे. प्रामुख्याने भट, जोशी, ब्राह्मण यांच्या दास्यातून शूद्रांची मुक्तता करणे हे त्याचे प्रमुख उद्दिष्ट होते. धर्माच्या आधारे शूद्रांची होत असलेली लूट थांबवणे, शूद्रांमध्ये शिक्षणाचा प्रसार करून सामाजिक विषमता नष्ट करणे, बहुजन समाजाला एक व्यासपीठ असावे आणि या व्यासपीठावरून सत्याचा आग्रह धरून सामाजिक जागृती करणे ही उद्दिष्टे सत्यशोधक समाजाची आहेत. सत्यशोधक समाजाने शेतकऱ्यांसाठी केलेले कार्य. 1883 साली महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले यांनी शेतकऱ्याचा आसूड हा ग्रंथ लिहिला आणि त्यात त्यांनी शेतकऱ्यांची होणारी पिळवणूक, सावकारांकडून होणारी फसवणूक याबद्दल आणि अशिक्षित दुबळ्या वर्गांवरील प्रश्नांवर वाचा फोडली. दीनबंधू वृत्तमानपत्रात देखील या शेतकऱ्यांवर होणाऱ्या अन्यायावर प्रकाश टाकण्यात आला. 28 जानेवारी 1894 मध्ये दीनबंधू वृत्तपत्रात शेतकरी लोकांस खतांसंबंधी उपयुक्त माहिती असा लेख लिहिण्यात आला. दीनबंधू वृत्तपत्रामध्ये शेतकऱ्यांबद्दल आणि कामगार वर्गाबद्दल लेख लिहिण्यात आले होते, म्हणजे लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती निर्माण करण्यासाठी. त्यानंतर 1888 मध्ये पुण्यात ड्यूक कॅनॉट आला होता. तर त्यांच्या समारंभामध्ये महात्मा फुले हे शेतकऱ्याच्या साध्या वेशात उपस्थित होते. सत्यशोधक समाज आणि ठाणे संबंध. सत्यशोधक समाज म्हटलं तर आपल्याला फक्त पुणे किंवा पुण्याच्या आसपासचा परिसर एवढंच डोळ्यापुढे येते. पण सत्यशोधक समाजाची मुळे ही संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रभर पसरलेली होती. दिनबंधू वृत्तपत्रानुसार 8 जानेवारी 1893 मध्ये ठाण्याच्या सत्यशोधक सभेच्या 8व्या वार्षिक उत्सवाच्या प्रसंगी पसंत केलेला निबंध. असे निबंध वार्षिक उत्सवामध्ये किंवा वार्षिक उत्सवाच्या वेळी म्हणजे त्या पद्धतीच्या अशा निबंध स्पर्धा घेण्यात येत. तर हा पसंत केलेला निबंध आहे. त्यात रा भीमराव बापूजी सुर्वे लिहितात, आपल्या या हिंदुस्थान देशाची जमीन इतर देशांतील जमिनीपेक्षा फारच सुपीक आहे, परंतु तिची स्थिती फारच कंगाल होऊन गेली आहे. तेव्हा तिला पूर्व ठिकाणी आणण्यास उपाय कोणता व कोणी केले पाहिजेत. सत्यशोधक समाज व कामगारांसाठी केलेले कार्य. कामगारांसाठी नारायण मेघाजी लोखंडे यांचे काम उल्लेखनीय आहेच. 1874 मध्ये मेघाजी लोखंडेंनी सत्यशोधक समाजाच्या मुंबई शाखेचे अध्यक्षपद स्वीकारले. दिनबंधू वृत्तपत्राची सुरुवात कामगारांच्या प्रश्नांवर वाचा फोडण्यासाठी केली असल्या कारणास्तव कामगारांच्या समस्या वारंवार दिनबंधूमध्ये प्रकट होताना दिसतात. सत्यशोधक समाज व कामगारांसाठी केलेले कार्यांमध्ये पुढचा भाग म्हणजे दिनबंधूच्या 1893 मध्ये प्रसिद्ध झालेल्या अंकात रा केळुस्कर यांनी असे सांगितले की कशा प्रकारे भारतीय कामगारांचे त्यांच्याच गिरणी मालकांकडून शोषण होत आहे. त्याचे कारण म्हणजे शिक्षणाची कमतरता. कन्क्लुजन. सत्यशोधक समाजाचे कार्य जाती व्यवस्था निहाय नसून शेतकरी कामगार यांच्या समस्यांवरही लक्ष केंद्रित केल्याचे आढळून येते. आजची शेती व शेतकरी यांची अवस्था पाहता महात्मा फुले यांच्या शेती विषयाच्या ध्येय धोरणांचा अवलंब करणे ही काळाची गरज आहे. सत्यशोधक समाजाचे खरे ध्येय म्हणजे समाजातील विषमता नष्ट करणे व तळागाळातील समाजापर्यंत शिक्षण पोहोचवणे हे होते. तर सत्यशोधक समाज हे महात्मा फुलेंच्या मृत्यूनंतर सावित्रीबाई फुले आणि यशवंतराव फुले यांनी चालवली असे नाही, तर त्यांच्या नंतरही अनेक सत्यशोधक पुढे आले होते आणि अजूनही ती सत्यशोधक समाजाचे कार्य चालू आहेत. थँक्यू.
धन्यवाद मॅडम. कोणाला काही प्रश्न असतील तर आपण विचारू शकता. Yes, any questions please? मला वाटतं काही प्रश्न नाहीये. धन्यवाद मॅडम पुन्हा एकदा. So our next presenter is Praveen N and his topic is deliberated study on depository financial institution. Chronicle to ongoing transition depicts history of economical graphs. Mr. N. Praveen.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Madam, I'll just share the screen.
Please continue, sir.
Yeah, one second, ma'am. Yeah. I'm sharing the screen, one second, ma'am. Ma'am, is screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Praveen, Assistant Professor, SBM GSC KGF, and a research scholar in Wales University, Chennai. So, today my topic is.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Study. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your voice is not clear.
Okay, now is it clear, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my
Continue.
topic is, deliberated study on depository financial institution. So chronicle to ongoing transaction despite history of economical and graphs. So here, coming towards the introduction part, the Medic family in Italy. It is, for example, the establishment of one of the most influential banks of the time in the 17th century, the Bank of Sweden. So it is called as Sveriges Riksbank. So become the world first central bank in all over the India. The modern bank system, as we know it today, began to take shape in the 18th century or 19th century. The Bank of England establishment in 1694, it often considered as the model of modern central bank. So this introduction, and coming to my study objective, the main objective of my paper is to study the impact of socio-cultural and economical of banking by analyzing the customer problems, and to analyze the history of banking services, also to reduce the paper wastage and banking haste and take the steps towards digitalization, and also to undertaking to understand the clear and problems that the customer encounter while using the internet banking services. As we all know, nowadays everyone are aware of internet banking. So earlier in the history of bank, there was no internet, but now the drastic change in the banking sector, the internet banking has been established. And coming towards my review of literature, so the author Sandeep Ghoshal Hajira, he has mentioned that the customer satisfaction should be given by the banks by providing the various online services. So here, what happens? Sometimes the services given by the banks will not be satisfied due to lack of server problem, lack of hacking issue. It has to be undergone very smoothly. Next one, the bank's impact on society and economy. First, so let us see what are all the various impacts of bank on society and economy. First, bank facilitate the flow of funds from the savers to borrowers. It creates a credit creation, stability in the financial GDP or GNP rate, and payment system will be in the right manner. So monetary policy implementation will be there to control the monetary policy and to control the cash flow of the money. Then employment opportunity will be given, and investment in the infrastructure development. And coming towards the globalization of the bank. So here, coming towards the history, in the histories, as we all know in the earlier, but now what happens here, the bank has taken its birth not only in one place, not only in India, all over the world. So now without bank, we cannot do any kind of single rupee transaction. So here, so as it says that, so bank is very essential for each and every person which lead their life. Next one, industry profile. That means this is all the various services given by the banks. So through the banks, we are using these types of services. The profiles are Google Pay, everyone are aware, and PayZapp, PhonePe, it's become one of the popular payment app. Then Paytm and Kotak 811, it's a banking app. Beam UPI. Nowadays, all the customers are using the making the payment by using the UPI and Freecharge. Next one. So coming towards my suggestion part. So here my suggestion is, in addition to reducing the human error while finding out the offline forms, so we also asked if any application could eliminate wastage, paper and time and reduce the hassles of banks. So here what happens? So here the respondents may said that they were finding some problem in using the online services. So what they have to do, they have to make some alteration, solve the problem and try it out. And coming towards my suggestions, the use of these applications for online payment has increased significantly in just a few years. The number of users using this application is increasing significantly every day. The wallet function of this application has attracted many users. We see many people adopting the cashless payment method because of their unique benefits. So this is the thing. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, please?
Thank you, ma'am.
कोणाला काही प्रश्न विचारायचे असतील तर विचारू शकता. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
So our next paper presenter is Mr. Bholanath Samanta, and his topic is Climate Change and Civilization Collapse, Lessons from the Past for the Present. Mr. Bholanath Samanta, please, sir.
Yes, जी ma'am. Yes. Please share my PPT, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
You are audible,
Yes.
sir.
Yes. Myself, Bholanath Samanto from Kolkata, West Bengal. I convey my sincere gratitude to chairperson of the technical session and paper presenters, all paper presenters, and principal and professor of this college. I am going to my paper on climate change and civilization collapse, lesson from the past for the present. At first, I want to discuss what are the reasons to take this topic. Climate change is one of the most climate change is one of the most pressing global changes of our time, with far-reaching consequences for ecosystems, societies, and economics. In recent years, the alarming rate of temperature rise, extreme weather events, and rising sea levels have intensified discussion on climate change adaptation and mitigation. While the contemporary focus is crucial, it is equally essential to recognize that climate change is not a new phenomenon. Historical records reveal instances where climate-induced changes played a pivotal role in the collapse of civilizations. This research paper develops into the intricate relationship between climate change and civilization collapse, drawing lessons from the past to inform present-day decision for making. Okay, next. I have taken 4 objectives for this paper. First, to conduct a comprehensive review of historical case study where climate change played a significant role in the decline or collapse of past civilizations. Second objectives are to analyze and synthesize the key variables and environmental factors associated with climate-induced civilization collapse, such as shifts in temperature, precipitation patterns, and natural disaster. Third objective is to identify common adaptive measures or strategies employed by civilization to mitigate the impact of climate change, including agriculture innovations, resource management, practices, and social organizations. Fourth objective is to assess the relevance and applicability of historical lessons in addressing contemporary climate change issues, including the development of adaptive policies, sustainable resource management, and resilient infrastructure. Now I am going to the next point. What are the questions of the study? The central research question is arising here: how have historical instances of civilization collapse due to climate change informed our understanding of contemporary climate changes and adaptation strategies? Next point, I have taken some literature review. Please next here, madam. I have taken most of 16 review literature, but the slide shows only 5 literature review. And I have go through the literature review. I have summarized and I have identified some research gaps. Please share next PPT, please. Yes. When I go through the literature review, I have find out some research gaps. First is a limited comparative analysis, অর্থাৎ means where I have identified the comparative analysis is not found enough. Next is insufficient attention to adaptation strategies. And also there is several adaptation strategies has been taken, but most of the paper is referred to there is no mentioning particular strategies for the mitigation or the limit for the control climate change or for the collapse of civilization. Then limited integration with contemporary climate discourse. The next gap is underrepresentation of indigenous perspectives. And fifth, limited exploration of interactions with other stresses. Yes, next slide, man. Yes, methods. I have taken these methods, methodology part is data collection and data analysis, and what type of strategy has it taken for the development of research paper. In this section, we provide detailed explanation of data gathering and analysis methods employed in our study on climate change and civilization collapse. We outline the data sources, data collection procedures, and statistical and analytic techniques used to achieve our research objectives. Data sources, our research multi-phased approach to data collection, drawing from diverse sources to ensure comprehensive coverage, historical civilizations, collapse, and their climate context. Historical records, archaeological evidences, and paleoclimate data I have gathered. Secondary data, mainly I have emphasized on the secondary data for the development of my paper. Okay, next slides. Yes, results. First of all, historical case studies. Mainly, I have taken 4 civilizations. One is Maya, and second is Khmer Empire. Third is Indus Valley civilization, and fourth is ancestral prevalence. So, my study first results is historical case study, civilization Maya, and key climate variables. What type of climate has been is found on that civilization. Drought and Maya in the Maya civilization, drought and temperature, and sociality indicators, population decline, urban abandonment, political unrest, role of climate change, prolonged droughts lead to agriculture failures and water storage, triggering collapse. And second civilization is Khmer Empire. Key climate variables is monsoon variability, and social indicators is anchors decline, urban decline, and social instability. Role of climate change, monsoon variability led to decreased agricultural productivity and weakened political control. And third civilization is Indus Valley civilization. There is key climate variables, shift in monsoons, urban decay, reduced trade and networks, water scarcity, and role of climate change, shifts in monsoonal patterns, disrupted agriculture and trade contributing to social decline. Mainly Indus Valley civilizations we found in our country, Bronze Age civilization in the northwest region of South Asia. Climate, actually this Indus Valley is civilization is collapsed due to climate change. And third and fourth is ancestral prevalence. Key climate variables is drought and temperature, and social indicators is migration from cliff, dwelling poetry and styles, and role of climate change, prolonged droughts and increased temperature, reduced water and crop availability, and prompting population displacement. Next. Yes, comparative analysis of adaptation strategy. Comparative analysis of here it is to very common patterns of this civilization and correlation with climate change and adaptive responses. Common patterns of this civilization is vulnerability to droughts, high correlation found is there, and adaptive responses, water storage systems, crop diversification, and also resource management. And then common reduced agricultural productivity, high correlation is found there. Crop selection, terracing, and irrigation innovation. And population displacement, moderate to high, migration, change to sufficient settlement pattern, and track adaptations. Fourth is social instability, moderate, and adaptation responses is taken. Governance reforms, conflict resolution, and social cohesion strategies. And there is so many strategy has been taken, and analysis of adapting responses Maya, civilization Maya adaptive responses is terracing of agriculture, resources for water storage, crop diversification, development of drought and resistant maize varieties, and Khmer Empire, construction of complex irrigation systems, and third is Indus Valley civilization, reservoir diversification of rice varieties, water management through canal systems, and cultivation, drought resistance crops, urban planning. And ancestral privilege is migration to cliff dwelling for temperature regulation, water conservation techniques, storage, and surplus crops. Next.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Analysis result in the context of resource objectives. Ma'am, next slide. Yes.
Sorry, sir. Please note, sir, we have time constraint. So please
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
in allotted to you.
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute. I took it.
Okay, sir.
Objectives 1, comprehensive review of historical cases. Our research has successfully achieved the objectives of conducting a comprehensive review of historical civilization collapse linked to climate change through a detailed examination of cases such as Maya, Khmer Empire, Indus Valley civilization, and ancestral prevalence. We gained insight into the complex interplay between climate and variability and social responses. Objectives 2, analysis of key variables and environmental factors. The analysis of key variables including droughts, temperature changes, monsoon variability, and their impacts on agriculture, urbanization, social stability provided Nouns understanding of how climate change affected this civilization. Identification of adaptive strategies has been taken. Our research identified a range of adaptive strategy employed of historical civilization in response to climate change, including crop diversification, water management, changes in settlement pattern, and governance reforms. Objective force has been resolved in this way. Relevance to contemporary climate changes. The findings contribute significantly to the achievement of these objectives. They highlight the relevance of historical lessons for contemporary climate challenges. This lesson underscored the importance of adaptive capacity, resource management, and resilience in mitigating the impacts of climate change. Lastly, I conclude my paper in this way. The research has explored the historical relationship between climate change and civilization collapse. Last. Climate change and civilization collapse, drawing lessons from the past cases to inform our understanding of contemporary climate challenges. Our study set up with the overreaching research question: how have historical instances of civilization collapse due to climate change informed our understanding of contemporary climate challenges and adaptation strategies? We also formulated the hypothesis that studying the past civilization collapse linked to the climate change would reveal recurrent patterns and adaptive strategies applicable to addressing modern climate challenges. Thanks to all. Thanks to ma'am and sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Is there any question? Any questions, please? So we move ahead. Dr. Grishma Khobragade, are you there, sir? Dr. Grishma Khobragade. Okay. Dr. J. Suresh Kumar and Mrs. D. Shobna. Are you there, sir? Dr. J. Suresh Kumar and Mrs. D. Shobna, our paper presenter. Okay. Now I would like to call Sonia Talreja for introducing our technical chairperson, Dr. Sunaina Kadle ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I, Sonia Talreja, with great pleasure welcome and introduce our speaker, Dr. Sunaina Kadle ma'am. Dr. Sunaina Kadle ma'am is currently IC Principal of Srimati Surajbah College of Education. Ma'am has completed her MSc, MA, MAd, MPhil, PhD, Diploma in Counseling and Coaching. Dr. Sunaina ma'am has teaching experience of 24 years as a teacher, educator in Gandhi Shikshan Bhavan, Srimati Surajbah College of Education, Mumbai. Ma'am is guide for PhD, research degree in Mumbai University and in Rajasthan University. Ma'am is also a panel member as the examiner of PhD thesis, University of Madras. In addition to teaching and research, ma'am is a resource person for national and international institutions. She is resource person for IGNOU, YCMOU and SNDT University. Has published more than 75 papers and has presented papers at national and international seminars, especially at national and central universities. Ma'am was awarded for popularizing mathematics by Vigyan Prasad Network, Agartala, Government of India 2017-18 with Srinivasa Ramanujan. Ma'am was awarded as Best Teacher by All India Ramanujan Club 2019-20. Ma'am had authored a book, Developing Emotional Intelligence through Cooperative Learning, and has contributed to chapters in edited books. Ma'am is presently guiding 6 PhD students and 1 student is awaiting Viva. We are so fortunate to have you, ma'am, with us today. So I would now request Dr. Sunaina Kadle, ma'am, to take over the session.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me for this as the chairperson for this wonderful national seminar, which is conducted by St. Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Science and Commerce. It was indeed a pleasure to be the chairperson. I heard every paper. And in fact, see, we don't learn everything. It's not that we know everything, though we are in the capacity of a chairperson. But the papers, whatever were presented here, gave me also lots of information and knowledge about so many aspects related to the socio-cultural, geopolitical and economic aspects, especially we have covered about India. It was really very nice to hear, and a lot of papers which were very versatile, different papers were presented related to freedom fighters or the geopolitical situation, Nalanda University, then so many others. Just now we had a last paper which was reviewing. So all the papers were done or presented with extensive study, and I congratulate each and every participant about the same. Only one thing I would like to say, that most of the papers we collect information from secondary sources and we present papers. But I feel little bit we can also emphasize on what we feel after reading, like, like an introspection or like your own epilogue about the paper or about the situation or what you feel, or you can give something more. That was only my, which I thought little bit lacking in a few papers. But I congratulate each and every speakers, and I thank once again Mutha College for inviting me as a chairperson over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderful remarks and suggestions. Now I request Anjali Dingra to introduce our next technical chairperson, Dr. Arvind Sontakke. Sir. Over to you, ma'am. Sir, replace pin karo khali.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce most pleasant personality, Dr. Arvind Pandurang Rao Sontakke sir, chairperson of today's technical session. Dr. Arvind has completed MA and PhD in history. Dr. Arvind is an associate professor, head of Department of History in Digambar Rao Bindu ACNS College, Bokar, Nanded. Dr. Arvind has been awarded first rank the Best JCS Award, SRTM University, Nanded in September 2008. Dr. Arvind has published 34 papers in ISBN, 19 research publications in journals, and presented 3 research papers. Dr. Arvind has published and presented total 56 research papers in all. Not only this, Dr. Arvind has published various books titled as ऐतिहासिक वारसा, महानायक डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर, आधुनिक भारताचा इतिहास, अव्यक्त पाटेश्वर, भारतीय कला वैभव, and many more books. Dr. Arvind has worked as an organizer for various seminars, workshops, and online lecture series. He has been selected by district collector as member for historical survey conducted at ancient historical places in Nanded. Dr. Arvind has written e-content titled as Erotic Sculpture in India, Sculpture Art in Ellora Caves, Female Sculpture, and Scientificness in Marathwada. Dr. Arvind has membership of various professional, educational, social, and other bodies. He is member of Swamukta, life member of Swamukta Cultural Department, Mahashastra Andhshraddha Nirmulan Samiti Bokar, member of Research, Innovation, and Extension Committee, member of Institutional Values and Best Practices, treasurer of Marathwada Itihas Parishad, member of Indian Sculpture and Architecture Research Council. He has been secretary at Swamukta. Dr. Arvind has been a president at Iconography Research Society, NGO. With a great honor and pleasure, I would request Sir Dr. Arvind to take the charge of the session. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Sontakke sir. Dr. Arvind Sontakke sir, please sir.
I think he is not available.
Okay, madam. Thank you to our both technical chairpersons for being with us, for advising us. As researchers, we definitely will take care of points shared by you. On behalf of Set Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanic Trust, Set Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I, Jagruti Shelar, extend vote of thanks to our chairpersons of technical session, Dr. Sunena Kadle ma'am and Dr. Arvind Sontakke sir, for accepting our invitation and giving us your valuable time and sharing your thoughts. I would like to thank all the paper presenters and the delegates without whom this session could not have been a great success. Thank you. So here we conclude our technical session and I invite Saloni ma'am for valedictory session. Over to you, ma'am. Saloni ma'am.
Yes, sir.
with the permission of our in-charge principal and our guest of honor, Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle. May I start with the valedictory session? A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you to this valedictory session. Today marks the culmination of a national conference on the new perspective of Indian history in socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economic aspects. It has been a privilege to witness the gathering of brilliant minds, scholars, and researchers who have engaged in profound discussions and share the invaluable insights over the course of this conference. Before we proceed, let me take a moment to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the keynote speaker, plenary session chairpersons, technical session chairpersons, our esteemed dignitaries who have graced this conference with their presence. Your wisdom and support have been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. As we conclude this gathering, it is crucial to reflect on the significance of the diverse perspective we have explored during our deliberations. We focused on the role of examination of Indian history from socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economic angles, unveiling a deeper understanding of the tapestry that is our nation's past. Our discussion has paved the way for a more holistic understanding of Indian history. However, the journey does not end here. The torch of scholarship must continue to burn brightly, illuminating our history. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to all the participants, including researchers, scholars, students, and delegates who have contributed their expertise and insights. Your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge is truly commendable. Behind every successful event is a dedicated team. We would like to extend our gratitude to the organizing committee, support staff who have worked tirelessly to ensure the smooth execution of this conference. Your commitment and hard work have not gone unnoticed. We are honored to have Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle Madam, a renowned expert who will deliver a valedictory speech. I request Pragati Ma'am to introduce a guest of honor and their accomplishments.
Thank you, Saloni Ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Pragati Shekte, take a privilege to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle Ma'am. Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle is Associate Professor in the Department of History at SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. She has completed Master of Arts qualifying set and PhD in History. Her area of research and interest are modern Indian history, history of public health and medicine, gender and women studies. She is the recipient of the Universal Teacher Award by Lincoln University, Malaysia 2019. International Teacher Award Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Adarsh Shikshan Samman 2016 for her contribution in education and research. She is the recipient of the UGC Teacher Fellowship under the Faculty Improvement Program 2004, the best research paper in the Ed Manika Amerkar Memorial National Seminar 2015. The best poster presentation in the international webinar organized by Eudoxia Research Center in 2020. Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle's research has been acknowledged by the world scientist community for 3 years. Her name has been inserted in Women Scientists and Indian University ranking 2021, 22, and 23 for her published research articles, which referred in H index, I index, and highly cited. Dr. Sangle published 2 discipline and edited 3 non-discipline books. She has co-edited a book entitled as Historiography, Past and Present. Author another forthcoming book on oral history in Marathi. Her 42 research articles has published in the National International Journal with peer review and in Impact Factor and UGC Care Listed, and 9 chapters in the entitled book. Dr. Sangle has presented 57 research papers and delivered 45 keynote and valedictory address, and also a chairperson, resource person, and panelist in UGC, ICHR, and ICCR sponsored state, national, and international workshop and conference. She has conducted session in the national and state level refresher courses and PhD coursework. She has completed 3 post PhD research projects as Avabai Wadia Archives fellowship for senior scholar for postdoctoral research at national level, UGC and SUUTI. All research projects are based on an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. She has been recognized as a PhD guide in SNDT Women's University. One student has been awarded and 5 students are working under her guidance. Her PhD student has received gold medal prize for excellence in PhD research history. Dr. Sangle is an external referee for MPhil and PhD to many universities. Also been appointed as a subject expert in Board of Studies for BA and MA history in many autonomous colleges and universities. She has prepared a new syllabus for MA history in June 2020 in SNDT Women University under her headship tenure and for BA and MA as per NEP. Now I would like to request Dr. Sangle Madam to give her valuable view on our conference. Please welcome Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle Madam. Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am, your mic is off.
Repeat.
Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle Madam. Over to you, ma'am. Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Sorry, there is a. Thank you for this warm welcome and very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Mr. Chairperson of the Mr. Prakash Mutha, State Richard, Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Kalyan. Principal Mrs. Anuja Brahma and all these participants of this birthday multidisciplinary international conference on the new perspective of the history, socio-cultural, geopolitical, and economic aspects. As the principal and chairman stated that during the first session of the History Conference, and history ranges from the Harappan civilization to the most recent G20 conference. So today's your conference is it's very goes very well, because I heard right from this the keynote speaker and the preliminaries and the presentations. So mostly it is the presentations on the local history, heritage, tourism. Some has the given on the Mahashweta Devi's radical talk, another has some tribal studies. One is the education is a very interesting paper. I feel like the Nalanda succession and how it's effect on this foreign universities. Then some papers on the architectures, and the one is the one the female textiles, Mahatma Gandhi, Bhagat Singh approaches and impacts on the students. It's very nice. And another is the bank and the economic history of that. The most important one, I feel that the paper on the Bholanath Samanta, that the climate change and civilization of collapse. So I just heard this paper, and it's very interesting, and almost what is the aim of the or the objective of this conference has been successful. So I congratulate chairman of this institution and the principal and organizing team. I would like to thank the organizing team and principal of this college of Mrs. Anuja and Vinita ma'am. So just like I mentioned that the historiography of this, the Indian history, is right from the ancient civilization, and it goes to till the today, and there are a lot of the changes happen in the Indian history. So the Indian history has a lot of the changes from the ancient to the medieval, but the most impact was this in the world history. If I say that the world history, there are the lot of these changes that's coming from this the Renaissance period. Through the Renaissance, it has focused only on the political and the religious history in Europe. Through the period of the Dark Ages, that is why the common people and social groups have frequently neglected their history. So until the early 20th century, history was believed to the past politics, biography of great man, or the tale of the wars and the political affairs. So the common people also are missing from this history. So the Renaissance marked a new stage of the development of the historiography. The humanistic approach has come in this writing of the history. And the first time the humanistic historical writing has started in the 15th century in Europe, and some of the authors are there: Leonardo Fermi, Niccolo Piccioli, Francisco Burbani. So they are the liberated politics from the medieval religious influence and made it more the secular. So he adds his personal comments, and the humanistic approach has developed throughout the world. And the historiography became free from the theology and the religious influence and only the political aspect. Today, I want to emphasize on the Indian history. There is a one paper in the conference that the empowering of women and Indian women and the role of the Christian missionary. But the whole standard of this, the Indian history we have started, our historical writing has developed during the colonial period. Once the colonial period has given the most of the opportunities of the us to discuss all this the matter of these things at the most time. But once this Orientalist history has started with the study of the Indian history, our historian also has given the report back to them. And because of this, the given to the historians one, Then we have the ultimate, some changes has happened. The social history has come during the colonial period. Religious and the political history has come, and the national movements have come. And once the Mahatma Gandhi's entry in the national movement, so the women's entry and the feminism and the core of the spaces. So today I want to deliver my address of this one on the feminism, how to do the feminism into the and the gender in India. I'm sharing my PPT. Everybody's looking at one. Please respond. My PPT has seen everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So today I want to give the exercise on the feminism and gender history. Though it's women's studies or all that, but it's very, very relevant to your field of the social, political, economic, because the women is the one half of the population in any country, not in India only, but any country. And all over the India and all over the world also, the women, Indian women have still fighting for their rights, for their equality. They just minimum expectation that to equal of that. So this because of the beliefs in the it's a social, political, and economic equality among the sexes. So the feminism or the women's studies is not it's a social term. It's a generally it's a bigger among this the political game of that. So it's because the geopolitics, it is the not highly region now just have the so many experiences nowadays, so many war and conflict zones are there. So the different of the situation has the given the differentiated inequality to the woman. So the movement organizing this belief that the stereotype rules of the women that the women give the birth, woman cooks at the home, woman is this one. So mostly domestic activities of that. But feminist theory is outgrowth of the general movement. The feminist theory is to main focus of the empower of women of the worldwide. And when the feminism can be recognized as the critic and the male supremacy combined with the equal. Earlier, the idea is that whether the female or the women were the minus or they were the totally out from the so many things. In history also, we have the lot of the challenges faced to write the women's history because the sources are not available. Mostly people or the researchers, scholars are saying. And those are the sources as recorded by the earlier people. The recorders were the male. And whether the women has did any contribution or any achievement, they say, why should we are that? So feminism in India is a set of movements. They are the establishing, defining equal political, economic, social rights and equal opportunities for Indian women. It is pursuit of the one. And when we are discussing of such things are there, so we can say what are the goals of the feminism? To demonstrate the importance of women? No, we are not demonstrate the importance of women, but we are the demand to have to record something of the women's work. So that to reveal that historical women have been subordinate to men to bring about gender equality. Equality is the most important. We are not showing that only women's studies will become forward, only women are that one, but others are not there. It's not like that. We are just wanted to the equal of in the society. The goal of feminism is to challenge the systematic inequalities women face on a daily basis. Whether it's a support of the sexism against either or the equality, but we are not saying that the female superiority. If we are again saying the female superiority, we are doing the same thing, whether the society of that. So it happens in the 18th century. Mary Wollstonecraft, who is the English writer and passionate advocate of educational and social equality. She has given the book that the vindication of the woman's right of the rights of women in 1792. I think somebody's audio is open. I request please mute all of your audios. Something disturbance is coming. Thank you. So the Mary has wrote one book, that Vindication of the Rights of Women, in the 18th century. And she was the English writer, and she argues that women are not naturally inferior. Biologically,
Jyoti Kumari Gupta ma'am, please mute yourself. Gupta ma'am, please mute yourself.
thank you. So the Mary has argues that women are not naturally inferior to men. Biological, we are the differ of the sexism, but sociological, it has constructed that women are weaker than the men. So Mary's argument was that we are naturally inferior to men. We are not naturally inferior. Even I am the medical historian, so in the medical history, if this any obstetric cases was there, and if the girl child is coming to the on the earth, then whatever is the obstetric cases or what is the heart of that one, girl child survive. If the male child is there, the male child was for that one. So women themselves is a very fighter from their birth. So we are not naturally inferior to men, and it appears only because the lack of education, because women are banned education right from the earlier times. Both men and women should be treated as a rational beings, and they should provide the education between the sexes, such as the morality, explicitity, and that one. And the Mary has this this is the picture has put this one, the vindication of the rights of the women and the structures, the political and moral subjects. So she states that currently many women are silly and superficial. Why? Because they don't have the education, because their mind has not given out of this the natural things are there. So she is intent on illustrating the limitations that women's deficient educations have placed on them. She writes, taught from their infancy that big beauty is women's vector, and mind shapes itself to the body, and roaming round its gilt cage only seeks to adorn its prison. She implies that without the encouragement young women receive from an early age to focus their attention on beauty and outward accomplishment, women could achieve much more. There are the symbols always has given the woman should do this or that and this one. So the right from the childhood, woman has given the such of the training from the family, from the houses. So they have to give the more and more. So what she has claimed that one, men and women are equal in the eyes of God. So who are us to become them the inequality of that one? Other feminists are the another one is the Simone de Beauvoir, then the Betty Friedan, so the Simone de Beauvoir, the basic text is the second sex was there, and she has given the focus on the existentialism. Whether the Betty Friedan has written the book in the 1963, The Feminine Mystics, and the speaking of the second wave of the American feminism in the 20th century. These are the other of the American feminists, those who are the emerged in the first and the second wave of the feminism of the Europe. So the another thing is that when what are the things are this the first wave of the feminism, it always has the mark of the first generation of English educated women struggles. So the first wave of feminism, when we are discussing of the first wave, it emerged in the Britain and there's the Europe, and they have emphasized that this first wave feminism nowadays the lot of the feminist writers and the historian has criticized that first wave feminism as the only the Purusa woman, that the upper class women has given the they have participated and contributed in the first wave of the feminism. So the first wave of feminism, they have put the only 3 and 4 of that one. One is that the women's education, then they will against the child marriages, then they will against the widow burning, female infanticide, and the efforts for the education of women and voting right. Till today, we are also facing and struggling for the women's voting rights into the our this one political elections. The second wave has emerged in the 1960s and 1970s. The educated middle class women enter in the second wave, and because of this, the middle class women has entered. The nature of this, the second wave of feminism has totally changed. There are the social movements are emerged, where the students, youth, workers, peasant, and tribal people, Dalits and civil, has played a central role. And because such all these the categories of the people from the society has emerged, and this one, their issues and the struggles has also changed. So gender politics was focused on the women's agency here. So they are the huge victims of the discrimination, injustice, and exploitation. So in the second wave of the feminism, the motto was the legal and the social equality. Earlier is the only equality in the education, but in the second wave, there says that the legal and the social equality, they should not be discriminated or the gender violence in all spheres of their lives. And then the third wave of the feminism that we are mentioning, it's the more the marginalized and excluded from the previous waves of the feminism. Those has excluded in the first wave and the second wave. The third wave has come in that the Dalit women came, tribal, women of color. So in the America, that there is always a conflict between the Russian. In the South Africa, it was also fight so many years for the racism of that one. So post-colonial period, the young women has come forward in the third wave, and they have changed the whole scenario of that one. So it acknowledged the benefits of the second wave of feminism, but it provides the young feminists from the global South. The issues around identity and culture impacting gender relations have come center age in the era of the globalized world of the 21st century. So they focus my body, my choice. If my body is there, if the abortion is the helpful or for as per the health, so the health care is the right. So I can do that. There are the many religions in all over the world who are the prohibited abortion or to the women to do their abortions. So feminism in India come to the Indian perspective. While I took this the first wave, second wave, and third wave, because it's impacted our Indian feminism. So our Indian feminists have fought against the culture as the Indian patriarchal society. There are the two systems, are the patriarchy and matriarchy. Mostly states has followed the patriarchal system. Only 2-3 states has followed the matriarchal system. In the patriarchal society, always women were the dominant or the second position in the society. And because of the second position, they have the ban or the restricted on their right to work, equal wages, right to equal access to health and education, and the political rights. So when patriarchal society, it has mentioned that they have all the fields of the health, religious, social, economic, culturally, they are totally controlled. So the feminism advances social, political, economic, and intellectual equality for women and men. It is distinct from the sex or gender. So it is the political movement. Just I mentioned, there are the two system of the society, the patriarchy and matriarchy. In the patriarchy, male or the head of the family of the male or the superior, The matriarchy, women are the superior, and it is followed in the state of Meghalaya and Kerala. Not all the part of the Kerala, only traditional of this one. In the Meghalaya, Khasi community has followed this one, and in Kerala, Nayar community has followed here. So while we are covering the Indian feminism, or there are the stages of the Indian feminism. Always it has started into the colonial period, because the British has given the lot of the emphasis on the lot of the attention on the women's situation in India, and they targeted Indian social reformers and Indian national leaders, that the Indian women are so much subjugated by the patriarchal society of the Indian society. So the first phase of the Indian feminism in India is the 1850 till the 1950, till the First World War has the first year of that one. And after the First World War, then the second phase has started during the First World War, from the 1950 to 1947. And the third phase, or after the fourth phase, so if we look at the historian from these phases, these are the modern phase and the postmodern phase. When the postmodern phase, the Indian feminism has started emerged is a very, very large phase, and the interdisciplinary approaches has come in the studies of the feminist angles, as well as the feminist perception and the feminist approaches. So the first phase in the history of feminism in India was the beginning in the mid-19, that is the 1850, which is the reformists began to speak in the favor of the women's rights. So there are the various women from the Mahatma Phule, Savitribai Phule, then the Bairamji Balwari, then the Rajaram Mohan Rai. So many social reformers, they emphasize that women should get the education, they should follow some employment, and there's the British has given a lot of this input on this one, and because of this, both of the reformers and there are the various laws has come for this. There's a Shada Act has prohibited of the child marriages. Age of consent bill is a very, very important in the first phase of the feminism in the 19th century. The age of consent bill is started the discussion in the 19th century, and it has ended till the early half of the 20th century. So women was no reason for the subjugation of women in society. The second phase we are saying the 1950 to 1947. So the Indian independence, and the Mahatma Gandhi has entered into the Indian politics or the Indian freedom struggle in the 1920, and he trusted and he emphasized to incorporate women's strength in the freedom struggle movement, and right from the 1920 to the Quit India movement and the freedom struggle. Throughout Gandhi has given the opportunities to the women to take the part, and we know all these so many women freedom fighters. They are in the revolutionary movement, they are the motorists, they are the extremists, they are in the Gandhian movement. So even the Netaji Subhash Chandra's one total women is the Azad Hind Fauj. The one total is the women's whole the group was there, and the commandant of that the Lakshmi she has also written his experiences with the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. The book has published during the 15 years of the completion of our independence. So the third phase was the post-independence, which has focus of the intersectionality. They are not the only domestic and the political rights of that one, but they are also given the focus on the employment, intersectionality, gender, and the things are there. So feminism was always there's the initiative of in the Maharashtra, there's the Savitribai Phule, who has started the first school of that one. Then Tarabai Shinde has written one small article, small essay, Stree Purush Tulna, which emphasize the gender roles and the gender inequality role right from the mythology and our Puranas and Dharmashastras, how these are there. Recently, in 1920s, we can get the one Indian feminist, the Uma Chakravarti, who wrote extensively. Then there is a Kumpum Roy, she has also wrote the very extensively. Then the Maitri Krishna Raj, then the Neera Desai, they have started writing the Indian history with the women's issues relating the gender, caste, class, and so many things are there. So current age of the gender politics informed by the third wave of the women's rights movement. And it is the post-modernism structure, post-colonialism. And when the post-colonialism has done, then the post-structuralist interpretation of the gender and sexuality. Here, the women have started to talk of their bodies. They are started to talk of their rights in the education and that one. And this is the third generation of the gender politics has disciplines has in the literature, reflected in literature, politics, art, cultural criticism, history, sociology, and played a very, very dominant role in defining gender politics. They critique the male-female binaries that are seen by them. So in the feminism, where we can give the more and more spaces to talk about the women's and women's issues, women's rights, all that. Where gender, we are talking about the both of that one, the critique of the male and female binaries, which are seen as artificial construct created to maintain the power of the dominant groups. Another critic has given the artificial construct created to maintain the power of dominant group. That the Antonio Gramsci has given the word of the hegemony, or the hegemony is that the word as the use that the with the your consent. The hegemony is that you are accepted. You are the accepted. Such things are that you have the that's the mute, or this is the mute the consent with this one. And the hegemony group has maintained the power of dominance. So the proponent of the third wave feminism in India, they claim the defining feminism for themselves by incorporating own identities. They should know that their own identities or own perspectives. So the contemporary gender politics emphasizes, I have taken the very fast of these 2, 3. There are the macro study as well as micro study, as the regional studies, there are the local studies are there are the economics are there, politics also there, the judicial process and their policy makings are there. And the women's studies, gender studies, feminist studies are from local to global, local to national, national to regional, regional to global governance. So Indian feminists face certain obstacles that are not present in the Western society. Some of the Indian feminists have the ultimate goal as their Western counterparts. The version of that one is the feminism can differ in many ways to tackle the kind of issues and circumstances they face in modern day patriarchal society of India. So Indian feminists attempt to challenge the patriarchal structure. They challenge their society, patriarchal society. During the formative years of women's rights movement, the difference between the sexes was more or less taken for granted in that roles, functions, aims, and desires, which were totally different. So the late 19th century reformers argued that the difference between men and women was no reason for the subjection of women in society. They are the references or subjugated women to their roles in society. Role as a daughter, role as a mother, role as the wife, role as the mother-in-law, and all these such things. Therefore, there was a need to the proper care of the women's rights. Nowadays, that the intersectionality has also come, so that the gender roles has the power of the no gender at all, or the lesbians, gays, and intersectionality has also created many of the different types of the nature of the problems and issues. So their roles as a mothers was again stressed, but in a different light. This argument has for the women's rights to switch to education to express themselves and the emancipation. However, the image of woman with the mother as a symbol underwent changes over a time. From an emphasis on family of the creation, architecture, archetypal mother figure, the evoking deep, then often, and this the images are. So contemporary feminism movement began in 1960s. The pre-law helped accept the sexual double standard. Divorce became a commonplace. Women were happy housewives no more. So the higher level of employment and I am audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you. So there is a one message has come on my laptop, so I don't understand. Okay, so women were happy about housewives no more. So many we have seen this in the TV serials and all these ones. They are showing happy or they are showing jealousy or they are showing hatred and all these things are there. But in contemporary feminism, academic movement, they have shows that the higher level of employment, fulfillment outside the home were becoming the normal thing. Nowadays, many women has come in the science field and the technology field and the IT field. We have seen this there is a missile woman of the Dr. Casey Thomas is there. There is a rocket woman is there. Anuradha is there. Then there are the women. Those are has also handled the whole Chandrayaan mission. So the doing gender determines these are the criticism of feminism. The feminism has mentioned social movement, but last days resources of the women still are the unseen or still are the unrecorded, and that's why we have to take the help of the oral history, that the folklore, then the ballads or the any folk songs or the stories or the we have to go out and take the interviews of that one. So it believes that women should enjoy the same rights in society as men, and they should show equity in society's opportunity. There are a lot of this. Our Indian Constitution has given a lot of the try to emphasize on the equality of that one, and that is the role of our makers of the Indian Constitution, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, and all these the peoples. They have focused on that one, and today that the feminist sociological theory represented and attempt to give voice women to the female perspective. So it's generally traditional scientific sociological approach, but now they have changed from the traditional to the neutrality and objective to the empirical research. So there are the many criticisms on the feminism. I took the one. Another is the empirical research is not just designs of the social theory. It's relied on such techniques, which are the oral testimony and objective of that bias. Most feminists claim that all sociological theories are gender biased, but fail to provide any proof of its claim. And the last one is it's one more variable of human interactions. Many feminists believe the interactions are based only the gender distinctions, not the more one. The sociological feminist theories represent the clear lack of sense among the consensus of among the feminists. So the best means to go about the fighting sexism, discrimination, and oppression. We know that a lot of the women have undergo on this discrimination and oppressions in many parts of their workplaces, their domestic life, and so many things. So religion is long time perpetuated. The Catholic Church also forbids the females into the being priest. So we cannot get the female priest in the church or the temples. Nowadays, in Hindu community, they have some women are. There is a course that the women are learned how to do the puja and all these things are there. So nowadays we can say the women priests they can performing the puja and all this one. So the contribution to the field sociology as especially in society in general. Thank you very much for listening me all these things, and I again appreciate that the efforts has taken by the college and organizing team to organize such a wonderful and interdisciplinary seminar of the things of this one, which is very, very important nowadays. So new education policies also emphasize on this themes of the multidisciplinary approach of that one. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the inviting me as an valedictory speaker in this multidisciplinary approach of the history of the national blended conference of the national conference. And thank you very much, Vinita madam, as well as the principal.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you so much. A sincere gratitude for your outstanding valedictory session address. Your insight, wisdom added significant value to the event and left a lasting impact on all the participants. Your ability to synthesize the key themes and take away from the conference inspired the audience with your words was truly remarkable. Your address resonated with the participants and provided a fitting conclusion to our gathering. We appreciate your dedication to making our conference memorable and insightful. Your address was a highlight of the event, and we are grateful for your participation. Thank you once again for your invaluable contribution. Thank you, ma'am. May I request our in-charge principal, Ms. Anuja Brahma, as well to give a crisp summary and the road ahead.
Thank you, Saloni madam. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Seth Hirachand Mutha Shaikshanik Trust, Seth Hirachand Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I would like to take the privilege to welcome you all for this valedictory session of this conference. For this conference, we have an advisory committee, the eminent and intellectual personalities as Dr. Ajay Bhamre, Pro VC, Mumbai University, Dr. Rupali Mokashi, Dr. Sunaina Kadle, Dr. Pradnya Vakpaisen, Mrs. Shruti Vaikar, the chairpersons of today's conference, Dr. Rupali Mokashi, Dr. Sunaina Kadle, Dr. Arvind Sontakke. The resource persons for the plenary sessions are Dr. Suresh Bhadarge, Mr. Sunil Birud, Mr. Arun Singh, and the valedictory speaker, Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle. Well, an event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very dedicated and enthusiastic faculty members who are always keen to do something innovative and take all the efforts beyond their comfort zones to make it a grand success. The advisory committee and the organizing committee of the conference meticulously planned the theme and sub-themes of the conference. The main aim of this conference was to bring together leading academicians, researchers, technocrats, practitioners, and students to exchange and share their experiences and research outputs on the theme of the conference. It was also meant to provide an interdisciplinary platform to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and the solutions adopted in the respective field of topic. The committee finalized the theme, New Perspective of the History of India, Socio-cultural, Geopolitical, and Economic Aspects, which included the 17 sub-themes so that the researchers and scholars from different disciplines can share their views. I am grateful to the advisory committee for the quick response and their acceptance for this conference in spite of their busy schedule. The conference preparation started with the call for abstracts. An appreciable number of abstract and papers were received. The next step was the call for papers, and we are happy to announce that an overwhelming response was received. All the accepted papers will be published in the conference proceedings booklet with ISSN number 24556211 with an impact factor of 7.89. A peer-reviewed, referred, and UGC and ISO certified journal. Since morning, we had 3 sessions where the speakers delivered their views on the theme of the conference. Today's conference started with college introduction, welcome speech, inaugural speech. The Arts Department of St. Hirachan Mutha College successfully hosted the national conference. The intellectual presence of all the dignitaries and an impressive lineup of all scholars across India gave a new perspective for history. Their intellectual and brainstorming interactions have explored new dimensions to understand the new perspective of the history of India. Inaugural speaker, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, shared his views on the conditions of Hindu and Islamic women in medieval India. The status of women in India has been subject to many changes over time of recorded India's history. The status of women in India during and after British rule, before independence and after independence, and the present scenario. The keynote speaker, Dr. Kaveri Swami, has enthralled our audience by sharing her words of wisdom on the history of governance in India, evolution and changes in Indian leadership. She gave a comparative analysis of the system of governance carried out in the past and the system we are using right from Swami, Amartya to today's most popular system of e-governance. The success of effective governance lies in participation. She also gave the key characteristics of good governance as accountability, transparency, following rule of law, inclusiveness, responsiveness, and efficiency as well. The resource person, Dr. Sudesh Badarge and Mr. Arun Singh, spoke on the representation of social issues in Indian cinema and history of Indian cinema respectively. We all are familiar with the fact of what kind of impact of cinema on common people have. Cinemas play a very vital role in coloring the thoughts of common people. What we see on the virtual platform, we are considering it as factual, right? So in short, it's a kind of that cinema plays a very significant role in impacting the minds of society. So the makers of the cinema should understand the ethical responsibilities as well as the cultural responsibilities. At the same time, the audience has a responsibility towards it too. Right, coming towards the next speaker, Mr. Sunil Birut, who spoke on the importance and need of preservance of the heritage of India. As India, with its vast history and cultural diversity, is home to numerous ancient sites and heritages, as well as the monuments that are of immense significance, especially the books here we can consider. The chairperson, Dr. Rupali Mokashi, for the plenary session, appreciated the presentations given by all the resource person, and she gave her expert comments on the topic presented by the resource person. The technical session was chaired by Dr. Sunena Kadle and Dr. Arvind Sontakke. In the technical session of the conference, altogether 10 papers on various subthemes were presented by the participants from all over the nation. I really appreciate the efforts taken by the presenters, and I also thank them for joining us. The session chairperson, Dr. Sunena Kadle and Dr. Sontakke, summarized and commented on the papers presented by the participants and gave their valuable suggestions to the participants. Dr. Meher Jyoti Sangle delivered a valedictory speech. She enlightened our delegates by her words of wisdom on feminism and gender in India. She explained the term feminism in a very different perspective. The goals of feminism are very well explained. Thank you, madam. This conference, without a shade of doubt, made the academic fraternity richer with the additional literature in the form of scholarly works on the said subject. This one-day academic event offered opportunities to the participating audience to interact with academicians, scholars, and experts from all over the nation. The conference was highly applauded for bringing together great minds from different fields, scholars, and spending constructive time to bring out concerned minds in a respective field. Well, moving ahead, on behalf of St. Hirachan Mutha Shaikshanic Trust, St. Hirachan Mutha College of Arts, Commerce and Science, I, Anuja Brahma, convener of National Conference, would like to conclude the conference report by thanking all the dignitaries, all the participants for being part of this national conference and making it a grand success. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the chairman, Shri Prakash Mutha sir, for his guidance and valuable suggestions. I would also like to express my gratitude towards the organizing committee who has taken painstaking efforts, the technical team, all teaching, non-teaching staff, and dear students who made this national conference successful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your quick and concise summary of the conference encapsulated the essence of our event, leaving our participants with a clear understanding of the key takeaways. Thank you for your dedication to making our valedictory session a success, for being an integral part of the conference. We highly value our participants and will appreciate if anyone could take a few moments to share your thoughts with us. Your feedback will help us to improve our future virtual conference, if anyone could. Any presenter or participant, if anyone wants to give a feedback, please come ahead.
Hello.
Hello,
ma'am.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Priyanka madam, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Myself, Priyanka Mishra. Being a part of this national conference organized by Seth Hirachan Mutha College, I would like to extend my views on the same. Speakers presented papers on the cinematic effects on audience, history of casteism, and many more. These topics sound diverse and thought-provoking. All the paper presenters, speakers, and organizers really did a great job. Everything was in place and in coordination. Really appreciate the efforts taken by everyone. I got to learn a lot from this national conference, and I'm really looking forward to be a part of such conference in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. If anyone else who wants to share a feedback.
Yes, ma'am. I want to share my view. I am Ms. Janhavi Guzar. This conference was more informative and helpful to get the knowledge. Thank you.
Anyone else who wants to share a feedback?
नमस्कार, मी ज्योती चव्हाण. सेठ हिराचंद मुथा कॉलेज आयोजित नॅशनल हिस्ट्री कॉन्फरन्स अत्यंत अभ्यासपूर्ण व माहितीपूर्ण अशी होती. विविध विषयावर बहुमूल्य हिरा कॉलेजचे मनपूर्वक आभार मानते आणि अभिनंदन करते. त्यांची ही जी कॉन्फरन्स आहे ती अतिशय म्हणजे महत्वपूर्ण आणि अभ्यासपूर्ण अशी होती. त्यासाठी मी त्यांचं अभिनंदन करते. धन्यवाद.
थँक्यू मॅम. आणि अजून कोणी आहे का ज्यांना फीडबॅक शेअर करायचा आहे? एनी लँग्वेज इज ओके.
चाळीस वाले घाटवाले यांना घाटात लागणार नाही का? आम्ही जसं मॅम
Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, can you please check with the internet connectivity? If anyone else who wants to share a feedback.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Myself, Mithila Kamri. I really pleased to be a part of such an elaborative and informative national conference. All the presenters and the speakers did a really fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I highly value our participants' input and will appreciate it if anyone else would also take a moment and share something. If no one, then we'll move forward. I express my heartfelt thanks for the incredibly positive feedback you provided on a conference. Your kind words about the content, organization, and the overall experience means a lot to us. Your feedback is not only an encouraging, but also fuel for a commitment to deliver high quality conferences. We genuinely hope to have the pleasure of welcoming you to our future events. Thank you once again for taking the time to share your thoughts and for being a valuable part of a conference. And also, please click on the link in the chat box to complete the brief feedback survey. In conclusion, I want to express my profound gratitude to all the participants, speakers, organizers, and supporters who have made the national conference a resounding success. Let the discussion we have made here serve as a catalyst for future research, dialogue, and progress. Together, we continue to uncover the rich tapestry of our Indian history and work towards a brighter future, inclusive future of a nation. Thank you, and may our collective effort contribute to our more enlightened and harmonious India. I would like to encourage everyone to consider turning on the cameras if possible for a photo. May I request everyone to for a photograph to on the cameras, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Once again, thank you all for your participation and enthusiasm throughout the conference. Let's continue to explore innovative and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in society. Have a wonderful evening. As we conclude our virtual gathering today, we would like to take a moment to honor our nation by playing the national anthem. I kindly request you all, the participants, to stand as a symbol of respect of our country.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. And there is a link provided in the chat box. I request you all to fill the feedback form.